Is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot them a shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in.
All right, good morning, everybody. Oh, so exciting. Hello and welcome to the NACE Spring 2026 Grand Finals presented by Aces Republic of Gamers. I'm Tracy Wu, and we are proud to present the best of the best varsity collegiate esports competitors from around North America to take home the coveted NACE 2026 Grand Finals trophy. Where are we broadcasting from? We are here live from Full Sail University in sunny Winter Park, Florida. This is the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, the home of Full Sail Armada. I don't know about you guys, but I'm so excited to kick this off with the NACE Grand Finals competition. Yes. We have such incredible gameplay in store from our top teams of varsity play. But before we get into our first matches today, let's introduce the casters for our very first game of the day, Overwatch. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Tracy. We're so excited to get into our matches today. 2 grand finals, 2 new crowns to be given away for our collegiate Overwatch title. We're back here on LAN for the first time in 7 years for a developer-backed Overwatch Collegiate tournament. My name is Tiny Shiny. I've got Twin Salty with me to break down all of our games today.
Yeah, we have 2 grand finals today. We're starting off with Open. We're going to wrap up with Varsity before even more NACE grand finals and other titles later today. But man, we got quite a plethora of great games for you. We're starting off with the Open Grand Final. Northwood University going up against Winthrop University. Northwood got the better of Winthrop in the Open upper bracket final. Winthrop looking for some revenge today.
Far and away our 2 best teams in collegiate Overwatch. But that's the thing about collegiate Overwatch. We're not just looking at the best in collegiate. We are looking at the best in the entire region with these 3 teams that we're going to be looking at. And yes, I said 3. That is because Winthrop University made it to the grand finals in both Open and Varsity. 2 opportunities to prove themselves today.
Yeah, they'll get that opportunity later to beat St. Clair once again. St. Clair hungry after one heck of a game yesterday in that semifinal against Cumberland. But we have a little bit of time still before we get over to that one.
Absolutely. We're gonna take a bit. We got our teams that are going to be coming out here shortly. They've been getting ready. They've been playing a ton yesterday, almost 9.5 hours total for some of the teams, especially St. Clair had the last game, by far the longest, going back all the way to 5 against Cumberland University. I know they'll be getting ready later, but for now, Winthrop and Northwood, it feels like the story that we've seen time and time again. Both these 2 want their spot at the top, and now with Illinois State no longer in the competition, that throne is wide open.
Yeah, the throne is open to crown a new champion of collegiate Overwatch, but we got to beat our teams before we get into the action. Tracy, take it away.
Thank you so much. And of course, the moment we've been waiting for, let's get our teams out here for our Overwatch Collegiate Open Grand Finals. Are you guys ready to meet our teams? Alrighty then, let's get a drum roll here. Let's get to know our very first team. Let's give it up for Northwood University. Oh, they've got their game faces on.
so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. And today.
All right, who's ready to meet our next team?
And today.
How about some love for Winthrop University? All right, our two teams are here. There are big-time bragging rights on the table right now, and I cannot wait to see how this plays out. Players, go ahead and go to your stations. And casters, are you ready to take us through our Overwatch 2 Open Grand Finals?
Let's go.
Oh, well, you bet we are, Tracy. Two teams of new budding rivalry that is formed between these squads. So much talent and one spot at the top. It's been Northwood the entirety of the open bracket and any other meeting they had against Winthrop. In fact, the only team who has managed to beat Winthrop University the entire academic year.
Yeah, it's crazy. It used to be, ISU kind of led the way for a long time in collegiate. They have backed off. Now we got two true contenders to take the crown. Northwood is undefeated when they have their full roster this year. That is an unbelievable stat across all competitions. Winthrop is the one team who can get it done. They've been the closest to beating Northwood, and maybe they've been playing great this weekend so far, but now is the true test to see if they can take the crown.
They've never gotten their flowers, not once. They have made finals almost every single event they have played in, but there's always been someone in their way. It used to be Illinois State, and now it almost looks like it's going to be Northwood. We saw it before in those upper finals, 3-1 to Northwood. That was what the actual result ended up being. They fought their way back, had a bit of a run-in with St. Clair in the lower bracket, handled them there, find themselves back, and it's been a month since the last open bracket match was played. A lot of time between then. But for the sake of Northwood, this is their very first game that they will be playing at Full Sail University, whereas Winthrop had the entire day yesterday to get warmed up against some of these top teams.
You went to bed yesterday to go through the varsity group stage and the opening stage of the bracket. Northwood, what were they doing? They're out canoeing. If you did look on social media, out canoeing, having fun. And then they actually came back to the venue to watch the semifinals yesterday. Both teams feel very confident. We got to catch up with both teams yesterday and a little bit this morning. Both are feeling very confident about what they can bring to the table. It's been a whole new season patch since these two teams played in mid-March.
Yeah.
We have Cat Bastion as a potential meta here. We've been seeing it in OWCS, China, and Korea. We saw Winthrop toss it around a little bit earlier yesterday. But it's weird when you're not playing the mirror matchup in that. It's a little bit more awkward to play. I'm not sure if Northwood's really going to want to play it, but time will tell.
Exactly. We'll find out a little bit later what they've actually been cooking up, because there's been special preparation from Winthrop University for Northwood in particular. But first, we have to give special thanks to our spot partners in Raven GG. Raven is the official merchandise partner of NACE and their premier platform for creating your dream custom gear. Whether you're outfitting a team or building a brand, Raven gives schools everything they need to look their best. Visit raven.gg to start creating today. I know we had a lot of fun yesterday, people watching, quote unquote, during some of our breaks. And looking at all the awesome jerseys that we have at Raven GG, a partner for a lot of them. So it's great to see all the representation of our schools and looking pretty fashionable out there.
Yeah, it's some great gear. I've worn it before, and it's fantastic. So go check out Raven. We also got to shout out GG Circuit. They are proud to support NACE at this year's grand final, showcasing some of the best collegiate esports programs in the country. Behind every great team is the right infrastructure. That is where we come in. Player management and secure labs, tournament operations, and remote support. GG Circuit powers the infrastructure behind every match, every scrim, and every championship moment like this. We simplify the technology so schools can focus on what matters most. Let coaches coach, let players compete. They will take care of the rest. If you are building, you're scaling your esports program, let's connect. GG Circuit is ready when you are. And I think we're ready for these games to get kicked off. We have been hyping up this series for the Open Final for a month, and it's so good that we finally get to do this in this best of 7.
Absolutely. And we look at these rosters in particular, and there is representation from every single OWCS partner team between these two rosters, which is just incredible to think about. But at the same time, I think in the sake of Northwood University, this is a little bit more impactful. They have Haven that is coming back, kind of went into pseudo-retirement, I guess, but is playing in this open roster for the entirety of the tournament and has been blowing it out of the water for this team. And, you know, when you're filling the shoes of somebody like Chronic in that example, having to step up in that regard and managing to do it to the degree that he has, taking out Winthrop, especially in those upper finals, coming here today to play live, he's definitely going to be a player that I'm going to have an eye on.
Yeah, definitely a player to keep an eye on. We actually got to talk with one of the coach and one of the players for Northwood. Here's what they had to say leading into today.
Hello, everyone. This is Relucent from College Esports News. I'm here with CJ and Haven from Northwood, and I mean, they're competing against Winthrop for the crown of NACE Grand Finals Open Championship. CJ, you guys have been doing a lot of scrimming, VOD reviewing, some prep leading up to NACE Grand Finals. How was the season matches, and how do you feel going into this match?
Honestly, the matches have been pretty well. We haven't lost yet this year with our full roster, so we're not really all prepping all that much. We had a couple of scrims as a team, but I think going into this, we're very confident.
Okay. And Haven, what about you? How are you feeling?
I have full confidence that my team is better, so we'll win.
All right, so team chemistry, it really matters. What kind of team building activities are you guys doing?
Honestly, I think every single day we go out and eat, whether that's at our school dining hall or we go out to B-dubs, as we like to call it. We go there at least once a week, maybe even more, but yeah, we just go eat.
All right, and what has been the biggest challenge for you in this season as a player or as a team?
We haven't had any challenges, if I'm being honest. We have rolled everybody.
All right, what about you, CJ? Any challenges?
Just that we haven't really gotten to scrim because we're all on different OWCS teams, so it's really hard to find times that we can scrim with each other. But for the most part, there hasn't been any challenges. No one has really faced us, so just waiting for one.
Okay. Subtle flex with the OWCS. So you guys are pretty familiar, you and Winthrop. Are there any ongoing jokes, banter, or fun things you guys are looking forward to going into this match?
Zero thinks that Cristiano Ronaldo is the GOAT, but he's wrong. Messi is definitely by far the GOAT, and I'll show him that tomorrow.
All right. What about you, Haven?
A fun fact, Zero did not know how to tie his shoes until he turned 16, so of course I'll be talking about that. I taught him how to tie his shoes.
All right. Do you guys have any last words for Winthrop before you compete head-on for the title of NACE Grand Champions?
No words, just gameplay.
Heard. And is there anything that you guys would like to say to those supporting you? Anyone that you'd like to shout out?
Shout out to my mom, my grandma, all my siblings, everybody at home. You guys make it happen.
What about you?
Shout out to everyone at Northwood. Shout out to all our fans. Shout out to all our fans on OWCS teams, and we're doing it for you guys.
All right, guys, you heard it here live. Northwood is feeling confident about this championship. So, casters, what do you got to say?
You know, confident might be an understatement based on that interview, I'm not going to lie. That was some strong fighting words from Haven. Not a concern, haven't lost a match technically on their full roster this year, which is an incredible feat nonetheless. But for a Northwood team that has seen a lot of changes, a lot of substitutions, and mixed practice time with them, I think having that bond outside of the scrims, going to eat every day, all these other bonding things that they do, is really helping them get to this level and continue to compete even if they don't have the same in-game preparation.
Yeah, I think it's really shown. Like this year, Northwood has always been a top 3, top 5 team. They've really went into that #1 spot, even entering this semester, like, hey, it's probably Winthrop 1, Northwood 2, and they made that jump up to #1. Now is the time to prove it once again. But Winthrop is not going to make it that easy for them.
Absolutely not. I mean, Winthrop, they too have some strong words for their opponents. There were some shots fired. We'll touch on that a little bit later. But first, we got to give Winthrop University a chance to show themselves on the broadcast. Let's hear from their coach and their captain.
Hi, my name's Cody. I'm here with College Esports News. I'm here with Team Winthrop for Overwatch. First off, you guys are going in to be playing your open finals against Northwood. What does it feel like to be going into that match, and what does it mean to you to make that?
Yeah, we played them twice this season, and we lost both times. So I'm pretty excited to get the chance to play them at LAN and, get the win that actually matters.
What about you?
Yeah, I agree. This is the one that matters. The meta's changed. Now they're not carried by broken heroes anymore. So
All right.
it's good.
Following up on that, what type of you guys have known you're going against them for a little while now. What type of preparation have you done leading up to the match?
I've been messing with CJ on my Dallas Fuel team chat a little bit, and we scrimmed a lot more than we usually have in previous semesters. So we prepped a little harder than we ever have.
All right. And then lastly, what do you have to say to Northwood ahead of the game today?
You might want to ban my Ana.
You should definitely ban his Ana.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
All right, well, Northwood, you should ban his Ana. I don't know what to tell you. He gave you the opportunity. And after the performance that we saw from UV yesterday, easily, I think, the best Ana in North America that we're going to find. Best flex support in that regard. Pay attention. If you're taking notes, Ana has had a big dip in the meta. But at the same time, we got to touch a bit on what we said for the coaching portion. Only match, only team that they are worried about this weekend. And we've seen that kind of in their preparation. They have not let any gap slip in the entirety of their competition yesterday. No maps dropped flawless. They've stuck by it so far. This is the one team that's had their number.
Yeah, it's the one team that's beaten not once but twice this year. And they want revenge, Molly. They really want to make sure, like, hey, as he said, this is the one that counts. All the games before, yes, it gives Northwood a little bit of an advantage going into this. They get first map pick and ban. But it's also like, hey, this is the one that we are going to talk about for ages to come. Again, first time in 7 years we are crowning the Collegiate Champion in person. That feels like a lifetime ago. That was before the pandemic, before all of that going on. Basically, all of these players were either just getting to compete, whether it be an open division contenders, or they weren't even competing yet. Some of these. Infected was, I think, was console at that point. So it's been a long time coming to have this sort of return, and I'm excited to see how these two teams perform.
Yeah, and it's going to be shown, I think, from map 1. This is a series that will be heavily dependent on bans. Hey, UV, it's out there. And also how these team comps are going to form. Winthrop has, again, made very specific adjustments to how Northwood play. Yeah. They're familiar with their playstyle. Heck, Wheats also coaches some of Northwood's players on Dallas Fuel. And some of those things are definitely out there. But if we are going to see Winthrop perform well, we have them as the underdog. Northwood bypassed results. You have to understand.
You have to.
This is a team that is there. If they are going to win this, I think it is going to stem from Zera matching Rocket on this Tracer, an incredibly important hero in this current meta. With the heroes that you're going to be saying, Tracer will be a constant regardless of that. I need to see how that is matched. Same goes between Infected and Painkiller. Two tanks that have very different strengths. And I gotta say, hero pools and what is strong, Painkiller has the Diva. Painkiller is the Zarya. Something an Infected has leaned away from if he has the opportunity to.
Yeah, I would say meta right now leaning towards Painkiller. Obviously, these two have also, a lot of these players have played together in the Team USA trials that have been going on right now. So there's a lot of chemistry either within the team or knowledge of each other because of that fact. And like you said, yeah, maybe a little bit of a meta lenience now over to Winthrop. It was kind of heavy in Northwood's favor the first time these two teams met up. But now we get to see a little bit of a different meta, maybe a little bit of that Jetpack Cat. We saw a lot of Lux, a lot of Diva, a lot of Zarya. We saw someone like Ramachar yesterday. I think that might just be our Cumberland special. I don't think we're really going to see a ton of that here. Maybe Infected pulls that out at some point, but I wouldn't necessarily think we're going to see a ton of it. But the bans are so important in a series this long. It's not like it's a best of 5. If you get a 3-0, cool. You probably have your 3 priority bans. This is a best of 7. You really have to plan out how you want to use these.
It is a long series.
A long series.
It is a marathon, not a sprint, and both of them, especially in terms of bans, we're looking at these coaches to really help get that process going. And we've talked, I think we said this about Wheat so many times about the support that he has. He's one of the best coaches in North America. Yeah. Like, it is not even close.
One of the best coaches in the world.
Exactly. And to have him behind this Winthrop roster is a real threat. I'm so excited to see the preparations that they have for this Northwood team, because I wonder how different it is from the looks they showed yesterday. To keep something secret, to not show their entire hand until they are actually here on the specific stage. Transitioning a little bit though, substitution for Northwood. Technically, Vega will actually be starting what it looks like on the stage instead of Lep.
It's been Lep almost the entire year starting for Northwood. and a little bit of a change. So CJ Vega is going to be that back line. And it's not like sometimes we hear subs, like even yesterday with Briarcliff, hey, it's going to be a little bit rough, not going to be the exact team that we've seen this year. This is like, yo, this is like the same team. Just some slightly different strengths going on. But this is the same caliber of team with Vega in. It's going to be a nice little extra spice that Winthrop don't have VODs of this team with Vega.
No.
It is going to make it even better here on this grand final to see. And we probably could see Lep sub in at some point. We even got a little bit of a tease, like maybe Braden gets subbed in on tank for Northwood. I don't think that'll happen. I wonder if that was maybe a little bit of hopium from Braden trying to get into this game. But we'll see. And obviously Winthrop, they're just going to run their 5, right? Like they're not going to have any sort of changes. They're just going to run what has been successful throughout these entire, year and a half, 2 years. And they're just going to keep going forward with that.
They're going to put their best foot forward. And you absolutely have to. Winthrop they're vying for this. They have been hungry for a championship like this for years. They've been second countless times, even a couple third and fourth place finishes, just with somehow that some of these brackets have played out. It almost feels like, is this the time? I want to hope. I really, really do. But anytime we have gotten to a final, this team, it's not even that they slip. It's that whoever they have been against has just leveled up. I don't know if it's something to do with the curse, something to do with the LAN environment. And I really hope that having the team play at this event at Full Sail University yesterday has prepared them well enough. They did a ton of matches, got to experiment with that Jetpack Cat Bastion a little yesterday, pulled that out, and perhaps have the upper hand on Northwood University just because of how new that is.
It's so new, and it started off as a meme in OWCS China, and then Korea was like, wait, this could cook.
Wow.
This could be great. And I won't lie, as someone who's watching, it's awesome. It's Apache helicopters just going out in the air, and you got a 3v3 on the ground. It's so fun. But when you don't mirror it, we saw a little bit of how awkward that can be.
Yes.
When Winthrop played NC State were like, we're just gonna hide. We're not gonna peek that. There's no reason to. But when you have the mirror matchup, it definitely changes it up a little bit more. And of course, make sure everybody got your drops.
Yes.
Drops are continuing today on the Overwatch Esports channel. Make sure you got your Twitch account linked to your BattleNet. We got not 1, 2 esports loot box drops here in this one. So make sure you got everything connected. Get those loot boxes. I know I got mine yesterday. You have some work to do still on yours.
I know.
But we'll get there.
It's okay. User error on my part, but it's okay. Make sure have your accounts connected as you are watching so you too can get your hand of that. You're excited about the esports loot boxes? Give me the collegiate banner. I need that. I need to complete. It's like my infinity stones of collegiate drops. That's like the last one that I need, at least from the ones that have happened in the past couple of years. There might have been some before that, but those are the ones that I actually need to do. So I will expect me to be rocking those in game at some point. But it looks like our team's getting ready to go into lobby for map number 1. Now here's the question, Jesse. Lijiang Tower. We saw it every single game yesterday. Out of the 5 series we cast, every single team wanted to go there. It is a very strong Jetpack Cat map.
Yes.
Rack Attack Cat.
It can't happen.
It can. And it should happen.
I've been seeing it on the streams. He's been playing it a lot. So I think it could easily come out from Winthrop. It's more Northwood. I'm not quite sure if they're going to pull it out, but it is.
Look at that.
Oh, boo. Y'all are so Bastion's banned, so no Jetpack Cat here in map 1. It's going to be the Wrecking Ball ban from Northwood. A very smart ban. You're not going to see Wrecking Ball viable on a ton of maps. It's a lot of the time push and control that are the most likely. You get out one of Infected's best heroes early to try and start out on the right foot if you're Northwood.
Something would have been very wrong if we didn't see a Wrecking Ball ban in this.
Yeah,
this
or
is
at some point.
I think this is the advantage of having someone like Infected. He is one of 2 players that I'd say, all right, you can play ball and probably get away with it. Yeah, that needs to go for map number 1. No repeat of the Sam Rack Attack Bastion Cat that we got on this map yesterday against NC State. Taking this one a lot more seriously and probably a bit more traditional compositions. After seeing that Wrecking Ball banned, it was more of an asset because that is what they played for the tank with that composition. What do you do now is the question. Do you try to do some of this D.Va mirror? Because with D.Va being in the pool, Painkiller's on that. That is almost a guarantee.
It's not even a question. Unless we go to Control Center first, then we maybe see the Zarya, something to that degree. Hazard has been around a lot more in the meta as of late. He can struggle a little bit more on the open maps of Lijiang Tower. Definitely the D.Va feels better. You could even argue that Winston at times can feel better, but it feels like Winston just gets blown up during this meta right now. He's not in a fantastic spot. But again, I think this is going to be Northwood wanting to start off on the right foot. They want to put their players in the best position possible. It is going to be a lot of the DPS duel.
Yes.
Where is this going to be going? You got unbelievable players on both sides. Haven and Rocket for Northwood. And you got just unbelievable players. Sam and I said UV. UV is basically...
UV is not on DPS.
UV is basically a third DPS for this team. But Zera, Zera's Zera. You know what I mean? Like, it's an incredible team right now for both sides. I want to see who starts off right, because we even saw it yesterday. Team who starts off great first, they usually are just going to run it. Unless you're St. Clair Cumberland and then you go 5 and, whatever.
Yeah, we'll touch base when we get there.
That's varsity.
This is a best of 7, so we are getting a minimum of 4 maps, regardless of how this goes. I do not expect this to be a sweep in either way.
I'd be shocked if this is a sweep.
Still Northwood favored, but I do expect Winthrop to get at least 1-2 maps if it's even a rough-ish day for them. But if they're coming out at a full swing, we could easily see this go the distance. We already highlighted that Rocket-Zera matchup. Tracer, 1,000% going to be played on this map. Now, Haven, more of a traditional hit scan player.
Yes.
Sam Chovies, not as much.
Not as much.
Sam has been more of that flex DPS on his time, but because he's on the same roster as Zera, it's been very back and forth on how that has been rotating out. He has found a home for himself on the Emre. I think that has looked fantastic. By far, the best hero performance from him on that. We could definitely see it on Lijiang Tower. But it's also Haven on the opposite end, a top-tier hit scan where Sam hasn't necessarily had that full experience playing at this high level. It's going to be a real test for him and how him and Haven will end up matching out on the field. Yeah,
because when Zera joined, Tree left, and Tree was their certified hit scan for a while.
Yes.
And now it's like, okay, you're not going to force Zera to play hit scan. That's not going to happen. Sam has done a great job adapting to it.
Yes.
But it is different when you're going against a true hit scan on the other side of Haven, who's been around. Yes, took a little bit of a break last semester, but rejoins this team, and it feels like he never left. He really has picked up right where he left off during that golden Northwood run for a while, where they were getting top 3s, back-to-back-to-back events. It was just ISU existed during that point, and even Winthrop kind of beat him around as well. But something just feels different about this team in Northwood. It feels like finally all of the pieces are starting to click. They have not won an OWC title since 2023.
Wow.
And it feels like when you're a program like Northwood, who, if you've been around Collegiate, you know the name. It's one of the standouts. It is crazy to say it's been 3 years since they've won a major. It's also crazy to say Winthrop have yet to win a major.
It feels illegal.
It feels illegal to say. One of these curses are going to be broken here today on the stage behind us. It is a wild thing to say, but we are almost in. We saw some of the players on the Lijiang Tower trainer getting ready. A little bit of 1v1s going on. I won't lie, I got beef with that. I always lose. You usually.
I'm not gonna.
It's not usually a great result for me.
Masters DPS, gold DPS.
Not gold.
Little bit of a rough turnaround for you.
Excuse. I have plats.
I thought you said you dropped down to gold.
No, at one point I'm back.
Okay, so gold.
I'm a tank player, man. We don't aim. We just think.
All right. See, that's the thing. When do you get to tank 1v1 arena? Let me know, and then we'll retry and see if that goes any better for you.
I was like, I've never said I became a caster because I was so bad at the game.
That's what I say that all the time about it, the people that become casters. They love the game, but man, we cannot play. We still try because it's a ton of fun.
Yeah.
But seeing these players hit new peaks and showing their talent off, it's pretty cool. We are looking at the best of the best right now. And that is my favorite saying ever. I've already said it once today. I'm going to say it one more time. Not just the best in Collegiate, best in North America. And there's so much backing to that. We will see that level of skill and combat on the stage.
Yeah, we have some of the best in OWCS. Several OWCS reps here on the stage behind us. And even in the events as a whole on the varsity side, ton of top face-it players who are just getting ready for their shot up. A lot of people in Masters. We got some players in Expert as well who have been really starting the grind over on Face-It. It's been a great year for Overwatch Esports. This feels like the year of resurgence for the game as a whole, and it feels like this is like the perfect stage to show. Collegiate has grown since 2019, since that point, and we are now back in a spot where we get to do events like this, and the teams are just so much better than they used to be 3-4 years ago. It's like we didn't have pros like this behind us who get to get an education while getting to play in stages like this, have more consistent reps, and it has shown to work at the top level. We had Nightmare last year, who was basically ISU plus UV, and they just ran through. They get third in Champions Clash. But here we go. Finally, we are in the map here. Teams are ready to go, and we are going to kick off this best of 7. We hear the crowd, everybody behind us. let's go with Lijiang Tower.
Yeah, best of 7. This is going to be a long one, so buckle up, people. If you need refreshments, get them now. Highly recommend some popcorn. Might be a little early, especially for some of our West Coasters.
Never too early.
Might be, it's like 7 a.m. Popcorn for breakfast. It'll feel really good once we get started. It will actually be on Control Center to kick us off. These are going to be the more brawly comps that we are inspecting. Both teams on the Ramatra for now, but Juno Brig versus Kiri Lucio.
Yeah, so that Lucio Kiri that we've seen, God, it feels like for 2 years now, this comp has been around us with different variations, and it will be continued here. But Winthrop, they want to play this a little bit slower, want to play on the wall, but you don't got a wall to play around anymore.
Yeah, wanted the wall. He was so desperate for it, but tunnel vision to too much and got paid for it with his life. Never the right cost. So Winthrop will be sent back to the spawn first. Great punished by Northwood.
And this is the benefit of having the Tracer. Rocket can just be all over the place, pestering the backline, and we already see mass changes for Winthrop. They'll just match the Lucio Kiri support line. Sam will stay, though, on the Mei. They still want to play a little bit more up front, trying to put Painkiller in these awkward situations. It's going to be a lot of pressure on the Haven to break those walls to allow their tank to escape.
And also to mention, we talked about how Sam was going to be playing the hits gun. It's actually Zara this time around.
Yeah.
This is a pretty common thing for Winthrop, depending on what the DPS duo will be. Sometimes there's more comfort for one player than another. Don't really know Zara from Mei too much, so seeing Sam on that role feels pretty good. He just can't hit the shots here on the Haven. He's getting chunked really low. The pressure from Rocket will finish him off. Rakitak couldn't quite get to his Cassidy in time. Another great start for Northwoods. Winthrop struggling to get a full push together.
Just cannot seem to get through this initial choke. And eventually something's got to give, but it'll be the rush from CJ to seal it.
And Northwood want to go up. They want to stagger this out even further. Come away with Sam infected in danger. Rocket still has his pulse bomb in pocket. He's definitely thinking about pulling it out with the pick on Zara. Realized, you know what? It's not even needed. The Timberwolves basically playing in Winthrop spawn.
Yeah, just touching the doors, even though it will be an exit pick from Ultraviolet on the Haven. So that'll force Northwood to give up some space. Winthrop can actually have a full-on push as we get in here. Now they have a Kitsune Rush of their own from UV to set us off right. Both beats, both annihilations ready. We could see a lot of purple on our screens here in a moment.
Yeah, Rakitak and Vega going to be up to the timing of these sound barriers to keep them up. Winthrop have the advantage with the Kitsune Rush. Even with the Annihilation popped out of Painkiller, he's so incredibly low. Has to walk to the outside of the map and let his ultimate dissipate. Now the Eagles on the objective. What can they make of it? Both support ults was the price to get them there. And Haven will be caught out. Great flank out from Zara. Shuts down Vega on his own attempted escape. Northwood won't get this one into sweep.
Even though Flex DPS, who cares? 3K for Zara. They're able to withstand the storm of the first 2 ults and 3 ults from Northwood, and they just have to use the support ults, actually. They hold on to both Deadeye, Blizz, and Annihilation during that fight, and can start a little bit of a reversal here as Northwood's ult economy will take some time to recover. It is the overclock, though, from Haven, ready and online. We know if he can hit the shots, that can turn this fight in a heartbeat.
The discipline on the ultimate is really going to save Winthrop here.
Yeah.
They have a lot to gain. One flight territory for Northwood. This overclock is still a threat. You have to go up and deny any opportunities. It'll be the Blizzard from Sam to do it. That is one Ramatra-shaped popsicle for Painkiller. But he's going to manage to escape with his life with the remainder of the block.
Able to get out. It is just one that falls, but Winthrop aren't going to care, and they just want to use as few ultimates as possible to try and string this along. Northwood now at least have that Kitsune Rush of their own to waltz on in.
With the Deadeye in response to Haven. And it's a good zoning tool for now, but Zara lets it drop so quick. And a Rakitak blasted into Tomorrow. Is it 1-for-1 though? Zara on this flank is doing work, but Haven doing more. He's flipped it around on the objective. No healing left for Infected. Northwood get the flip back over, and they'll take Control Center.
100-57 in favor of Northwood to start us off, and this is exactly the type of form they left off in that open upper bracket final, right? Where they just controlled the tempo of that series the entire way through. Is exactly what they are starting off here on Lijiang Tower. But now we get into the more dive-centric rounds here. We take a look at the scoreboard. Yeah, Rocket 10-0, yeah, just casually. A little bit crazy. Then Haven's been doing great.
Yes.
Line up the shots already, kind of wonder against somebody who just stepped into this team this semester after taking a break. Sometimes can be a little bit shaky, but no, that has not been the case. It's been quite the opposite so far. But actually, Northwood is going to continue.
Whoa.
Why not change what's working. Winthrop, though, will go more of that dive-centric. It'll be the Hazard for Infected and then the double poke comp on the supports with Rack on the Alari.
Okay, I'd be a little more worried about this if Painkiller was on D.Va. He's under Mantra, though, so I think this double flex support duo with the Ardiana will work out okay for Winthrop in terms of danger. Biggest change, though, Zera on Tracer. You cannot let Rocket run as free as he did, and you're already finding value out of it. That was a Bionade from downtown onto Vega. You don't call him the best Ana in NA for no reason. Wasn't banned out in this map, so he's going to be sure to take advantage of it. But it is so Northwood on the objective. Winthrop yet to find their way in. Cooldown is up for UV, looking to throw that onto someone, but it's Zera continuing to put in the work. The value of the Tracer continues to shine through as Northwood continue to get zoned out and lose player after player.
Yeah, just cannot find a way into this point, and a little bit of a save there from Sam for their flex support. But I will say, UV gave the warning earlier, you gotta ban the Ana at some point. Obviously, you can only do it once, but already doing a great job with the util, and now Northwood already makes some changes. Haven over to the Emre. A little bit more range than the Sojourn those have typically. We've seen a lot of Emre as of late. Those nades are great in the override protocol. On this point, you can hide a lot and just send the shots into point with honestly no repercussions.
And it's going to help against the support line too, but that Bionade so quick for UV, but he's also in the middle of nowhere. Vega swoop on in, will take him out, but the trades are quick to come through. It remains to be a 3v3. Rocket, though, winning that duel against Zera. Should shut this one down, and it's Northwood. Get a flip.
They'll get it just 38%. Still a little bit of a dogfight over here in mid, and Winthrop win the 2 1v1s, and now Sam will just usher in the rest of the Eagles over to this point, but it's a little bit hard when you have a shield to deal with, and you only have so much ammo to break on through.
It was a huge error from Rocket and Vega, overextending from the team, and Winthrop only managed to sneak away with 15%. Shout out Sam and Rack Attack to turn that around.
Pulse goes wide that time from a Rocket, but it won't matter if there's a Kitsune rush in the face of Winthrop, and they'll just dip out of point.
Yeah, you don't have a response to that. They have to nano-infect it just to keep him up. Rack Attack, and for the Captive Sun in the back, it's going to need to be huge. He's at a disadvantage for the players, drops the Sun, point blank on Rocket. He'll be down. Painkiller, Annihilation, running a Rack Attack. There's nowhere for him to go. Winthrop doing a great job stalling this out, getting the percentage up. Still have the DPS also Zera and Sam, but we'll see those next fight.
Still a few members here just kind of lingering around. Zera will not escape. A kunai to the skull is the death sentence this time, but infected. Maybe.
No, he's good.
There you go, Nate. There you go. But a lot. There's so many resources going in and getting the tank out, let alone that'll open the door for Northwood for a little bit of a counterpunch.
Infected has no cooldowns. He was everything just to stay alive, and Northwood so fast to push the tempo, but Sarah had a nice little parting gift for Haven. The new match to trade it out for Infected, and here's the advantage of Lucio Kiri. Sound barrier there, tempo beat in place. Northwood run through. Remainder of the Eagles in the front. We know the reset.
You have so much offensive capability with this Alari Ana comp, but you don't have the utility to have that kind of play with the sound barrier, whether to react or to have that type of tempo beat. Winthrop just have no chance in that fight when you're at like a 300 to 800 HP deficit compared to Northwood. And now Northwood will gain the lead. Both DPS ults here for Northwood to continue on the push. Winthrop, they have nothing. They'll have Nano maybe late into this, but they're going to need some of these ults to build up as we approach potential final fight.
Yeah, this is final fight, and it is not looking good for Northwood. Haven up in the sky. Override protocol infected, taking a huge chunk of damage. Has to back up, but Sam shuts him down mid-air. But it's traded out. Painkiller found his way towards these supports. Nano boost on infected, just so Ultraviolet can get out and keep his tank alive at the same time. And he'll win that battle for the tank. But somebody's got to get over to the point. For Winthrop, they have to do it through a Kitsune rush of CJ. They are favorites and throws the tank on one side. Sam lands a shot, but no!
Boop.
The C9 and the boop. There were 3 players there from Winthrop, but the one called touch pushes them away. Northwood take map 1.
What a boot is Vega like, no, you think you're touching this? Nah, get out of here, man. What a round here from Northwood, and they will take their map pick of map 1, and that's the advantage of coming from the upper bracket. You get to start the series how you would like. It's exactly what the Timberwolves did. Some good moments here from Winthrop. It definitely looked better once Sam was on the hit scan, Zera was on the Tracer. Looked a little bit more to the Winthrop standard that we have been used to. But I don't know, there's just something about Northwood this year that everything is clicking, even with Vega in instead of Lep. it feels like everything is continuing to work out. I liked the Alaria as a concept. It just didn't work out. That time, Northwood respected a lot of those sight lines, and Raktus didn't get as much value as you would hope from that pick.
Yeah, with the Yardi, it's a lot more value in the neutral fight than it is the main, but if everyone's hiding around a corner, well, you're not going to get it. You're not going to land those bionades the same. And after that first fight, well, Northwood's like, okay, let's just not peek. Let's go around silence because on a Yardi, they're not mobile. Sirac Attack and UV were just stuck trying to play this game of ring around the rosy, but they were basically walking, whereas the other team was sprinting. You're not going to catch up in a lot of those instances. And not to mention Rocket. I think that for Winthrop, running the May Cassidy, tried it once, seeing Rocket on that Tracer, you cannot let him go unchecked any other point in this series. It absolutely destroyed them on Control Center. Zara and Sam, much better on the second map of Night Market. But from that point onward, they just couldn't pull it back together. Just with some of those hero comps that they're attempting to put in.
Yeah, I would like to see Zara stay on the flex. Like whether it be the Tracer or Genji, whatever it may be. That just feels like Winthrop are more comfortable in that line. Granted, yeah, if you're playing May, Sam's probably the better May player in that line. It's this weird catch-22 of when you have 2 flex DPS, somebody's got to give in and just go hit scan, because the way Haven's lining it up right now, there's a lot of early shots from Haven, Rocket going to clean up. And when you have that synergy, these two have been playing together for a long time here at Northwood. It's seamless. And now we get to see what Winthrop would like to do in this map pick. Obviously, we don't have to go to a specific map type. Everything is on the table. Escort, hybrid, flashpoint, push, whatever Coach Wheats and team would like to go.
And they're going to take their time to figure this one out, as it is a best of 7, especially as you get later in the day. You're like, dang, I really wish we saved that ban for this map. And that's something I think Northwood and Winthrop will be considering as these discussions continue. And overall, though, as you said, Northwood coming out of the gate strong. We were kind of questioning, it's your very first game on land for the tournament. Winthrop have already been here for a while, had a ton of competition yesterday. Right out of the gates, I don't think there was a warm-up period whatsoever. No. They were ready to go, and that synergy between the 2 DPS of Haven and Rocket is unstoppable.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. And it's not even like they're on the same OWCS team together. Like Haven isn't even playing in pro right now. He's just here. At Northwood, like, hey, why not? Well, I'll go win a championship with the boys. Having a great time. Like, it's just a great setup here for Northwood. If I had to guess, Winthrop maybe going, a little bit. Okay, Servus, we never saw it yesterday. It was just Atlas, Atlas, Atlas. All of yesterday, Winthrop will decide to shake it up, and they'll ban out the Lucio. Okay. They want to play more of that break. Juno that they tried to run initially on Lijiang Control Center, and in return, Northwood, another tank man. This time onto the Winston from Infected. Painkiller just doesn't run a lot of Winston. It makes sense if you know they're trying to run more of a dive-centric comp.
Yeah, I think it seems like Winthrop do not want to play Lucio Curie today at all. They tried to do it. They started on the Juno Brig, swapped off that instantly, saying that's not really going to work. And then the Ana Yardi situation. So it seems that they want to lean more into these other heroes, and I think that's a big part of preparation they have done for this match. I don't know if it's just because they don't think that they can match it. They get more value out of those ultimates from the other heroes, which can be valid in certain situations, but you're also expecting a brawl. With the Lucio ban, I think you're either going to be, I think we're going to run a Ramantra. I'm going to say the Malga. That is a very real possibility for this map. Ramantra seems a little more balanced in that regard, though, especially for what these hero pools are.
Guys, we want honest Overwatch, right? We don't want Malga Overwatch, correct? We'll see.
I like it when there's one Malga. When there's 2 Malgas,
it gets a little
things
crazy.
Things can get a little silly, but it's okay. We'll find out. I don't think Painkiller would pull it. Saravasa as a whole is one of the Flashpoint maps that we see a little more dive than anything.
It's more dive, yeah.
Which is why I think they banned the Winston. So maybe more of that Hazard or that Diva is also an option. But I don't know if you want to run the Hazard with the Juno Brig backline. Are they doing something else?
They can.
They go back to the Ana?
They could easily go back to the Ana. But then again, you lose the speed, and especially on Flashpoint, on those rotations, whether it be, the Hyper Ring, obviously you don't have the Lucio amp to run around this map. It's going to be a little bit hard, and you're going to allow Northwood to get such a positioning advantage on these rotates. Is it worth the cost, this type of gamble? We'll find out here in just a moment what Winthrop would like to do. If I had to guess, it's probably going to be the dive, Juno with the Brig, and we'll just see where it goes from there. And it allows Zara just to kind of run wild on the Tracer. Yeah. I think you just let him go. And if you could even run the double flex, we saw that yesterday, and it works. In certain situations like this, it can. but it's also a great Emery map. So it's a worry, or you could do
That is an option.
this.
That is an
And
option.
I don't want to say anything until they actually go, because Winthrop are a team that likes to meme, and they like to throw us off a little bit.
I don't think it's a meme. They did it yesterday.
They did do it yesterday.
It's not a fully hidden strat, but because Infected no longer affected by this ban, well,
Here we go.
Here you go. He's going to roll out on it. Zera back over to match Rocket on the Tracer. So it's going to be a dive-y-dive. Sam, Rack Attack, these are the two to watch.
Yeah, Sam is just going to basically get Ubered up in the air and just sits around wherever Rack Attack would like. And we'll just time out these turrets for Northwood. You got to try and shut down Sam early. It's going to be a lot onto Haven and even Vega to a degree to get that range in early before the turret damage is too much.
Yeah, and Painkiller already notices this Cat and Bastion, putting a little pressure on Rack Attack to make sure he stays at a safe distance and not drop Sam into oblivion. But here we go. Here's that frontal assault. Every bit of defense matrix is used, but it's D.Va. You are not going to burn through her that fast. Painkiller happy to go on forwards. It is a sleep dart on a Rocket in the back line, though, and it'll be the Ana eventually that will win that Tracer duel at the back. And this is, I think, the most comfortable comp for Winthrop. They only had yesterday to practice it. Northwood, no time at all.
They had so, and you see, UV just can sit back here at main because Northwood are so afraid to push in.
They can't go anywhere.
They can't go anywhere. With the Bastion in the air, there's nothing they can do. And that is the perfect spot for UV just to get set up, send in nades, heals up Rack whenever he gets low. It is a nearly perfect setup. And now Northwood taking a lot of time, trying to figure out how they want to assess this. Haven has gone over to the M-Ray now to have a little bit more range, but those nades aren't really going to do much in the air. Sam claims another victim.
I mean, the pressure has to go on to Rack Attack. If you can get Rack Attack out of the sky, well, you can deal with Sam, but they're not doing that. With Painkiller out of net, he's flying through the back line. All Zera's been doing, bodyguarding Ultraviolet to make sure Rocket can't touch him. This is working out perfectly for Winthrop.
This is a strat that we teased it pregame, right? Like this is something that could come out, and it's worked perfectly so far. It is a stellar execution. Northwood have one more opportunity to touch this point. We can tell there's just so many questions going on. Zera wanting a pulse, but maybe thinking, hey, is this even needed during this fight? Considering it's just a pulse from Rocket.
Will be the nano boost onto the Bastion as Painkiller dives in. He's quick to get out. CJ pops through over to Ray, but it's negative HP to work with. He won't actually get healed up. It's only Vega who recently swapped over to the Yardi for more opportunity to pressure this flying robot. Even then, will that be enough? Artillery strike now for Sam, and Vega, very low, but does manage to keep his life. Northwood got a swap through all of this. Winthrop comp does not have any point presence, but it will soon as Rack Attack kidnaps Haven, drags him into the enemy team just for his own demise. Flip back over, overtime wick burning. Painkiller commits the self-destruct. Northwood looks so incredibly lost on this point. They don't know what to do about this comp. Winthrop have it down under lock.
Yeah, this is just perfect execution. Winthrop winning a clean round to start off Flashpoint. And now the rotation game begins. And a pause is now cued. That's by Winthrop, surprisingly enough. You couldn't tell, considering how well that first round went here on Saravasa. But hopefully a quick tech issue here that can get fixed relatively fast. But what a round to start off if you are Winthrop. Like, hey, and that's one of the indoor rounds of Saravasa as well. Once we get to these kind of more outdoor sections, it's going to be so hard. But I do like going the Ana and the Alari. Just, you need to have as much poke pre-fight as possible. Yes, you're not going to have as much heals mid-fight. It doesn't matter if there's a helicopter above you and you can't do anything about it. You got to deal with that first.
And Northwood have made 4 swaps already, just in that one objective. They don't know what to do. They're going to figure this out. Eventually, something that might work a little bit better, but it's going to take a while. And Winthrop need to ride this train as far as they possibly can. This is the biggest advantage that I think they are going to have for the entire series. As long as Northwood has no idea to do about this cat, well, you're pretty golden. Like, seriously, having Rack Attack on this roster, best jetpack cat that you're going to find around in Collegiate for sure, and even further than that, arguably, you can't match that. I don't think Northwood are going to pull out Jetpack Cat unless they get super desperate and run out of every other option.
When I was talking with Northwood the other day, he's like, and Braden said, hey, there is a chance this is run, but I don't think we're going to do it.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe that was great. That was about a week or so ago. So it's been more prominent in Korea this week. Could easily see that being a change. But you can tell it's still fresh enough where a lot of teams don't know how to counter it. And Winthrop, it didn't even look great yesterday from Winthrop when they ran it. You can tell they really sharpened it overnight. They got ready for this series in particular, and it's just looking so oppressive to anything Northwood is trying to do. But now we get to say, I think we have fixed the tech issue out on stage, and we are ready to go back in here to Servasa in just a moment. But let's see what the answer is from Northwood. Do they have an answer to this, or are we going to be tied up here after map 2?
Not yet. I was also really impressed by it because Zera's just the bodyguard.
Yeah,
he is the only part of this team that cannot move like at all.
Yeah.
So having him there defending against Rocket, it means Rocket has to take a 1v2, and he doesn't get the assistance of either other support because they're busy dealing with the Jetpack Cat Bastion. Same with Haven. He is so zoned out of this fight. He is not built up to that override protocol yet, and I think that'll be the best chance for Northwood to get back in the series. So we move on to our second point.
And already Northwood trying to take an early advantage by point. The risk here is for Sam. If Rat gets killed above one of these ledges, you go down like a lead balloon and out of map. So it's a little bit of a worry if you are Winthrop, but they're just trying to feel out where Northwood is, but they just hide in a corner and wait for Infected, and the trap works.
Yeah, sleep onto the Wrecking Ball. Send him into a more permanent sleep, to say the least. Northwood already looking a lot better, and you can't really bodyguard against a Diva, and that's going to be the big thing. If Painkiller can actually start participating in these fights, Northwood will have a much better time.
Yeah, instead of just looking there using DM, like the entire fight, it felt like on the first flashpoint. Override Protocol, Pulse, and the Captive Sun now for Northwood. Just the Mind Trap Infector, which granted can't open up, maybe an early flip during the mid-fight, as just everybody was so afraid to push into that point. But is that follow-up? What is that going to be here from Winthrop? Almost the Nano from Ultraviolet to go back onto Sam.
I'm looking at Northwood's ult, and I see 3 ways that you can just murder Ultraviolet. Sam does back off. He's not attached to the Jetpack Cat at this time. So on that retreat, gives him more space to work with. But there you go. That is way number 3 that you could have done. Perfect stick from Rocket on to Ultraviolet. As Northwood, final fight territory here. You don't have Painkiller and Mech, but without the Jetpack Cat, that Bastion, so much less of a threat. With them for the ultimates to work with, they're just not going to get just a chance to use them.
Yeah, the setup is just never there. Northwood don't give them the opportunity. Zera trying to look for a potential touch who will be Infected, who just sets the mines over by a point. And that at least give a little bit of time for UV to go back into this fight.
Ooh, the Nano onto the deep Bastion. And because Painkiller wasn't in mech, it's so easy for Infected to take him out. And you're still in this. That's the advantage of the Wrecking Ball Tracer. So many ways to stall this objective, and they did it to perfection.
Yeah, team kill for Winthrop. Just needed to stall a little bit of time. But a Nano Bastion in the sky, yeah, a little bit of a scary sight, to say the least. And they still got both DPS ults and the catnapping ready to go here to start bringing another mini reverse sweep here on the map. But Northwood, they have a lot of uses here. Ultimate from CJ with the Nano. Could go up in a Painkiller, honestly, just to push on high ground and try and take out Racker Sam.
They'll have to deal with Haven's Override Protocol first. Blast Sam out of the sky. Now looking for the Jetpack Cat. Rocket Attack running for his life. Haven goes. But no, the Cat will manage to use one of his 9 lives. And, oh, never mind. There he goes. Goodbye, Rocket Attack. Flip back over for Northwood. There's still a couple touches. Infected and, well, Zera was alive. Not anymore. Just Infected. Rolling on through. But he won't have the health to stall this one out any longer. Northwood will tie up our map at 1-1.
1 apiece. And yeah, the late kill on Infected will help hurt a little bit, and the Jetpack Cat is gone. Rack goes over to the Brig, and the Haz and Emre is now matched. So everything is basically the same, just a little bit different. With the Brig compared to the Ilari, a little more poke here for Northwood, but more of that pop potential with Infected on that Haz. We already saw it last map, here and there having those moments. Let's see if he can have another.
And to give up a couple ults to make those swaps, very necessary for Winthrop. So glad they're not holding on to those old outcomes. I was looking for Rocket on this Pulse Bomb. UV still on this Ana. You know that's the target he's going to be searching for. It'll be just a matter of time until he finds him. Infected, hit with a Bionade from CJ. Can they finish him off? No. Great sleep onto Painkiller. UV single-handedly saved half of his team with both his cooldowns. Northwood, their percentage on this point will be short-lived. Nano Boost now onto Infected, hunting for Haven. He falls. Captive Sun in the the sky for Vega, but that's one you're going to want back with the numbers that you are down. Yeah, you get both supports. Without a tank, it's really just the Yardi. You're not winning a 1v4.
No, not a fight that Vega is going to want to push on through. But a quick 30% in garbage time from Northwood on this point. And that may come into effect a little bit later. Only time will tell. Just the self-destruct to go back into mech here from Painkiller during the middle of the fight made us almost like a pseudo-primal Nano with CJ. Just throw the Nano on a Painkiller, let him do his thing, and if he gets out of mech, cool. Just self-destruct and rerun it.
Nano Diva, I mean, she can already blow up squishies pretty easily. With that Nano, make it 50% faster.
Yeah.
With the damage boost there. And here he goes, zooming through the skies. Look how fast he is. Rack Attack Shield can only last so long. Healing from these tanks will not be enough. Sam stalling as much time as possible. Northwood have the flip of the point as Infected peels for his team, but it is too little too late. Rocket sweeps up crumbs of Ultraviolet's remaining health bar, and this percentage will be evened up and surpassed. Painkiller will have to back off.
There's at least Infected who should get out, but now without a few bruises. Winthrop now, well, look at this ult economy. Everything but Nano is practically online. It's just a matter of can they get to the point and set up in time? They should. Override protocols may have a little bit of fight in the air. There they go, it's simultaneously.
Yeah, both bullseyes at the same time, but Sam hunting for Haven, but no, can't get the heavy shot off in time. A Rocket dies to his own pulse bomb that had to have been from Rack Attack on the other side of the map. Popped the rally to live, took out the Tracer. Northwood got to 99%. Infected was the one to touch the point to make sure the Eagles keep this one going.
Eagles' nice little flip back, but everything that they had built up at that point is gone. Just the Nano from UV to go on to Infected entering this next fight. A little bit more to worry about if you're Winthrop in terms of Northwood's ults. Vega doesn't have to deal with a defense matrix on the other end. They can put this Captain Sun wherever he may please, but he's got to live first. Rocket and Zero must make that a non-possibility.
Goodbye, CJ. Did not stand a chance. He could have blinked and he was just dead. The Painkiller doing his best to trade this one out is on the point, but Infected, a 2 for nothing is fantastic. He's back now. Knocked out of mech, this Painkiller. Self-destruct. We'll give him a fresh one, but you have no supports. Any damage Winthrop take will be permanent. Infected, feeling the reality of that situation. It's going to be on Zera to clutch this up. His tank is struggling. The lifesteal on the spikes is enough to keep him Painkiller back, but no! The touch can't happen. Zera goes down. Would have been a long shot anyways. The Northwood now take the lead in Surabasa.
So close. He was just waiting for that recall. Didn't realize how quickly that overtime ticker would draw down. Now Northwood 1 round away from a 2-0 lead in this series, but every single flashpoint feels like it has been close, other than, well, the Apache helicopter to start off in flashpoint 1. Winthrop already set up over here. Has the downpour from Infected. Could be an easy target for Zera with this pulse.
He's gonna look for it. Will be the downpour first. That actually grabs 3 players. What a downpour from Infected. Pulse bomb goes to waste. And Rocket, gets Zera. The consolation. Infected killing half the team. I don't think you're happy about that.
No, not really. The setup is so good, though, from Infected that you don't even need the pulse. And a pause queued once again here from Winthrop. So maybe it's that same pesky computer. Maybe a little bit of an issue over there on stage. But we'll get that figured out here in just a moment, everybody. It's land. Things happen, right?
Well, I mean, it's after every pause we've had has been after a fight that Winthrop have won and then
thankfully,
pause. So it's not that much of an issue as they're still able to win that specific fight. But we'll get that sorted out for them momentarily. But the turnaround is there. We were talking about how long it would take Northwood to actually figure it out. Well, they managed to do it. Have bullied the Cat and Bastion away. Immediate swap. And it's been a little dicey. I think there's just some pieces that if Infected or Zera can't have these major pop-off moments, it's been Northwood's consistent go in, get out that has worked out for them.
Yeah, just know exactly what your win con is, and if you can feel it's not happening, get out of there, man. Like, it is just that simple. Feels like, I think it's UV that they're messing with his setup for just a moment. And that's a key player. You kind of need him to be playing well. A lot of your main healing's coming from him, and a lot of, honestly, your pop-offs have come from him today so far.
Yeah, he's had a fantastic game. Like, he's had so many just star plays, winning Tracer duels for Zera, saved like half the team. We got a sleep dart onto the Diva that was diving into Infected with like 10 health left, had the Bionate on a Rocket right after. Like, there's just so much threat that he has existing. Still haven't gotten that Autoban, by by the way.
Not yet.
It was a technical protect from Winthrop, as they did ban the Lucio, so it does guarantee it would be playable for at least this round. But definitely something for Northwood that I'm sure they're thinking about as this series continues to go on. I was kind of questioning this. I think they're playing Vega for the opportunity of this double flex support comp.
Yes. Because you don't really have that flexibility with Lep. He's an incredible main support.
Absolutely.
One of the best Lucios we have around right now, but he doesn't have that flexibility to go on to a flex support if they want to run something like this with the Alari. And it's worked great ever since that pivot. Granted, it was a rough start to this map. It felt like they had no way of even starting. There was no momentum, nothing. But now they've really turned it around here on the back half of Saravasa. And if they get to this 2-0 lead, it can be quite daunting sometimes to get away from that. Because then if you're Winthrop, you got to win at least 2 Northwood map picks, which is a lot easier said than done.
Yeah, and as we said, if this series, I don't expect it to be a sweep. This match is already much, much closer. It almost feels like something on a, I don't even want to say a fundamental level. I think it's just a playstyle thing, matching what Northwood is doing versus setting your own tempo. It seems that Northwood, more often than not, is the team to go first. Winthrop have these huge moments that when they go, they go. Like, we've seen that twice in the past 2 rounds. The Defected had a fantastic downpour, just as we saw in Palace before the pause. Nano boost, managed to get them close to winning the point if they got the touch at the end there. So there are these moments that Winthrop can do it. Northwood are just doing a lot more consistently.
Yeah, it just feels like the more, maybe more, I don't know if it's more reps or just more comfortability on the stage, but Northwood has seemed a little bit more steady in their approach so far. But again, it's a long series. Sometimes it just takes teams a little bit more time to settle into this one, figure out how they want to deal with this exact setup. Yes, Winthrop was here yesterday playing, but they were in the venue across the way. They were not here in this building, so it's obviously a little bit different when you have these sorts of setups. And obviously, you're just looking at your opponent square in the face. They are just right across here from each other. So it's definitely a little bit different than when you're playing at home or even on the opposite venue. They were kind of opposite sides of the building. So a little bit different, but we'll see. Again, Winthrop is not a team. You can never count this team on anything. And it's not like they're getting blown out of the water by any stretch. A lot of these fights are 1-2 kill differences. And even these last second and third flashpoints have been 199, 100 to 80. They have been close the entire way through.
Yeah, and I'm honestly kind of impressed. The fact that Infected doesn't have this D.Va in his hero pool, I think gives Winthrop a little bit of a hard time. Because now you're trying, you have to force the Hazard. You have to force the Winston, which you probably won't see. Will still mostly be that Hazard. It's such a strong hero right now. Getting out safely, going after these squishies, protecting your team. D.Va can do everything. Infected has to work twice as hard to get the same value, or has to play a completely different style that doesn't match Painkiller in the end.
Yeah, it's like you just have that extra option. D.Va is just so good right now. Granted, it feels like she's been good for months, but she really is the best tank in the game right now. Now that Zarya Vendetta has kind of fallen away, Vendetta got nerfed into the ground. It took a while, but she did. Zarya's still at a good spot, but I feel like you have to play super safe with it. And with teams like this, the bubble discipline has to be on point because the punish is going to be immediate. It's why we really haven't seen the Zarya at all today so far. It's just been the D.Va or the Hazard, and then the Ramacha when we go into these more brawl-style rounds. But it looks like, still going on here with D.Va. I don't know if it's a Mon issue.
There's a party going on over there.
Yeah, there's a whole party of TOs just trying to figure out whatever is going wrong with Infected's computer.
Yeah, look at it sort of outro. And that's the fantastic part about being here at Full Sail University. It really takes a village. All the people that are behind the scenes on production, our TOs, Full Sail students, staff, people from NACE that are here. We got representation from every single piece that makes this go on. So we'll get a fix in as soon as possible to make sure that everything is looking okay. They're just kind of vibing. I almost thought that Painkiller is like talking to somebody across the way, but it looks like they're just vibing, getting some hydration in. There's a rack attack in the back there, which is good. You got to stay hydrated for games like this.
Oh yeah, we got our water up here. You got to stay hydrated. Again, this is a long series, everybody. We're in for a best of 7, and then Winthrop has another best of 7 after that fact. So. Long day.
Long day. We talked about, hey, it's a best of 7. This is going to be long. Oh, hey, you're Winthrop. You also made the finals for the varsity bracket.
Yes.
It's even longer. And St. Clair are a team that if you are not playing at your best, they will find the gaps in your play. Tread been a huge addition to this roster over the past semester, and will pick apart teams piece by piece. although Winthrop, we'll have to see how long the series actually ends up going on. Is Northwood too? I think when we see them, I've always kind of questioned, this is kind of the question at the start of the semester, when we see how they brought in Painkiller, they brought in Chronic to start, who isn't playing. Haven made that return. How would that synergy actually come into place? Because with both of these teams having majority of their players with OWCS partner squads, getting practice in with those collegiate teams maybe once, maybe twice a week compared to those other sides. So how does that synergy actually change? Whereas Winthrop, they've been the same roster for 2 years now.
Yeah, they've been basically the same roster the whole way through. And it's hard because we were talking with Wheats about it. They went from maybe 1 or 2 scrims a week with this team to now, hey, they were scrimming every single day these last few weeks. Now that OWCS, it was kind of wrapping up with playoffs, and we have a little bit of a break before Champions Clash over in Japan. They've had more time to prepare, just as this solid 5, rather than kind of taking pieces from different organizations and trying to put everything together. It can be a little dicey, it can be a little tricky, and that's when you take advantage of, hey, these 2 teams and players play together on this OWCS team. All right, we try and bring that over to what we're trying to do here. Vice versa, a lot as well over there for Northwood. Again, some incredible players. Levy isn't playing right now, but over on Disguise, same thing with Rocket. You have a lot of options here on bringing pro-level comms over here to basically, I'd say it's tier 2, but it's tier 1.5. It's like there is pro players here in Collegiate getting it done. It's been incredible to see.
And the crazy part is a lot of them started in Collegiate.
A lot of them did.
And then moved on to those upper levels. We talked about the bolster that I can have for these teams. We're going to go to a short break, give them a little more time to figure out what is going on behind the scenes, and we'll come back to you with our continuation of the Open Overwatch Collegiate Finals.
My name is Ryan Murky Mojica. I am a coach at George Mason University Esports Call of Duty team, and I am a computer engineering and computational data science student. When I first needed a car, I was 18, out straight out of high school, driving a Chevy Suburban up 45 minutes in rush hour every day, and I kind of just got to a point where I kind of wanted something a little bit more enjoyable. InTouch was actually in the same building that I worked in. You know, I went to my dad and asked, like, okay, I want to do this, I want to get a new car. And he said, like, all right, let's go over to InTouch. There was a lot of uncertainty going into this process. I was expecting a lot of paperwork, a lot of numbers, really understand kind of how any of this worked. The person we were talking to was actually a car guy, so he was almost like really excited. He's like, yeah, you're getting your first car, you know, what are you getting? Having a car really helped me travel for esports events, and not only that, it just gives me the ability to be the team dad. I give my players rides, get to campus for NACE matches, and just supporting the team in a bigger way that I wouldn't be able to before. If any NACE students are looking for financial tools, resources, and support from people who care, I recommend checking out InTouch Credit Union. With graduation coming up, I honestly don't think I'd be where I'm at in my financial journey without them.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
And welcome back to the NACE Open Collegiate Overwatch Finals. We are still currently in a tech pause as Northwood University have the lead 1-0 over Winthrop. We'll get back into Saravasa momentarily as I know these players are itching to get back in.
Yeah, we're itching to get back in. Everybody's you're wanting to get back in. We just got a small, tiny thing that's being figured out, but it sounds like there is a solution. They're just working on it right now. But yeah, it's great. This place is filled out a little bit behind us now that we got started. I think the alarms maybe felt a little bit early. It was a long day of competition yesterday for some of these teams. We got a lot of the teams who got knocked out yesterday hanging out here in the venue wanting to watch how this one ends up. Got a lot of parents here watching. I know we got the Winthrop parent squad, I think, are to my left right now. But yeah, it's a great venue. Right now we got a lot of people in here watching this one.
Yeah, and if you are in the Orlando area, free to enter. Come out to see the tournament for the Overwatch side and action all day. And we have so many collegiate teams from around North America who are coming to compete. Northwood and Winthrop are clearly the two top as of now, and to continue to showcase that throughout the game. And it's really cool to see not only the people that come out, we have teams that were eliminated yesterday that are here, have all of the parents that are backing. I think there's a whole set of Winthrop family team bleachers on the side of the map. I just heard a cheer from there, so they're here anytime. We got a lot of energy coming on. I know that last year we kind of had a little bit of a run in with Rack Attack at the where we're staying, and has apparently instructed the parents to reel it in, sit farther back from the teams because it was distracting. But they have so much energy to give. They're just being supportive.
There's so much coming out. You hear a cheer behind us. There's hey, we know we love the support. You all just got to sit a little bit further back so we hear it, but it's not drowning out the audio. But that's awesome. It's awesome to see a lot of the support here at the grand finals in Orlando. And obviously, again, we talked to a lot of managers, coaches, players. The support out here has been great this entire weekend across all the titles. So it's been awesome to see. And yeah, it's just great to be back on land, man. What can I say? It feels like, you get to see it all the time at OWCS. They get to go all over the place. And obviously some third-party lands are going on. But it feels nice to have, we're crowning our actual champion here. In person. We'll get to see who it is right behind us here in just a little bit. It feels great because we haven't got to do it in so long. And I feel bad for the teams we didn't get to. And we just did pseudo Zoom interviews for their winter interviews. But we get to do it here on land here today.
Yeah, and having everybody in person is fantastic. Even when we were talking to players before this whole tournament, a consistent answer to one of the questions I asked, what are you looking forward to most? Seeing all of the other teams, players, friends across the board is, you might be playing for a different college, but with the full integration of a lot of the Face It League tournaments, calling all heroes, OWCS as well, you're going to be on the same team. Tech, Vega on Team Liquid with a lot of the Winthrop players. We are officially back on in issue resolved. Winthrop are controlled palace.
Yeah, we are officially back in, and shout out to all the amazing TOs for getting to work on whatever was going on, but thankfully it was something that could be fixed. Zara now just chilling out here on the flank, waiting for this pulse bomb. You can tell CJ's kind of looking around, but not enough.
CJ, no idea what hit him. Pulse bomb to the back of the head, and Infected dives in on the follow-up. Perfect execution out of Zara. Winthrop said they needed to take the initiation. Did it perfectly there.
Perfect. CJ was where is he? Where is he? Left or right? And just didn't look in time. Zara with a perfectly placed pulse right there. And now some swaps, actually. Painkiller. And yeah, under a mantra.
Okay.
So wanting to run it down a little bit more as we answer. They're just getting ready for that final flashpoint. It is more rush-centric. And I think this flashpoint, it's a wrap.
Yeah, I think North would have kind of accepted this one's over, especially with Sam nuking both supports with the Nano Override Protocol. He actually gets a third on top of it. Look at this guy go. Not a traditional hit scan player. You wouldn't know it based on that. Winthrop will take Palace. It looks like we're going to finish this one off in 5.
We're going all the way here on Saravasa. Winthrop tie us up once more, trying to tie up this series at 1 apiece. They'll have the rally to build up a lot of that armor health during the beginning of this fight if they so choose, but that is also screaming as a giant target for Haven with this override protocol. And we'll get to see maybe which one gets popped first, but we have a feeling where that target is going to be. And Rocket also has that pulse here in just a few moments as well.
Yeah, Rocket Pulse Bomb will have a relatively easy time getting to Rack Attack in Ultraviolet now. Will he actually get the stick? Because Rack Attack, judging by the kill feed, got him with it earlier. But for now, Northwood, I think they have advantage swapping to Ramoncha Ruin. Such a brawly objective. Winthrop, they want to stay further away for the most part, just with their support comps. But you don't get the opportunity to do that here. And that's where they're hoping to turn it around. But the early rally from Rack Attack, not even a chance to pop the override protocol. Yeah, Rocket will throw the Pulse Bomb. Just a little tickle damage on Infected. It's not going to mean much. At the end of the day, the Eagles back on top, starting off Ruins.
Winthrop lock it in, and they don't even have to use a lot of what they had else built up during that fight. Just the rally alone. Haven dies so early in that fight. Override protocol not able to be used. And now you have to worry about the rest of this. The downpour could be a great factor. Again, easy setup for Zera, either just to clean it up, or maybe on a pulse bomb onto Painkiller if he gets down.
Zera's looking for CJ. Definitely thought about the Pulse Bomb. Thought he could get him in the one, but that's all these distraction. Infected solos on Haven with the assistance of the downpours. Zera just struggling to take out these supports. Infected says, hey, buddy, I'll give you a little bit of a hand. It's Northwood, you just can't trade out as effectively on this Ramoncha. They can't get to the supports.
Winthrop is starting these fights so early. Northwood have no time to do anything. Still override protocol. Annihilation. Rush is almost here from Vega. You may just have to use the Kitsune Rush to make sure you get to the point. You have a chance on at least having one more try at this. But you also can't use everything. You're going to need to win 2-3 fights in a row to take this map.
Yeah, but you gotta use the most to get to the point, but Ultraviolet snipes Rocket before it even starts. It's on Haven now. Can he be the hero for the team? No! There's no touch for Northwood at all. Winthrop will end up taking it, and the Eagles will tie up our Open Grand Finals.
I kind of want to take a look back at that. I don't know.
What happened?
Rocket must have been the dedicated touch. He gets taken out early, and nobody else really has that much mobility. Painkiller's on Ram. It's not like he was on anything else, so it's like, that's rough. That is a rough pill to swallow if you are Northwood. Felt like they had a lot of tools going into that fight to bring it home, but just did not have the player to get on the point. And a nice rebound from Winthrop, and they win their map pick. Now the power for that returns over to the Timberwolves.
And you know what happened? Winthrop started catching Northwood in these rotations.
Yes.
They didn't give them time to set up. They went first as early as humanly possible. The scouting from Zera, and even when Rack Attack was on this Jetpack Cat, realized it wasn't working. Making the swap was key. But the big thing was the playstyle. You're not letting Northwood make all these decisions for you. Because of that, it gave them a huge opportunity. They completely swept on 2 of these objectives just because of it.
Yeah, it was just a clean run for a while, and then Northwood, started to pick up the pieces again near it late, it felt like, but just not quite enough. We'll have to get to see here maybe in a minute how all that happened, but I think, again, even if the Hazard isn't necessarily the best pick right now, D.Va is definitely the more well-rounded pick. The way Infected is playing him right now makes it all work.
Yeah, it's again twice as much effort to get the same value as the D.Va. The fact that he is doing as much as he is honestly insane. The Infected Hazard, we haven't seen a ton of it in Collegiate just because it's been a little strange in the meta, but I hope it stays. This needs to be a continued thing for Winthrop, and now you have a confident thing to play into Painkiller. Now the ball back in Northwood's court for this next map and ban. I'm looking at the Ana. I'm going to be fully honest. If you're going an escort map, or even a hybrid, it's got to go.
I'd say if you're doing push, maybe not. If it's hybrid or escort, yeah, I think you have to ban out the Ana. Unless you have a specific DPS ban you want to get out. You want to deny the Cat Bastion happening again on some of these maps. You got to ban the Cat because your Bastion was already banned earlier in this series. But yeah, there's a whole lot of options here for Northwood to take this. And obviously there is no King's Row in this map pool, which feels a little odd. I won't lie to you. It's just a little bit odd to not have, Scrim's Row as an option. But it's going to be a decent, and it's still a plethora of options here for Northwood to take us. If they want to go full dive and just lean into this D.Va, I think that's probably their best decision. But then you have to at least think about that. How do you want to play around it? And the Ana ban is probably the way to go.
Watchpoint Gibraltar is available
Yes.
If you want to go to the dive, it would... Winston, yeah, it's going to be up, but I think if you're infected, you're going to stick Hazard in that situation. But that is an absolute... This Ana cannot be allowed to exist. And yeah, we saw the swap from CJ. You got decent value out of it. It just wasn't enough in the way that UV was playing around rack attack, especially after the brig. It became so much easier for him to operate. Zera was let off his leash of being the bodyguard and matched Rocket in ways that Winthrop just haven't shown us so far today.
Yeah, it's been a very much a tale of two halves right now. Like map 1 felt like Northwood were running with this thing. Map 2, not so much. Winthrop, got their punch back, and now we're starting to bring this back around. Best of 7, now a best of 5. And let's see if this ping pong goes back and forth. You can honestly see it with these teams. They have their dedicated maps that they're going to be comfortable with in this map pool. We could easily see, Northwood win map 3, Winthrop win map 4, and just go back and forth. And that's the advantage Northwood may have laid on, is they would have that final map 7 map pick. Unless we get a tie somewhere in here on one of these hybrids later on. I hope I didn't just jinx that.
don't switch with the caster.
With these two teams, I know.
You have a record of caster.
I have an
Mine is pretty
awful
clean.
record of caster curses.
I don't know why. Maybe it's like we balance each other out. You do all of those. I'm like, all right.
I learned from the school
you
of
just did that.
Necro.
That's what I do in those situations.
I learned from Necro. Like she has a lot of the C9s. I just have a lot of the caster curses. It's a little rough.
It's just your thing. You gotta accept it. You gotta live with it. But.
And I'm okay with that. Hey, if it's not personal. Winthrop Northwood, I promise it's not personal. But hey, we get more Overwatch. We get more drops. That's the only thing. I'm doing this for you, chat. I'm jinxing us for a tie for a map 8 so you can get more drops.
It's all for the people.
It's all for the people.
Map 8, I think that would be new.
That would be a record.
I don't think it's ever happened.
I don't even know if we went to 7. I'd have to look. I don't think we've went to 7 in a final before.
Not in the last 2 years we haven't.
We've went to 6.
We've gone to 6.
But I don't think we've gone to 7.
We've not done a 7 yet. So, yeah, we have a little bit. I see your face on that. Don't.
Yeah, we teetered around it.
I didn't even think about it until after I said it, and then I saw your face. I'm like, wait a minute. But, no. None of that today. I do hope that whatever map pick is next, it sets up Haven better. I think it was pretty silent for Northwood on that map. Other than a couple of pop-off moments with the override protocol, it was all Sam for the most part, which he was kind of my big question mark for Winthrop today of how he would be performing. That's gone. He's great. Cool. Yeah. I'd like to see more of it. But now it's Haven that's kind of getting dipped. And he was the one in the interview that came in with so much confidence, like no concern whatsoever about this team. We're going to show up. We're going to win. Well, you just lost that last map, and he didn't really have much of a say in what happened.
No, not much. It was just a very weird change. And granted, Servos is a map where it's a lot more pressure on your tank and your flex DPS rather than your hit scan. They're going to have moments, but it is about those flanks, those side angles. That's really been more impactful, just with how quickly those fights are developing. Depending on what we go to next, if it's a hybrid or escort, they're going to be a little more drawn out. It's a lot more important how much poke you can get pre-fight. That is when a lot more of that value can be landed onto the shoulders of Haven. And I think it can't happen. Again, we've seen everybody has been drawing blows so far. Nobody has been like, they're kind of stepping back. They're kind of a step behind the rest, per se. No one's really been that so far. It is just a matter of what style of play do Northwood want to go? Do they want to try once again with this dive and just lean more into this diva? Or do you want to try and step back, maybe go a little more of a poke? Or do you want to do something like that? Again, the options are endless here for Northwood on what style they would like to go next. If I had to guess, it's probably more the dive and just leaning into the diva more. But the options are, they are a good poke team.
Yes. But you could dive, ban Hazard. That is still on the cards, and I think that would put Infected in a really uncomfortable situation, as Wrecking Ball won't really check a lot of those boxes. Winston, yes, it can work. He's fantastic at the Winston, but in the Diva, that is a really tough matchup to play properly, and it would set Winthrop back. You have even more reliance onto these DPS, which is something that you definitely could do. It's just not a preference, I think, with the style of Winthrop and how they often play. Infected is this engaging point. He's the one that's been setting the tempo more often than not, unless we're seeing like an initiation pulse bomb or something from Zera. So having a ban like that or keeping that available for Northwood is a consideration, because the pool of those will get smaller and smaller. So your map picks have to be so specific on when you actually want to take that away. Nubani, watch point to Gibraltar.
Yeah. it's going to be a very tough decision. We're going to go on a quick commercial break as they get things figured out behind us. Map 3, everybody, coming up right after this.
Performance sets the limit. Stability determines the journey. This is ROG, engineered for gamers. A true ROG design. Every core component is focused on real performance. Pure ROG DNA, aura that fuels fearless souls. Built to be pushed, cooled to endure. Air moves with purpose. Heat exits with precision. Every rigorous military-grade test ensures stable performance at extreme levels. Global support wherever you play. This is the ROG G-Series gaming desktop.
We are Armada, Full Sail University's collegiate esports organization and gaming community. At Full Sail, gaming is more than just a pastime. It's part of campus life. From our state-of-the-art esports arena, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, to Armada HQ, our on-campus LAN center, students have dedicated spaces to game, connect, and explore the latest in streaming, casting, and live event technology. And these spaces aren't just for varsity players. They're hubs for all gamers to meet up, play, and hang with friends. And if competition's your thing, Armada's teams represent Full Sail across a wide range of collegiate esports, from first-person shooters to MOBAs and fighting games. Our varsity division features campus and local students competing in titles that require in-person gameplay, while Armada Squadron includes players who compete in online leagues from anywhere in the country. But esports isn't only about players. Armada also has dedicated roles for shoutcasters, commentators, and gameplay analysts, plus a stream team that brings daily content to the Full Sail Armada Twitch channel. And if you've ever wondered what happens behind the scenes, how broadcasts are run, how production crews collaborate, how a live match becomes a show, the Armada production crew offers space to learn by doing. You'll support live events, create original content, and work alongside other students who share your passion for games, creativity, and community. Whether you dream of competing on stage, hosting the next big tournament, designing worlds, building communities, or simply gaming with friends after class, there's room for you here. If you'd like a closer look, our community lives on Discord. Swapping stories, celebrating wins, supporting each other, and just playing games. Drop in and explore. There's always something happening. See you online, and hopefully one day on campus.
My name is Ryan Murky Mojica. I am a coach at George Mason University Esports Call of Duty team, and I am a computer engineering and computational data science student. When I first needed a car, I was 18, I was straight out of high school, driving a Chevy Suburban up 45 minutes in rush hour every day, and I kind of just got to a point where I kind of wanted something a little bit more enjoyable. Intouch was actually in the same building that I worked in. You know, I went to my dad and asked, like, okay, I want to do this, I want to get a new car. And he said, like, all right, let's go over to Intouch. There was a lot of uncertainty going into this process. I was expecting a lot of paperwork, a lot of numbers, really understand kind of how any of this worked. The person we were talking to was actually a car guy, so he was almost like really excited. He's like, yeah, you're getting your first car, you know, what are you getting? Having a car really helped me travel for esports events, and not only that, it just gives me the ability to be the team dad. I give my players rides, get to campus for NACE matches, and just supporting the team in a bigger way that I wouldn't be able to before. If any NACE students are looking for financial tools, resources, and support from people who care, I recommend checking out Intouch Credit Union. With graduation coming up, I honestly don't think I'd be where I'm at in my financial journey without them.
to our NACE Open Grand Finals. It has been delivering so far. Winthrop University have tied the series at 1-1 after a fantastic win on Sarabasa and have shown some true improvements. So they're starting to figure out Northwood's play style as well as develop their own.
Yeah, now it sounds like everything has been figured out. It was just Sam, not UV, who had something going on, but has been fixed. Again, shout out TOs and everybody working the magic back there, making it all get fixed fairly quickly, considering all, the issue that it was. But here we go. Map 3, where do Northwood want to go next? And we were kind of theorizing a bit. Hey, they could go dive, they could go poke. We're probably leaning towards the dive. But now we get to see what Northwood would like to do, and it's going to be dive with Rinasapi, and they do ban out the cat to avoid a cat bastion comp on this map.
And I think that is absolutely necessary. This is by far one of the best jetpack cat maps in the game. You have to do it. It doesn't mean the Ana is available, but I don't think you're as worried about that. On a push map, it will be a little bit easier to collapse on top of Ultraviolet if you decide to do that. Now, the other side of this is the Tracer, and I'm a little shocked, and I think it's more so Rocket is a problem if he is unmatched. They don't want to match Rocket here. They don't want to play Tracer. Winthrop have their own idea of how they would like to force this map, and it also puts Rocket in a bit of an awkward spot. It is far and away his best hero. Yes, he's the Genji, the Vendetta, something like the Venture or the Pharah, but they are nowhere near the level that his Tracer has been. So playing it on this map, that will be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, a little bit, and I think, Rocket's going to be fine. Let's say that. Even though he's not on the Tracer, it's going to be completely fine. But I do think it's a great ban for Winthrop. Like, we know we're not going to match it. We can with Zera, and the option is there, but they would rather play around with something else. Yes. And you take away Rocket's best hero, force a little bit of a pivot, and now Winthrop can go into this thinking, hey, we have a great chance to get a 2-1 lead here, entering the back half of this series. So we'll see what they would like to do here in just a minute, at least exact comps, because they were probably wanting to run that Cat Bastion, but obviously don't have that opportunity now.
Yeah, and without the Tracer, what do you put Zera on? Is it the Pharah? Pharah's by far
We've seen a lot of Pharah this weekend.
It was the biggest winner of the most recent Season 2 patch with the addition of the... one, you get to move while barrage. That's been added to base kit. And then now you have the Concussive Blast with the perk. Does 50 damage. Add it with the second one that has the smaller rockets. You can basically one-shot any squishy, any late-game situation. Pharah can be playing on this map. There's a decent amount of vertical cover that you're able to use. I don't know if it's the most popular pick, though. But no. Winthrop, clearly they have some idea. They're willing to take away a very core part of what has been these teams' identity so far.
And we say, these teams' identities, they have 4.
Exactly.
They have such a diverse skill set here where they can kind of run anything. And we're seeing that here. These were maybe not the comps I think a lot of people expected to see once we loaded into Rinasapi. Granted, maybe could be theory crafting still on the exact play call, but we did expect, hey, with the Tracer gone, the Genjis will come to play.
Yeah, Winthrop are sticking with their guns. They have been allergic to Lucio Kiriko as much as they can today. They're going to start on that Brig Juno, at least in a sneaky amount of Harissa this weekend. So in fact, it's there. Killer being on the Zarya, not only is that going to help Rocket with this Genji, but it's also going to melt Infected if he's in the wrong place.
Yeah, Infected will have to play a little bit more safely around cover just to not get burned down by this Zarya once that charge gets up to that higher registry.
A little bit of a poke going in. You can tell Winthrop more hesitant. You got to use the speedrun carefully, which is more so, hey, let's give Zera this amp, walk on forwards, Painkiller low on bubbles. There's plenty of support behind him with CJ and Vega. Sneaky little spot from Zera. I have no idea he's coming. Finds the target in Haven. Protection Suzu forced. It's actually this Kiriko not so much in trouble. It was Painkiller. Because Zera spent so much time occupying these supports, the rest of Winthrop walk on forwards and team wipe the Timberwolves.
Just the art of distraction right there, everybody. Zera just draws the attention of 3 members of Northwood. And at that point, the rest, you're going to take the 4v2 if you're Winthrop. Go on in, save Zera at the end as well. And now Northwood have at least a better idea of what they are up against, but will not make any changes. It'll be up to Haven to get a lot of good shots early, disruptor shot as well to kind of force Infected away from these early pushes.
Yeah, we'll back them off, but that's that speedrun play Winthrop are looking for. They are executing on it perfectly. Haven, the target call time and time again here, Sam. Spots CJ off on the side, but he's going to dip on out over to the rest of his team. His Infected did in fact overstep. That is the problem with this composition. Once that speed ring is gone, you're sitting ducks. Infected, Zera found that out the hard way. It'll be Northwood managing to turn it around.
Yeah, once this charge gets up, that is when Northwood are going to be real dangerous in this composition. Because yes, the Infected can set up with the jab throw, trying to isolate Haven in that first fight. It can be a great asset, but once Painkiller is starting to get this charge up to 70, 80, 90, 100, it just melts Infected, even with Fortify. Jab Spin isn't going to do anything, so expect Infected to probably go the shield perk once that Major is unlocked.
We'll find out. It could be a tempo pick for Winthrop. Speaking of tempo, Infected is in there. Fantastic Suzu out of CJ. Shooting out the Kitsune Rush speed boost. They have enough to get through the fight, and the Empower Rocket on his Dragon Blade. Sam is shut down. Beautiful shot out of Haven. An expensive commitment from Northwood. 3 ultimates into just the 2 of Winthrop. But it will get them close to this. In fact, it will get the lead and close to the forward spawns.
Yeah, easy lead now for Northwood as that change is over. And honestly, should be a tick. Unless there's a last second touch here from Zera. Infected, giving up on the Orisa, seeing that it's Orisa on the other side. And the Ramattra will have a better time against the Russian here.
Yeah, you're a lot more safe on the Ramattra between the block and having the shield to sort of stop the beam. That's great. Here's the other issue. You don't have a sound barrier or a transcendence, for example. This grab is free, so Sam needs to come up big on this override protocol, but because Haven has this overclock online, he's not daring to peek his head out, so that ultimate almost goes to waste. Could get fantastic Suzu from CJ. He's been on point with these, but he just didn't have it for himself. By the time Zera locked eyes with him, he'll take him out, and see that Winthrop will be able to rally after Northwood expend all of their resources early.
And that swap already for Infected paying off. I do wonder if Painkiller just matches it once this grab gets used. If I had to guess, probably yes. At least everybody for Northwood. Rocket barely got that forward spawn. It was not by much. But everybody from Northwood will play up, and that's by Winthrop. They're just going to chill at mid. They don't want to push into this too heavy, considering Zera took a little bit of extra time to get here.
Well, he does it the Dragon Blade, which is going to be important. But they deflected it! Zera, what a play, the reaction! Throw it right back in Painkiller's face and send Northwood back to spawn on what was their biggest win condition of the map.
What an insane play from Zera. That will give them the tick, and that'll maybe even set them up to build on the lead here. And that is the best play of the day so far. And that'll give Winthrop that tick, and now Blade in hand.
I don't know if you can top that. I'm going to be honest. That might be the best play of the entire day, even after all of our matches are played. And Zera still has the Dragon Blade to work with. Sees the Kitsune Rush, says, this is my territory. Pulls positive slices at the bubble. Spots Vega, booped on away. Blade will go to waste. Perfectly guided by Northwood, and they came up with both supports on the opposite end. Winthrop was doing their best to stall this out. They got the forward spawns, and that enough is good to take away.
Yeah, you get forward spawns. It's enough for this fight, even though, yes, you have that change now. Lucio Kyrie will be the match, considering it is just the full-on rush now. And Zera will swap off the Genji and goes over to the Pharah.
Ooh.
So Soch can have a little bit of an issue sometimes sniping the Pharah out of the air. The only other player, Rocket can maybe get a shuriken or two here and there. CJ will have trouble as well. So that'll force Northwood to play a little bit more tentative.
Yeah, because look at the angle that Zera's on, too. He's clear away from his team. He doesn't need to play safe. He can sit by the side. Northwood knows that if they're winning this fight in the open, it needs to be now. Beat Blade is out. Rocket dices Rack Attack. Gets a second on a Sam before he's caught by the last tendril of Infected. It is still a 2-from-1 favoring Northwood. And Painkiller has so much charge to work with. Infected shouldn't stick around for long.
Yeah, Infected just trying to get a little bit of ult charge back up, but no, it's going to be another fight win here for Northwood, but they won't stick around for too long quite yet. Still only 4 members here. They want to wait out, and especially now you have an override protocol in your face. That'll be a very forced retreat.
Yeah, you don't really have a choice. If you're Northwood, you can face the Rockets of Sam or face the Rockets of Zera, who, again, very far flank angle and nothing that Northwood can do to contest that.
It will be, let's see here on the spawns. They will get the forward spawn here for Haven and CJ on that late wave, but Zera already nearly at that barrage. It's going to be a continued issue for Northwood if it is not handled correctly, but they're at least marking some of these angles that Zera could be peeking his head out of.
So he's thinking about it, but now they know where he is. It's a lot safer. I think Haven, honestly, is waiting for Zera to overextend. Oh, never mind. He's dead. He's a secondary fire from Painkiller. Now you can just pop this for free to make sure that the fight is won. Raket's barely hanging on to life, and he just can't do much to keep Infected on his feet. His Ultraviolet is far away, taking out Haven. Instead, it's like, well, I gotta take the heal. Let's get a little aggressive, get the pick. The Northwood, at the end of the day, will still have bot.
3 minutes to go here. Northwood still holding on to a 27-meter lead. Kitsune Rush in the hand of a CJ. Ultraviolet almost has his built up as well. Could use it for a bit of a counter, depending on how much poke Winthrop takes during the beginning of this engage. But it's going to be up to Zera. How long can you hide to get this barrage off? As long as you get one, it's worth.
He's up in the sky.
Just live.
Headshot from Haven. Is a drop down. Suzu is used. That is a massive cooldown out of Winthrop. CJ knows it. Kitsune Rush out. Ultraviolet pulls the trigger, but perhaps too long. Graviton Surge from Painkiller. No deflect this time. Barrage from Zera. I mean, it gets 2. It will give Winthrop a good contest, at least.
Yeah, a decent contest. Just Lucio heals is pretty hard to sustain off of. But no deflect to worry about this time for Painkiller, and that'll lead to a massive grab. In Northwood, 108 meters, that is where they will decide it's good enough. Time to speed on out of here before any extra casualties, and almost ends up being a rocket, but a nice little bubble there from Painkiller. Making his play towards mid, advanced spawn still active in case they win this fight to push once more.
Now less than 2 minutes now. Winthrop, a lot of ground for them to make up. Holding on to this Kitsune Rush could just be the answer. Vega answers. Tempo beat. Architect gets there, barely gets it off. But thank goodness, no disasters yet. As everyone is on their feet, but I can't quite say the same for Vega. He's taking a lot of damage. Tries to skirt away. In fact, though, will whip right back around, take him out. And Northwood on the retreat. Rocket pulls the blade with nobody there. The rest of the team had already backed off.
Yeah, that fight was done. I think that was maybe a little bit of desperation trying to bring it back. But that isn't all that they are going to want back. Ooh. And even some stagger kills. That's the biggest one you could get. CJ out. Be more space now for Winthrop. Fort spawns reactivated here for the Eagles. And now look at these ults. Got Annihilation and the overclock here from Sam, and it doesn't even need it.
Wow. Sam is just rolling now on this Sojourn. Haven, again, we said that he just didn't get to participate last map. It's been a similar case here. Winthrop have done an excellent job at shutting him down at every turn. This lead is one fight away.
One fight, and Northwood have 0 ultimates to try and counter on. Maybe Haven can build up this overclock, but that is kind of a tentative thing. And Zera's almost got this barrage as well.
Pass has already been dropped by Northwood. They have one chance to pick it back up, but the lead, it's just gone. Winthrop take it for free. Northwood don't even contest the overclock of Sam. So much of a threat. They didn't want to take the risk.
And Winthrop realized, like, hey, we don't have to win this fight anymore. We can, and we will.
What a flank from Zera. CJ down, and it's basically all the healing. The Kitsune Rush no longer a choice. 20 seconds left to go, and Winthrop, they're knocking on Northwood's door.
They are here at the spawn doors, ready to take that lead. Annihilation still here for Stall with Infected, but it will be a Kitsune Rush from CJ. Can usher everybody out, try and push off Winthrop. If you're the Eagles, you just want ults out.
Haven, overclock, last chance now for Northwood. Overtime and a mountain still to climb, but you don't have Rocket. The Annihilation from Infected, enough to zone them back. Graviton Surge is still available. Painkiller biding his time for now. Knowing Infected is in the back line, he can't afford to hold it much longer though. Decides to put it solo onto the Kiriko. Yes, he comes up with 3. The turnaround is there for Northwood. Yet Winthrop are in such a good position. I don't know how long this can last.
Infected got 4 kills in the back there, but it's just not enough. Northwood survive, and now we'll bring the long escort of the bot back over to me. But that was the thing with Winthrop. They just wanted ults out from Northwood, and they get it. Overclock, grab, Kitsune, all gone, and they have the beat now to play around. This is Winthrop's map to lose.
It's all on Rack Attack here. Timing this right, whether it's a tempo beat or reactive one. Winthrop have the best possible tool to work with heading into this fight. How is he going to decide to use it? Sam incredibly low. But Suzu from Ultraviolet, and Rocket falls down. No bubbles in sight. That's the beat. Forwards, Winthrop surging on in. Zera grabs Vega and CJ for the road. What a turnaround from the Eagles. And even worse, the drop of the spaghetti from Northwood.
That back and fourth that we talked about earlier, no longer in the hands of Northwood. It is in the hands of Winthrop. What a turnaround on that map. And it felt like in Northwood, they got that rhythm going. They got in that win-loss. It's okay. You can keep the bot on Winthrop's side of the map. And then just 2-3 fights get put together here late. And it is just not enough from Northwood at the end. Didn't have those ultimates to bring back forward. Rocket was close, but died at 85%. And now Winthrop, 2 maps away from that title, but still a long ways to go in this series, considering how close these maps have been.
Like, honestly, from this deflected grab play, I think there was just momentum. Something that flipped in Winthrop. We're like, all right, if my Genji can do that, we can do anything. Swaps over to the Flora. So much off-angle pressure that Northwood never dealt with. Yeah, he wasn't in the kill feed a ton, but it set up Sam really well. Infected could walk in because everybody was pressured back. Northwood, I think they held on as long as they did because of Painkiller Zarya. If he wasn't on that hero, I think Haven and Rocket were just struggling against the Zera poke damage. They couldn't get anywhere, and Winthrop just made this map their own.
Yeah, it was just that last second turnaround, and I will say Sam's pickoffs at the beginning of that rush through, it was so big because it just eliminates an entire fight from Northwood. And Winthrop just like, oh, now we just get lead automatically. We can just extend it without having to commit everything to this. And that just was the perfect setup for Winthrop. And now 2-1 lead heading into map 4. Power now returns to Northwood. Didn't work out that time in the map pick. Escort and Hybrid now are your 2 options. I sense that Watchpoint Gibraltar in our future, or a Blizzard World, if I had to guess. It's got to be something like that, unless they want to lean more into that Zarya, which can work.
It can.
Know that the Tracer is going to be back into play, unless they, for whatever reason, ban it, but I'd be a little stunned if they did.
The Tracer being back for Rocket, I think, is going to help a lot. Genji, yeah, he can play it, but it's just not really what he's known for. Even with the Zarya bubbles, going against Zera, to one of his 2 top heroes being Tracer and Genji, I don't think there's many players in North America that could have stood a chance against that kind of play. I need to see this team rally, because I'm watching Northwood be the most calm, composed team ever, and then just stagger out for a minute and a half. Like, these are things that cannot happen and have to be cleaned up. Winthrop are taking advantage of those mistakes. It's not necessarily that they're having constant huge pop-offs anymore. Yeah. It's that they're seeing these little gaps in Northwood's playstyle and taking advantage of them.
When you were teams this high up, right? You were the number 1, number 2 teams in the country. You can't afford to make those little mistakes because you know the team on the other side of that stage is going to stretch that little mistake into a mile of progress, and that's exactly what happened there on Aruna Sapi. And you got to give credit to Winthrop. They see that opportunity and they take it. They do not let it slip. But now we get to see what Northwood would like to do next. And again, it's a similar spot. I will say we had our little bit of preds on social media ahead of this. We both leaned to Northwood, but I was telling people earlier, it was 55-45, maybe even closer than that. We knew this was going to be an absolute dogfight going into this series, and that's exactly what we've gotten so far.
And this can totally be a toss-up. The 2 results that we have from this semester specifically, 2-0 for Northwood and then a 3-1 for Northwood. And that was when OWCS was still going on. I think on an individual mechanical level, Northwood have been able to outmatch Winthrop. But these past 2 weeks where they have constantly been scrimming, knowing what they are doing, and again, not leaning into this Lucio Kiri as much, picked it up there at the end and it works pretty well. It's those types of things that are keeping them up. And look how much energy is going on. And you have to be. It's these kind of vibes that will help you play it well, that will help you move on forwards. Kind of looking at Winthrop in the past, they are a very boom or bust kind of team when it comes to the mental. So having this much energy and hype going into that, because I'm a huge turnaround on Nasapi, that's going to carry on forward. And Winthrop not only have to fight against a Winthrop team who are more confident, but one that has this momentum behind them.
You can tell like there was an extra burst of energy after that map. Just it being a comeback in the map, a little bit of a pause in and around, and it was probably a little bit of frustration. Like whenever you have issues, like it's frustrating. Yeah. Having that and if it being Sam, I think having those staggers like, yo, I'm here now. Let's just go. Let's go do this thing. That's a major boost to this team. I think if you're Northwood, you have to find some sort of answer. That is not a map I thought we were going to see, but I don't mind it. Midtown is going to be map 4. Hybrid, it'll be the break ban, forcing potentially more of that Lucio Kiri out.
That's what I'm thinking. I don't think it's Lucio Kiri. I think you play Ana Iardi.
Yeah.
That's just so valid here. Jetpack Cat Bastion can also work really well on portions of this map. And the Diva ban, I'm not too sure about that. I feel like this is more just forcing the Ramatra or the Zarya from Painkiller.
It depends. Second phase is so wide open. You almost like, first phase you can run whatever. Sometimes you get a little bit tricky with some sim TP strats. You can run a rush with like a Mei, or you can just run the dive and try and rotate around Firehouse. Second phase is so wide open. You need some sort of movement, whether it be the dive or Hyper Ring, Lucio Amp, something to get around. Because that high ground's rough, man. That high ground is rough to push into. Third phase, yeah, we're going to be seeing more the Zarya, the Ramatra. We used to see a lot of Domina, but she's, you know, that hero's kind of dead in a corner right now in this meta, it feels like. But this will see pretty much all sorts of angles from these teams. We'll get to see the rush, we'll get to see the dive. Dare I say, if Winthrop win this is done. It feels like it, because they would have the momentum from that last map. This map now, you need to win 3 maps in a row. 2 of those would have to be Winthrop map picks. It'd be a very tough situation from Northwood to come back from. It is possible. They have done it in similar situations before, but sometimes when you have a crowd like this, momentum can build exponentially. It's a little bit of a tall order sometimes.
And we're only 3 maps in to what could go all the way to 7 here in our best of 7 matchup. We're going to send it to a quick commercial break and get back in to our Collegiate Overwatch Open NACE Finals.
My name is Ryan Murky Mojica. I am a coach at George Mason University Esports Call of Duty team, and I am a computer engineering and computational data science student. When I first needed a car, I was 18, out straight out of high school, driving a Chevy Suburban up 45 minutes in rush hour every day, and I kind of just got to a point where I kind of wanted something a little bit more enjoyable. InTouch was actually in the same building that I worked in. You know, I went to my dad and asked, like, okay, I want to do this, I want to get a new car. And he said, like, all right, let's go over to InTouch. There was a lot of uncertainty going into this process. I was expecting a lot of paperwork, a lot of numbers, really understand kind of how any of this worked. The person we were talking to was actually a car guy, so he was almost like really excited. He's like, yeah, you're getting your first car, you know, what are you getting? Having a car really helped me travel for esports events, and not only that, it just gives me the ability to be the team dad. I give my players rides, get to campus for NACE matches, and just supporting the team in a bigger way that I wouldn't be able to before. If any NACE students are looking for financial tools, resources, and support from people who care, I recommend checking out InTouch Credit Union. With graduation coming up, I honestly don't think I'd be where I'm at in my financial journey without them.
Full Sail University Fortress venue is pretty hyped here with our Overwatch Open Collegiate Grand Finals. Winthrop University, after a bit of a rocky start, had managed to take the lead 2-1. Now 2 consecutive map wins. It's up to Northwood to find that fire. From map number 1, they've been cool, calm, composed. Everything fell apart in this last map.
Yeah, it felt like they had it, and just slowly the momentum drifted away from Northwood to these guys right behind us with all the Winthrop signs. But again, shout out all the fans here. We got a lot of support from both, a lot of Winthrop parents here today. But yeah, we got now Northwood. This is a chance for them to even up the score, turn this into a best of 3 late in this series. And again, a 3-1 hole is a rough one to come back from. You gotta kind of build that gap up. If you're Winthrop, you gotta shut it down. If you're Northwood, you can't give this team momentum. They're gonna run away with this thing if you do.
And I think that place to regain the momentum is Midtown. Of all the maps, an unexpected pick, to say the least, out of our hybrid. And this to me screams Haven needs to do well.
Yes.
We are setting Haven up for success by picking this map over something like a Blizzard world. You're not really going to be running too much dive on this map. I mean, the Diva going
like
away.
Here and there.
You could, like Hazard perhaps on a second point, but to start, it is going to be on these especially hit scan DPS and Sam and Haven. And Sam's kind of had Haven's number today.
Yeah.
A sentence I did not think I would be saying at all, and has really been helping us out. Infected, making the swaps around as needed to continue to be the anchor for this team. But here's the other thing. I don't think we're playing Lucio Kira either.
No.
We're playing, I'm sensing some Ana Iardi gameplay, which has been what Winthrop has preferred.
At least I think for Winthrop. I think Northwood, probably Kirialari, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
They haven't shown any Ana basically at all today. They've been leaning more towards...
CJ played it a little bit.
A little bit on Servasa,
Yeah.
yes. They play, well, I think it was the Ana... I think it was the Ana Alari actually on that map. So maybe you throw in the Kiri there if you feel like it's necessary to even just get through some of these chokes. You just want to use the cleanse, make sure nobody dies on entry. But then you could also get punched in the face 5 seconds later and then you don't have a cleanse to save your team. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag on depending on how you want to go about it. But this is the real opportunity. Winthrop could just shut the door on this thing right now. And the scary thing is, again, we have another grand final after this for varsity. Winthrop against St. Clair. St. Clair, a lot of the boys are actually right up there watching the game right now. This is a scary team. If they build momentum in this first final, they're probably going to continue in that second final, and that is a scary thought.
Yeah, it's on Northwood. Again, taking a longer break to recover, to pick this map, I think is very important for this roster. Having Tracer back for Rocket will be huge. Having more of a match for Zera. And again, it's not like a Rocket can't play other things. His Tracer is just so
iconic.
far and away his best. You kind of have to. And with how strong Tracer is on literally every single map, you just got to do it. It'll force Zera into a matchup 2. You do not want him going back on the Genji. Still thinking about that deflected grab. As soon as we went to break last time, he took off his headset. Like, that deflected grab, which is a warranted reaction. So you don't want to have that to worry about here. He will be back on the Tracer, and you did protect the Kiriko Iardi.
And, well, Winthrop could be thinking about a few things here. So we're going to let them kind of do their thing. It is going to be that Kiri Alari. Alari's is so good, especially at defense on this map. You can set up that pylon anywhere, and the heal radius is insane. Painkiller was trying to hold it down. This first choke point can be tough. It can be really rough to push on through. That's what Northwood's goal will have to be, with some extra nades in from Haven. But they're about to get quite a reality check as the Cat Bastion comp is back.
It's going to be on Haven and Vega to deal with it. There's just not much Painkiller. We'll have a say in this matter. And Rocket, he's on his own to 1v2 Zera and Ultraviolet. And we will be keeping well protected. They're waiting their time, ideally for Zera, I think, to get set up, and for Infected to get around the corner. So here's that rotation form that we were expecting. Just 5 it in the corner, and Painkiller, great Vortex, will force him down. And there's the Nemesis form. Just not opting to deal with that Bastion to take the risk. Crack Attack, low on health, will still taxi his Sam over to safety as Vega is already down. If this Bastion isn't a threat, it's these Bionades and follow-up from Infected. That will go ahead and be Northwood's bane. Sam finally gets the value he was looking for. Ultraviolet takes care of the rest.
Vega just got ditched in Firehouse. Everybody turned for the Bastion, and Vega was still set up over there. Infected sees that, finds the one-on-one, and Winthrop cap early here on point. A 5.5 minutes as we enter into Streets. And this is probably the best phase of the map for this Bastion Cat comp as well. So much high ground to use, so much verticality. The ceiling on this map is ridiculous. This could be a scary thought for Northwood if they do not find an answer quickly like they did over on Saravasa.
You know what the crazy part is too? It's not even Sam that's doing stuff.
No, he's just the distraction.
He's the distraction, and he's terrifying. Northwood don't even want to take a risk. Like, well, there you go. He wasn't attached to a jetpack at this time. CJ just overextends. Rocket, though, does win the 1v1, so he has a bit more free access to the back line. But that's where Sam will come in. One threat after another. Great healing out of Vega and his pylon. Keep the Emre on his feet, and Haven will get Rocket Attack out of the sky. So Sam is a sitting duck down here, away from the payload, hoping that will catch up and give a little more cover. But the sleep again adds the nano. This is the problem. I'm shocked we didn't get an Ana ban on this map in particular. It's been Zera taking advantage of it. It is a nice sleep dart. Nothing else will follow through. Haven is back, and he seems to be back in business in terms of how he's playing, which is much needed for Northwood.
And this is an ideal setup for Haven. To set up here on high ground, put the nades on the stairwell as anybody's trying to build out and jump on up. Obviously Infected a little bit more choreographed as well on where he will be coming from on some of these fights. But you got the downpour now you got to worry about with artillery strike. That could be dangerous.
Or just the downpour gets out of it. Huge got the something and throws it at the pool. Both hit. Raktek doesn't get to safety either. Painkiller hunts him down. His hazard swap paying off in Northwood, showing us shades of what we saw in map 1.
That was such a 100 IQ play right there. Like, he may not hit the flying cat bastion, but he can hit the wall that they're close enough to where the splash radius is going to land. What a fantastic play there from Vega. And now already 2 minutes gone off this street space clock, but still plenty of time for Winthrop to try and figure this out. But now they'll have to wait a little bit longer. A little bit of a jump scare on Infected on entry. And that'll force a little bit of a change up here, at least on how they approach.
Of all the people to die first, Infected is the last one you would expect that to happen to. I think he used the Nemesis form to get back to the fight faster and just sat there and said, well, that sucks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a reality check. Welcome back to the series, Infected.
Well, it will be Winthrop looking for approach. You have Catnapper, but I don't think Raktek wants to use it. You want to get this cooldown from Sam first. Force Haven to hide around the cover. Won't result in much. Artillery Strike is out. Tempted to corner a player, and that won't really happen. Haven taking things into his own hands alongside Rocket. Finally gets the kill onto Ultraviolet, even if he pays for it eventually. Haven popping off on this map. We needed him to come back alive, and he is here.
Zera does get 2 pickoffs during this. Both supports are down for Northwood at the moment. Opens the door for maybe a contest. Winthrop do make some changes. Matches the Alari and the Emre, but that is a little bit rough.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe expect the blinks to go a bit further. You're just kind of in the open with a lot of people shooting at you. It happens. Tracer will get back to the fight fast. Has some mana boost from Ultraviolet to work with. Did go to Zera last time. This one may be an Infected play if he can get to high ground.
Yeah, that's the big thing. If they can get to high ground. It's not the easiest task right now, considering that, in fact, they made the swap over to the Ramatra, and there's no way of getting to high ground.
Yeah, but Northwood pull the trigger first, and CJ's Kitsune Rush. Vega follow up. Captive Sun eats a whole lot of shield. Not exactly the play that you were looking for. And Rack Attack UV, this double flex support comp has been working out all day for Winthrop. They're going to keep on that streak as Winthrop will finally get themselves some progress on this payload.
Yeah, it took 4 minutes, but they eventually get through this opening choke point, and now high ground completely in their control. That'll set up a lot, including a Bionade from Ultraviolet. If this fight wasn't already a little bit scuffed, it is now.
I think that was also Infected throwing the Vortex into the backline. Catching out the Yardi there. Couldn't use the shift to get away. Will be punished. Last fight now for Northwood to defend this point.
They will at least have time to get back over here, but they won't have any ults to work with. Maybe a pulse from Rocket, but then getting marked out of everywhere recently. But Sam is locked in a corner.
Sam is back. Rack Attack giving up the Captive Sun to hopefully help win the 1v1. Didn't really do the same, though, for Ultraviolet. He is the solo support in this battle. No! Goes away just as the shots land. It's on to Sam now. Clear the battlefield. It will be close to final fight, or at least it should be for Winthrop. They are committing every single ult, and it will be well worth it. Second point capped. 2 minutes left to go.
And they hold on to the Nano as well to go on to probably Infected into this next fight. Maybe initially wanted to pair it with the Override Protocol, but Sam felt like, hey, we gotta use this. We cannot afford to lose this fight, and that was indeed the case. Northwood have a little bit more to work with. Again, Pulse with the downpour, maybe the Override here from Haven, Rush. They just can't use everything all at once.
Painkiller, though, anteed up, has to run away. There's the Pulse Bomb. Not really at all to think about it. Now, this one, much more important, particularly since Infected is running it down to the backline. These trades have to come through. Rack Attack eats a bunch of Cactus. Although Northwood, they don't have a way to get through. Another amazing Bionade and a Sleep Dart. Knocks him off high ground. It just will not keep them alive long enough. Look at the turnaround. That is all because of Ultraviolet.
That is all UV right now. And if I won't lie, if I had to pick an MVP for this series right now, it has to be UV. Single-handedly has turned several fights that have been crucial for Winthrop during this series, but we've still got a lot of Overwatch to go, including this Override, which will just cue the escort out from Winthrop. They want nothing to do with it.
Yeah, we're not messing with that. It will pay off in the end. Some more of a zoning thing than anything. Zera did chuck out the Pulse Bomb not too long ago. But again, UV tracks down the final blow onto Haven after the target was called. These overextensions are starting to get punished. A sleep dart anti on the Painkiller. Like, what can't this guy do? Vega's captive son, yeah, it's there, but who's there to actually capitalize on it? It's falling apart again for Winthrop.
Winthrop just continue to push on. They ideally would love to have some time, but there goes the pop-off recently. Haven, the late Widow swap, and it gets immediate value.
We barely see this work when it comes out, but the time it does, oh man, does it feel good. And with UV out of the fight, that's a happy time for Painkiller. Recently swapped to the Orisa, the push on forward. No tank. Winthrop have no choice but to commit. Great swap from Haven. He'll manage to help clutch this one out with the help of Vega and Rocket. So Winthrop stopped just before the finish line and have some serious momentum as they will switch sides to the defense.
Good recovery from Northwood at the very end. When you get, fight after fight after fight, having those kind of just early staggers, the one benefit is you don't use a lot of ults in those fights. You have a lot for that late second buildup. So at least that worked out for Northwood, but not ideal by any stretch. Take a little bit. Look at the scoreboard here. That's a pretty even.
Yeah.
Across, slightly Winthrop favored, but it's not like it's anything crazy.
No, and I think it really came from Northwood's hold on second point, is most of those stats. But if you should have said then, like, oh boy, that's huge. Since then, though, it's been mostly Winthrop outside of that last piece of clutch. Good news for Northwood, they're looking significantly better than what they did on Rumisapi. Much more controlled in the approaches that they are taking, and they're taking initiative. Winthrop were allowed to have the big old I'm gonna go in stick for too long. They've now passed that off, or rather ripped it out of their hands. It's been very helpful for that defense. Now as we switch sides, to become all more apparent, Winthrop gonna run it back.
Yeah, no reason to change it up at this point. Just let UV sit backfire, right? And just have all these sight lines possibly imaginable. This Rocket, Hanzo, I'm pretty sure it's just for sonar, or not even going to be sonar, just not even wanting to run it in general. But let's see here. I think he's just having fun.
He's having an identity crisis. That's what's
a little
going on.
bit. Painkiller though, the Zarya?
Zarya Reaper.
It worked well on Runasapi. Not with the Reaper necessarily, but it can work. It's the same game plan as we've seen from that Zarya Vendetta comp a lot recently. It's just a little bit more select. You don't have the immediate kill power that the Vendetta had.
Yes, here are the two sides of this coin. Rocket can now assassinate Rack Attack and Ultraviolet if he gets a bubble. He'll be fine. But this means Xerath has so much more free space to work. So the pressure on the opposite side, never mind. Haven will handle that accordingly. No Tracer for Winthrop and Northwood. See, TP, bubble, and there's nothing Sam can do about that. He shot it, and he has so much health. It's easy to hit these shots if he's in the right position. Having those dire triggers added to base kit, it's given so much power over to Reaper, and he's gonna come up with a triple.
I love that change, by the way. That's just such a good quality of life change for Reaper. And you can see why it's in moments like this where it can really work. And already Winthrop needing to figure out something. Basically an identical time bank going into second phase, but this middle bit, especially the first phase of second, this is where it's going to matter. How long can Winthrop hold the line on the high ground before potentially Northwood is able to break through?
Sam did swap over to the Sojourn, so you can actually have a way to get away from the Bubbled Reaper now instead of the M rank, which is a good choice. But as a bubble on in, Rocket's like, you know what, I don't want to be there. Almost got caught out by Infected's Cactus. Someone like bunny hop over it. Whether he knew that was coming or not, but Northwood, as he said, this is a very difficult spot for them to move through. It's on Rocket to break that door down, and okay, he can parkour over Cactus. That's a new one. Goes straight on to Infected, forces the Nano out, but you're playing inside of Kitsune Rush. Painkiller put to sleep and antied up. Infected, you could tell he wanted to go in, just didn't have the cooldown to do so. Thankfully, Rack Attack's been chilling on the high ground, popped Vega, but he just can't do anything. Northwood are investing everything into this Reaper. Ends up being a 2 for 2. Xerath comes up with a pulse bomb kill plus Painkiller. Propelled some movement though. So, what a sleep.
Yeah, the Flex DPS trade doubles. Eventually it's Vega.
Okay.
Who finds one onto Ultraviolet. That'll give Northwood way more space. Granted, that healing pylon's still there, helping out with a lot of the healing loss that you get with no Ana in the fight. But even with that, Northwood gain high ground control, and they have the Sun Barrier going into this next fight.
Yeah, Haven gets even bubbled here. It's gonna be so hard for Rack Attack. In fact, impossible. You can value as Haven soars in. No fear in the world of Sam. Turnaround for the Northwood DPS has been ridiculous. Haven eventually will get shut down, and it's just nothing Winthrop has been able to say about this Zarya Reaper composition. It's still Ultraviolet fighting his way through this fight. Rack Attack might be able to get one, but the boop from Vega will keep CJ alive long enough to land the kunai shots. Scrappy as it is, Winthrop spawns are closer, so they'll have another chance at holding.
As much as Vega and CJ would love to 2v2 that, I think, it's just not a winnable fight there for the supports, but so much ground made. An extra 2 minutes or so to hit this last point than what Winthrop had during their attack, as Zera has the pulse bomb, just waiting to see if anyone's going to pass by. But for now, everybody is up on height.
Okay, taking his time. It's Rapidon surging to the backline. What a throw from Infected, but it's just not enough. Rocket was on the opposite side of the grab. Sam goes bye-bye, but Zera lands yet another pulse bomb onto the support. Keeps this up long enough to the nano onto Infected. Does the job, and a fight that should have secured the win with the Graviton Surge goes up in flames.
Yes, you get your one from it and you shut down the potential for the overclock, but you still have that nano hazard that you have to worry about. And there's no answer from it because Cleanse was used early, no sound barrier as well. And Northwood back to the drawing board. They'll have the rush to escort over to point. Could pair it with Rocket's Death Blossom, just make that thing a real Beyblade going on. But Winthrop still have plenty of options to go about this, and they're starting to figure out the Rocket game plan. Well, or what was left of it.
I was going to say, Rocket not being there for the Rocket game plan kind of foils that. So Winthrop, see how many players they can clean up and stagger. What started as a 5.5-minute time bank is down to 2.
And, they almost get Painkiller, but they do drag out the Cleanse, which will lead to the death of Vega. So this will still allow it even further. Winthrop not having to use any ultimates during this as well, so now they have the Captive Stun to go throw into this. Zera's almost got another Pulse Bomb to go into this next fight. Got Vega last time. We'll be looking for another support this time around. But 90 seconds, Northwood got to find some sort of play soon.
They're going to start it off with Haven. Rack Attack hoping to force something out of Vega, but the TP Suzu from CJ gives him the life support necessary to sleep down onto Rocket. That's the big combo that you're looking for. Winthrop, they suffered against this now, but they're thriving off the fact that Rack Attack Ultraviolet cannot be touched because of the sleeps.
Northwood, every single time they think they have a game plan, Winthrop have the immediate punch to not allow the plan to go fully through. Try to open up with the override protocol. Immediate Captive Sun drags out the Cleanse from CJ. That leads to the death of Haven, who has now gone over to the Soj. Yes, you still have Rush. You still have Blossom. You're getting close to beat and grab. But you need to win now 2 fights. This card has regressed so much in the last 2 minutes.
Bubble's already out onto Rocket, too. Has the Death Blossom available, but won't need it. Reaper firing as fast as he does with those shotguns. You don't really stand a chance if you're in front of him like you are. There we go. Has the faster TP to get to the back line. Oh, well, maybe they're in front of me. But the pellet's so far to go for Northwood.
Yeah. They basically had to win one fight to get themselves back into the position where they were earlier, but they only had to use the rush. They have a beat to answer anything that Winthrop have up their sleeves. Zera is stuck in between a rock and a hard place with Rack Attack. Just try to take the 2v2 and they bring out beats.
I was going to say, who's stuck with who here? Vega has to use the sound barrier just to stay alive, and it doesn't help the rest of the team. Sam overclocked in the front line. Rocket, yeah, Death Blossom there, but that's a second out of the Sojourn, and the nail in the coffin for Midtown. Winthrop now up to series points.
One map away from the first major title for Winthrop. As what a second hold there. And man, this guy has really turned it up. These last 2 maps, Sam has been going insane with some of these overclocks and override protocols. Granted, does it help that you get a nano for this one? Absolutely. That helps shred immediately, but still great game plan from Winthrop. And another Northwood map pick goes the way of the Eagles. And now 3 maps in a row needed for Northwood to avoid collapse.
That one really hurts for Northwood because they got some serious momentum back. We're starting to see Haven and Rocket find their rhythm again. It just wasn't enough. And here's the thing with their attack. Yeah, the Reaper worked once, but the other side of that coin is Zera could do whatever the heck he wanted. If brought so much time and attention away that it never looked like Northwood took a cohesive fight in the 5.5 minutes they had to cap the second point.
Yeah, this was just, I won't lie, during this right here, I thought Northwood were going to get it, have a like 3-4 minutes going into final phase, but this hold by the Midtown Tunnel was so good. That is the stuff, if you are a different team, you want to get better at Midtown second defense, watch that VOD back. It perfectly executed, never allowed Northwood to reach up to high ground to set up anything. Anytime Northwood tried to go low ground, somebody was there. Yes, it helps that you have UV to sleep basically anybody to push on through. But what a performance there from Winthrop. It is a very tall order now. I said it earlier. It feels like if Winthrop steal away map 4, this thing is done. I'm not willing to say that yet, but man, it is a tough task here for Northwood.
Would be considered an upset if they managed to pull this off today. And I think Northwood came in so confident for this game. You've beaten Winthrop so many times this semester. I think it's warranted to have a certain level of confidence, but this team has spent the last 2 weeks preparing specifically to play your team. You cannot show up and have that level of almost disrespect towards what these players can do and the outcome of it. They don't know what to do about this Bastion comp if it comes out. The infected hazard is absolutely frying right now. Not to mention, you just went a full 5.5 minutes of leaving Zera uncontested. Their backs are up against the wall. They've one more shot with this escort map to help bring it around, but 3 in a row. It feels almost impossible with how Winthrop are playing.
Right now, it feels like they can do no wrong. Yeah. And that is just an unbelievable thing to say, considering, Northwood won both meetings prior to this in the Swiss stage and in the upper bracket final. Northwood got the better of Winthrop. But we were talking to Weeds. He said, we've been practicing way more these 2 weeks leading up to this event. We want this. This is the game that will matter. The other two don't. They're playing like it right now. That is for damn sure. But let's see how they want to do it. Northwood still have the power to go into this map 5. It is escort no matter what going into this. So you will have very limited options. The one benefit is if we go to a map 6, everything resets. You just can't play a same map twice, but all the map types reopen.
Yeah, it'll be better, but you gotta get over this hurdle. This is what we got. Havana, Watchpoint Gibraltar, and Rialto are the 3 choices for this Northwood team. What are you gonna stick with in this match? Like, this is you could dive, ban the Ana. If the Ana ban hasn't happened, it needs to go now.
Ultraviolet
is doing things that he absolutely should not be getting away with. As you already said, it's MVP level performance out of this guy. And if you're going to an escort map where Ana range is going to be the best thing for you, it has to end here. Otherwise, I really do question what Northwood's planning process has been for some of these maps.
Yeah, we talked about even the beginning of this series. Haven had a lot of weight on his shoulders. I think there is no true hit skin on the other side. What can you do? Can't you build that gap to allow the rest of your team to lead on? And we saw that in map 1. Haven was going nuts on Lijiang Tower, but Samus turned up. He ever since halfway through Suravasa, he has been turning it around. He's been winning a lot of these duels, getting a lot of early stagger picks, and has worked out excellently for Winthrop. And usually, again, Zera, unbelievable talent. We've seen that all the time on Team Liquid. And it helps, he gets to play with his buddy Infected up here. And that chemistry has been very apparent on a lot of these Tracer Hazard dives. It's just so much right now. Northwood, you have to pick your poison, try and counter one thing with the bans, and then with the strats, you got to figure out answers to everything else. But it feels nearly impossible right now with how the Eagles are playing. It's unbelievable.
I mean, they haven't picked their poison yet, but they have picked their map. Could be the last one for Northwood. One last chance to make a stand here. See where they are heading next. For this is Escort. Again, it's going to focus on this range. Sam has been doing so well.
Unbelievable today.
I went into this tournament fully thinking that, not having a hit scan player is going to hurt. But Sam's also been doing this now for 2 years.
Yeah.
With Winthrop, this roster has had several semesters of synergy to build this up, where there's still some newer components on this Northwood roster as we've seen them so far this season. And this map pick is so incredibly important to how they are going to pull it out. Like, what do you do? Do you try to dive when that's all Winthrop have been doing in the first place?
Maybe. It just feels like right now, Northwood, like we talked about it, maybe, hey, the D.Va's great, the Hazard's all right. The way Infected's playing it right now, it feels like it's the other way around. It's going to be Rialto.
There it is.
And there is, this is what we thought was going to happen. The Ana ban is finally out from Northwood. Go to a long-range map in the Zarya ban in response. A great answer from Northwood, understanding that they could try and go a Zarya late into this thing. Let's just delete that off the board. Try and stick it probably primarily or a Matra. Maybe we see some Sigma. I doubt a ton of it, but it's probably going to be a Ramatra mirror like we saw in Control Center.
Yeah, likely Ramatra, perhaps Hazard sprinkled in on some of our objectives, but yeah, it really should be Ramatra. That Ana ban, though, I'm happy with that. Northwood finally are taking that away, and that's the thing. It's not like they didn't know it was an issue. They were just saving it for a moment that they thought it mattered most, and Rialto certainly that spot. Because it also, and you can play like a Yardi Kiriko. It's something that we have seen from them as well. But it's got to go. UV said it himself. You have to ban her on it.
Got to ban it at some point.
It's got to go. This is the one time it's going to happen. If we are going to see a comeback from Northwood, they have set themselves up in what I think are the best circumstances possible given the situation.
But can you execute? Like, we thought they were in a fantastic position on Runasapi 2 maps ago. And then the spaghetti is fumbled, and Winthrop steal the map, and the momentum has been with them ever since that point. And it's often, you usually can't pick out, like, this moment is when everything changed. It feels like you can right now with that series. Ever since they started to bring that comeback up, you got the deflected grab, you got same with those early staggers to set up that fight. Ever since that point, Winthrop have been playing like one of the best teams in the country right now. Or like the best team in the country, maybe North America wide, collegiate, non-collegiate. They've been playing at that type of level these last 2.5 maps. Can they do it for one more to seal the deal?
Yeah, it's been mid-game adjustments. It's been the struggle for Northwood. Winthrop are playing unconventional compositions in terms of supports, and because of that, it also means that you have to adjust from playing Lucio Kiriko for the past year or however long to learning something new. And Northwood seem to have struggled with that. Taking the on away will be a start. It's not like Ultraviolet doesn't have several other heroes that he will go back to. It seems we are returning some good old helicopter Bastion on the field. Zera looks for a shot.
And Zara, just looking for that opening. We almost saw it actually work yesterday. I think during St. Clair, Cumberland, it almost worked. But Zara, very quickly, let us match the Tracer of Rocket. And a very good pylon placement there from Vega. Try and hide it from just this flying ball of doom in the air right now from Sam. But here we go. Wide flank around. It's going to catch somebody out here. CJ trying to play undercover as well.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's good that
Oh my god, almost fell off.
Rack attack! Well, at least he fell on the ledge, so didn't drop the Bastion too, but Haven and has a really good start, and Sam just can't get around the corner. That's 2 players down to his name. So that's, I think, where the D.Va has helped, but getting on the corner, payload staying at the spot to match the Ramatra will be a bit more challenging.
Yeah, you have to find some sort of way to get around Painkiller if you're in Winthrop, so you don't just have DM in your face all the time, but you also can't have Raktak get shot out of the sky. It's a little bit harder for UV on the Kiriko to keep Rack up, and we're already seeing that, and Rocket winning that Tracer deal has been wanting to return to that.
Ew.
That disgusting. Okay.
Which is like, Ultraviolet, what do you do? He just ran up the stairs like, I'm gonna go take this one.
There's nobody up here, right?
CJ's definitely home.
So when you walk into an Airbnb, it's like, oh, somebody is still staying here. Whoops.
That's terrifying.
Yeah. Already 1.5 minutes gone. 2.5 remain here.
Wrecking ball.
I respect it.
On this part of the map?
It's not like the Ramatra's going to be able to do much. You might as well try and boop some of these backline members around to set up Sam in the air.
Winthrop are causing chaos. Left, right, and center. I think it's worth it. Ultraviolet now on the ERD too, so even more of a ranged threat. Let's see how much protection he has available though, because Rocket is on him. Yeah, being out of range, Painkiller being on the D.Va. It's so hard, I think, for Ultraviolet to stay alive with this specific composition as Northwood get a free pick every time he's there. And Rack Attack died again.
Rack Attack and Sam both fall. And the hold so far from Northwood has been exquisite. Zera just chilling in the spawn of Northwood, but Rocket's like, it ain't worth it, man. Eventually, he's got to come back to this point. Only 52 meters reached so far from the Eagles. Now 90 seconds, they've given up on the jetpack after the gamble has not worked. So it'll be Brig Emre as the response.
Yeah, they'll make those swaps over. Brig, absolutely necessary. Ultraviolet has been suffering this map. He's like, dude, give me a hand. Episode out from Vega, and it sets up the kill onto Sam. Not entirely sure if that landed, but you take those. Your painkiller. As Winthrop still on this wrecking ball, and I think it's a little more challenging to run it without the jetpack cat. Bastion, these hallways are narrow. Separating this team is almost impossible.
At some point, you got to find a way to break on through, but it feels nearly impossible right now. Override protocol, you got to worry about self-destruct and the Kitsune Rush. There's so many elements, but it'll be... Well, it was the captive son.
What a play from Painkiller. Heard the voice lines like, nope, I am there. Eats that one up. Northwood, use the Kitsune Rush. Everyone from Winthrop backs off, as that's kind of the main win con Winthrop we're banking on.
Yeah, now they just have minds to go on point, maybe create a little bit of space instead onto the back line, trying to find Vega, and does. Is this the opening now?
Yeah, but look how low Rack Attack is. He's the rally to pop at the last second. He'll manage to stay alive under the threat of Painkiller at the top. And Ultraviolet will clutch this one out. Winthrop, he'll get through. Northwood should have a touch.
No, it should have a touch from Painkiller and has the self-destruct to go back into mech to extend this fight even further. Haven still has override protocol. All you can really hope for if you're Winthrop is you dodge out of the way. There's nothing to stop this.
Now we'll have the point touch. Our problem with the wrecking ball is actually staying there. It's Rack Attack right now. He's on the objective. Vega! What the heck? Gets poked out at the start with the boop, I'm assuming, from Infected based on the assist. But Haven has to pop this to stay alive. Will be a good zoning tool in the self-destruct plus this together, but he's on the low ground. He's in the threat zone of this Tracer, and Sam takes out Rocket. The only thing to match is the ball. Can't keep contesting, but that's okay. You got team members. Keep this one up. And as soon as that tank fell, this one as good as done. Winthrop will break through, and Northwood's defense incredibly solid.
I gotta give credit when credit's due. What a play from Infected to disrupt in the backline. Never let Haven get set up for that override that could change this entire fight. Gets an early pick onto Vega. CJ is fighting for his life, let alone trying to save Painkiller's life up front. A great play from the wrecking ball, and now sets up Winthrop with 2 more minutes.
Oh. All right, Rack Attack gets the shield, just gives, well, there you go. I have something for you. And Winthrop, though, minefields from Infected, moving more towards this main area, and it leaves Rocket with no escape between the mines and a hard place. Aftersun was out, but everyone will stay alive on the Winthrop side. Vega regroups with the rest of his team as Infected make this map look more like Ribalto.
Yeah, Infected just doesn't care about anything right now. He's like, I'm just living my life. Northwood, you got a player on me.
Well, I wish Sam kind of had the same idea. He does get chopped out of the ultimate there. Painkiller flies up to the sky, so seems like the space that Winthrop did manage to take will fall down after Siege's Kitsune Rush.
I think the Cassidy is a great swap. Haven can, well, kind of live.
Try.
And that'll force some swaps out. This is 2 staggers from Zera. Make it 3!
3 players down. Northwood spawns are light years away compared to that of Winthrop. Painkiller will back up. He'll buy more time for his team, but I don't even know if that's going to be enough.
Has no right to even get 2, let alone 3 picks during that fight, does Zera. That'll force Painkiller has to play up close, but supports are yet to get here, just coming back now. So at least some space gained from Winthrop with those picks.
Now Rack Attack rallies the team together. Not going to push too aggressive with it. Just going to use it as a defense as Northwood see the threat. Not messing around. It's UV's time to shine. Got it eaten up last time, and he'll be here for a second. Painkiller clips it with the edge of the Matrix. It's gone. A Rocket that's back. Rack Attack down. Solely supporting the Yardi, and that is a very scary thing with both in Painkiller and Rocket on their respective heroes. Infected holding it down on the point, but feeling the lack of healing coming through. 19 seconds left. Winthrop, you're not going to have a tank.
Yeah, Infected will not get here on time, and he will not have Zera to get the last second touch. In fact, it's like, I gotta go ball. No reason to stay on the rematch, but who even is the touch?
Not Rack Attack, I can tell you that much. The Wrecking Ball swap actually works out. He parkours over the roof. I mean, he's there, but there's just no reinforcements that will be coming in. Yes, eventually, Zera will arrive. You have no stall potential. Northwood put their foot down just short of second point. They're giving themselves a mediocre win condition.
No last-second magic from Winthrop during second phase like they got on first, which honestly, considering how the first 3.5 minutes of this map went, Winthrop will be at least content with where this cart ended up. But still a lot of work to do here on the defense to lock it down. Win condition for Northwood is here to try and extend this out to a map 6. You just got to go 104 meters in the second phase. But Winthrop, their eye is on the prize. They know what is at stake now. They know the condition to bring home the program's first title here in Overwatch in program history. Let's see if they're able to do it on the defense. They're just going to go back to that Ramatra that they started on earlier. As fun as the Wrecking Ball was, it's not really going to work very well on defense.
I mean, it would have been funny. But
it would have been hilarious.
North would have enjoyed it. The rest of Winthrop and their fans, not so much. So I like this Ramatra pick a lot. No shenanigans. This is a very serious neutral comp we are seeing from this team. We'll be matching the Tracer and everything so far. Biggest thing is especially looking at Rack Attack and Ultraviolet. Kiriko Brig, not easy to get on top of.
Oh, not easy at all. Like, it is going to be several steps needed even to get remotely close to having that go through. Northwood, again, Haven, let's see if he gets his opening pick. You never know. 1 in a million shot. And no.
Looks for it. Still 6 on it a little longer.
Yeah,
Could have had
Sam, you do not want it, man.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you, Rack Attack, for that, honestly. Deflected with the shield there. Keep him alive. Haven, baiting? Okay, not Junkrat. We're not playing Junkrat in this. All right, that's more like it. There we go.
We like a little bit of fun here in Orlando. It's fun in the sun, but I don't know.
That's too much fun.
That's a little bit too much creativity going on.
It's okay. We're good now. Resetting his rocket. I think around this high ground. Hasn't spotted anybody yet because Winthrop are all in the close hold. He wants to get on top of either of these supports. Force cooldowns. That is the teleport from Ultraviolet, and it leaves Sam on an island. The rocket takes him out, and Painkiller eats up the damage with the support out of the Diva. These two, synergy between these two players is integral to their success. It's looking great so far. Infected. Something to regroup by the Mega Pack, but Rack Attack wasn't ready for the pain. That was his Diva. Knocks him down. And Northwood have broken through this first defense incredibly fast.
Yeah, pretty much the polar opposite of what happened during Winthrop's attack on this map. And look how far up the positioning is. There will be no touch from a Winthrop. Northwood cruised through first phase. 5 minutes on the board to go 104 meters to extend this series out to 6.
5 minutes is ridiculous to work
with. It's a wild
Northwood,
time bank.
It's in their hands now. You just got to find a win con. Winthrop, they can. I mean, they did it before. They defended 5.5 on Midtown. This is technically less than that. Attainable. But this payload already moved across the bridge. No poke potential. Infected wants to bunker down on this first corner.
And Winthrop do not want to give up this high ground under any circumstance, but eventually something's got to be done.
With the Captive Sun into the back line, up and clean up the kill. But a perfectly timed Suzu out of Ultraviolet bails Sam out of danger. The Consuming Rush works out for Zera in winning that 1v1. Be a soft reset now for Northwood. They back off.
Painkiller just wanting to hold on to this high ground a little bit. They get the healing from CJ and Vega over by Bridge, but eventually it's going to be too much, at least for a moment. Northwood got all the resources you could possibly want except the Captive Sun. Nothing, maybe but a late rally from Rack to answer.
Northwood are saving up for an ult dump. This is
they want to throw
about
everything in.
1.5 fights. You can say that you have to win, and getting a neutral pick on Zera, Kunai between the eyeballs, sets you up perfectly. Now these ults are coming out. Haven on a far flank. Go finds too close to Rack Attack, suns him down, and it will set up the kill. Rack Attack becomes Rack to fed. This takes out Haven. And Northwood, this was the fight that they had to win. This is the one they had all the ultimate saved up for, and it's all Sam and Rack Attack keeping this one going for Winthrop.
Positive, you hold on to self-destruct pulse. Downside, you lose your best 2 ults in the override in the Kitsune Rush. Yeah, flew a little bit close to the sun there, did Haven. Not meant to get shield bash from a Rack Attack on Bridge, but it works out great. 3 ultimates, though, from Winthrop during that fight. Just the pulse here from Zera will have his eyes out just to draw out that Suzu early from CJ.
But he's been landing these too. Sometimes it doesn't even get a Suzu. It's how quick. You just don't have time to react if it's on someone that's so far away. Yeah, Northwood sitting on just 2 ultimates, and 2 that often aren't going to win you fights in particular. UV back up to another Kitsune rush. It just runs Infected into this fight, helps Zera win every 1v1 he wants. There's the pulse bomb. It's onto the Ramattra, who takes basically no damage.
Yeah, he's like, all right, that's cool, man. And pulse from Zera misses that time around. Sam, though, stuck in no man's land.
Yeah, overextension from Sam. Painkiller swoops on in and drops out. Zera, though, does take out Rocket in the Kitsune rush, getting a little bit of a look at how that last fight turned out as Painkiller doing his best to salvage this fight, but it is scrappy. Infected and Ultraviolet are getting way too much value. This Captive Sun from Vega hopefully could have done it, but Infected still has so much health to work with.
3 minutes is gone, Molly. Only 2 more minutes.
Vega!
Oh, would that make it even longer for Northwood to have another push at this? This is the issue with going against this Ramattra comp on the D.Va. Yes, you have this verticality. It's great to feel out, you know, where Sam is, where Zera is. But you have no staying power on this point, and Infected is able to do these quick rotates on that back sterile from high ground to low ground, back and forth. And there's nothing Northwood can do. There's no answer.
Infected's goal isn't to get eliminations. It's to be a brick wall to this payload, to this high ground, and he's been doing that excellently thus far. Ellie's back up for Rack Attack. Get a little bit of a flashback to how that previous rally went. But Northwood, you have this Kitsune rush to work with, and CJ needs it, knowing that Suzu is already gone to set his team up, but he's under pressure. Zera lasers him down. It's so in Winthrop favor. The rally from Infected Rack Attack shouldn't have been enough to keep them alive, but what was 5 minutes, Jesse, is now down to just 1.
They won't have Kitsune rush in time. Maybe a late B from Vega, but the walls are closing in on the Timberwolves. What will you do when your back is against the wall? Both DPS ults and self-destruct still from Painkiller, where they're playing eerily aggressive. Doesn't get anything early, though, but they have so many ults going into this, Molly.
One last chance, one final fight for Northwood. Either have their playoff journey end here, or take us to more maps. And Haven starting it off right. Sam looking for it, but the shot doesn't land. The Matrix from Painkiller. What a clutch! Takes out Sam in the process. And Northwood, the pieces are finally starting to come together. That's the annihilation from Infected. It's on the point. 30 seconds left to go. Vega way too close to the sun, but it's okay. Northwood only down 1 as Payload continues forwards.
But they don't have Lucio here. CJ is going to be late to this fight. It is just Painkiller and Rocket here on this point. Yes, you have Pulse, you have Self-Destruct to stall this out, but you have so much more you have to worry about.
Infected back on the Wrecking Ball now. He'll be here fast. Pulse Bomb goes way wide out of Rocket. Only that Self-Destruct to buy time, but same goes for Zera. Won't find the target that he's looking for. It's overtime now. Winthrop, smell the blood into the water. Painkiller knocked out of the mech. There's the self-destruct. They can get this back. There's no chance of Rack Attack. He goes down. No shield available. Gets stuck in front of it. That's a second out for Painkiller. He's going to clutch it out. And Northwood continue on.
What a clutch from Painkiller. I don't know how that kills Rack.
I don't know.
I have no idea how that kills Rack, but another one right after. Nobody is even remotely close to touch, with it being, what, half a meter left in that overtime. And Northwood, not done yet. We will go to map 6, but now map types reset. Winthrop has an open canvas to pick from on where they would like to go to try and send this series away.
Winthrop by the skin of their teeth. I mean, they were so close on that defense. And Northwood clutched that. Let me rephrase. Painkiller clutched that out.
Yeah.
He has been the leader for this team far and away all day long. I don't think I've seen a single point where he's struggling on this matchup. We're going to go ahead now with Winthrop being in control of all of these decisions. And Ana is back. I don't necessarily think that was an issue for Winthrop. I think it's going to be more of a problem for Northwood, depending on what Winthrop pick. Because theoretically, we could do back-to-back escorts if they really wanted.
They could, yeah. They could just go back to an escort, just not Rialto. Because, yeah, all 5 of these maps cannot be picked again. You can just pick these map types again. Do Winthrop, I don't think you go to a control because you lost there. You looked great on Suravasa. You looked great on Rinasapi. Midtown, it got a little bit mixy here and there. Wide open right now for the options for this team on where they would like to go next. I don't know, man. This has been a wild series. At least Northwood, they got their energy back. We could hear them screaming once that game got wrapped up. The energy is back, but you got to make sure you continue that now into the next map. You cannot fall short here in map 6. If you're going to start this like mini reverse, you're down 1-3, you got to win 3 in a row. You got the first step. 2 very impactful steps still, though, in that plan.
Breaking Winthrop's momentum is honestly huge. Having that go away, and as close as that was, and having that now shift over to Northwood, it's got to feel great. Here's the other thing, though. D.Va's now available for the rest of the game. It was banned like map 2 or map 3, I think.
Early.
It was banned at some point during the day. So, it was map 1. So, Painkiller can play that. I think you should stick it. The Zarya isn't terrible, but if Infected's going to keep playing Ramattra, it leaves a lot of room for this D.Va to work out. As long as you're not face tanking, you can move around him as much as you would like. Unless you're forced on more of a flashpoint map, which is Atlas, and honestly could be a good option if you want to force the brawl.
Yeah, if you want to go brawl, just go over to Atlas. Granted, it has dive areas around that can work, but you just want to get down and dirty on Atlas. You want to go in and brawl it out, and that's exactly the style that Winthrop has really been wanting recently with this Ramattra. I'm saying that they're not going to run a Zarya. They're not going to run a D.Va. Like, Kaluj is on this roster. You're not going to see him play today because Infected is just playing at such a high level where that's never going to be the case. But you have to stick to your strengths. Northwood have to find a way to play around that, and I think the D.Va is a way to do it for now.
It's honestly incredible how Infected... Like, I'm continuing to be impressed by Infected. The 2 best tanks right now, he doesn't play.
No.
The fact he's getting as much value out of that Ramattra, out of the Hazard as he has been, is just ridiculous. And we kind of got to see it at the end there, Painkiller, the value that hero can have in the right hands. And he's truly helping put this team in his backpack at points and keeping the Timberwolves' journey alive here in these finals. Honestly, I don't know if it matters what map Winthrop pick. I think they're just happy to have this Ana back in rotation.
Yeah.
The D.Va, yeah, it can touch it, but it's also one of the biggest deterrents to the dive. Normally it's like, oh, Ana's so diveable. Now when Ultraviolet's landing every single sleep dart through the Matrix. He knows how to play these matchups. He's done it for years on end, and he's not going to stop doing it here.
No, not going to stop. And you have Cat Bastion if you want to run it again.
Yeah.
It is available the rest of this series. Granted, it's had mixed results. It was rough on Rialto, but we saw how well it can work in spurts in maps 2 and 3. So we could see more of that as well if we go to another open map. But again, wide open game plan here for Winthrop on how they want to potentially seal the deal here in the Open Grand Final. Or Northwood could send us to a map 7 to decide it all. It would be fantastic.
It would be fantastic. We said at the very start of the series, there is no way this ended in a sweep.
No.
And we were right. Northern, on the other hand, I don't know if it was jokingly or not. You talked to one of their...
I talked to Brady. He's like, hey, I could go in map 4. I'm like, that didn't obviously be the case. Maybe a little bit more resistance than they were anticipating.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, that would have been kind of tricky. I mean, Brayden is a great up-and-coming player, for sure, but over the work Painkiller has been putting in.
Yeah, I don't know if you're going to... Not really starting over Painkiller in many situations. There's not many who would.
No, not at all. But I think Northwood, they've been this extremely successful program across multiple game titles for what seems like forever. And Winthrop has really built themselves up in those as well. But an Overwatch title has evaded both of them for, 3 years almost now? It was the ISU Illinois State dynasty that entire time. And as that roster kind of drifted away, it left a huge gap at the top. We knew one of these teams was going to fill it. It's been Northwood on top for the entirety of the semester. They won both of those previous matchups, and now it's Winthrop that almost seems primed and in position to take it from them.
Yeah, Winthrop right there, one step away. Northwood, though, not giving up quite yet. We're going to go on a quick break. When we come back, map 6 of the Open Grand Final.
My name is Ryan Murky Mojica. I am a coach at George Mason University Esports Call of Duty team, and I am a computer engineering and computational data science student. When I first needed a car, I was 18, I was straight out of high school, driving a Chevy Suburban up 45 minutes in rush hour every day, and I kind of just got to a point where I kind of wanted something a little bit more enjoyable. InTouch was actually in the same building that I worked in. You know, I went to my dad and asked, like, okay, I want to do this, I want to get a new car. And he said, like, all right, let's go over to InTouch. There was a lot of uncertainty going into this process. I was expecting a lot of paperwork, a lot of numbers, really understand kind of how any of this worked. The person we were talking to was actually a car guy, so he was almost like really excited. He's like, yeah, you're getting your first car, you know, what are you getting? Having a car really helped me travel for esports events, and not only that, it just gives me the ability to be the team dad. I give my players rides, get to campus for NACE matches, and just supporting the team in a bigger way that I wouldn't be able to before. If any NACE students are looking for financial tools, resources, and support from people who care, I recommend checking out InTouch Credit Union. With graduation coming up, I honestly don't think I'd be where I'm at in my financial journey without them.
Full Sail University is where the next generation of creators are learning to build the future. It's where artists and creative thinkers unite with technologists and engineers. It's where you will get hands-on experience developing entertainment media and emerging technologies. If you have big ideas and even bigger dreams, start right here.
The lights are shining. The venue is set. Northwood kept themselves alive in our best of 7 by a back-to-back fight clutch out of Painkiller, of all people. He's been having one heck of a series, and it means we are now at a 3-2. Winthrop, their map pick, their first ban, and they still have championship point on their side.
Yeah, the championship is in their sights, but an extra little detour potentially here on the way there. Northwood, hey, there's at least a path forward now. You have stopped the bleeding from the 3 consecutive maps from Winthrop. But you got to go on your own little 3-map run if you want to do this. It'll be Blizzard World.
Kiriko!
Kiriko is banned by Winthrop. That plays right into UV's hands. Bastion is banned from Northwood, so no Jetpack Cat Bastion. But a lot of these key pieces that Winthrop have been playing around will return here on Blizzard World, but expect more Diva versus Hazard. It's going to be Dive City once again.
Dive City, Kiriko, no cleanse now for Ultraviolet. This guy
That's
is
rough.
single-handedly winning fights, borderline winning maps, I'm not going to lie, for this team. Unless you're playing Zarya, which I don't think you're going to.
Maybe third phase, but that's really...
Yeah.
Like third phase, we're going to see a lot of swaps like we always do. They're going to change it up and go something more probably rush, potent. But yeah, this is going to be a great map setup for Winthrop. They can just continue this on a Hazard with the nano on him. It's been unbelievable what Infect has been able to do. You jump and slash, you basically kill any squishy, and then you use the spike guard to finish. It's an unbelievable combo. But let's see what Northwood have up their sleeves in return. I think getting rid of the Bastion is the right call, because you don't, obviously you can't ban the Ana again. The Hazard you maybe want to save for later.
I guess it's a pick, and it's got to be that. And I don't know. If Winthrop don't win this map, I'm going to be honest, I think they lose the series. They cannot set themselves up better for success.
I cannot say that
I think it's
yet.
going to be really hard. Moving on, through this. You cannot have a better setup for this game. Lee Northwood on the defense to start. Painkiller on this D.Va. I think he should stay there the rest of the series, pending specific point swaps. But CJ on the Ana, Vega back on the Iardi. CJ's also had a great series. His Ana, though, it hasn't had the same impact as UV.
Yeah, it just hasn't been necessarily the same so far. All eyes on the man named Ultraviolet. But as of now, Winston has picked up the phone. Infected will roll out on Winston instead of the Hazard. It's a little bit, these gaps you have to jump in these dives, a little bit larger. I understand, especially early on here, you want the monkey to really kind of jump that gap. It's a little bit harder for such a long range. Sometimes
on the CJ double nade into the back. UV already feeling it, sets up the Elim perfectly, and Infected gets out with his life. Sam picks off Rocket on their retreat. It appears the run has started for the Eagles.
Already on point. Did not take very long, Molly. Should be a recontest, though, from Northwood. So 3 members survived the onslaught, but it's going to be rough pushing into this by Winthrop. And instead, Northwood don't have the members here in time, at least enough for a set of their liking. 2.5 minutes added onto the clock for Winthrop. 5.5 left here in the time bank in Northwood. Got a lot of questions still, and they will continue to rage on.
This is a problem. Ultraviolet, unstoppable. Northwood have not been able to do anything so far this game. It has all been Winthrop in the driver's seat. Every map they have won, it's been because of this guy, because of the initiation. Yes, you do lose out on Infected, and Zera takes a nap, but he's not gotten 2. It's only Painkiller that's the real threat for this team, and it's enough for Winthrop. Just back off to the payload.
And Rat can just chill on point until he gets some uninvited guests, and then just jumps right back out. Nano already here from UV to send on to Infected for this dive.
And he just got the speed perk as well. I'm sensing a lot of pain incoming for CJ and Vega. That's the problem. Vega's not on break here. He cannot get away other than that shift, which will stop Infected for now. He's gonna have that jump up and ready. Huge bubble to dodge the sweep. What timing from this guy. He originally made his name for himself way back in the day on the Winston. Clearly continues to keep up on it. Northwood, they're coming up on a couple ults of their own. Pulse Bomb for Rocket won't find the value he wanted. This payload has stopped for the time being as Northwood wait for the cooldowns.
Yeah, Pulse just a little bit short now. CJ has a nano of his own. And may have to now he got canceled.
Oh, the nano, no, it's on Painkiller. He has to find a trade fast, though, but Rack's actually making that easy. Another sleep dart. That's a second booster that is completely deterred, and Sarah is running it down in the back line. Vega goes kablooey, and this payload for Winthrop. They are making record pace through the map. No supports left. Painkiller, yeah, you can try to touch. I don't know what you're going to get done. In fact, he just slams Rocket against the wall. That's rude. Then Winthrop, at that point, you're not even getting there. Using the Captain Sun from Vega after the point ends. Over 5 minutes, Jesse, for the Eagles to move through the point.
Gotta be a swap here, right? From Vega, right? That's, if not, that is quite an error near the end. There will be. It will be the break. All right, so that was like, why not? Throw it on in. Matches the break of Rack Attack. Self-destruct and overclock. Still here for Northwood to find some sort of answer, but no, they're bleeding out quite quickly here on Blizzard World.
Yeah, we're beyond bleeding out. We just need to amputate this limb and move on with our lives. Like, this is Northwood needing a full team reset. Winthrop will give the opportunity. It's a Bionate onto Vega in the back. The Nano Boost helps secure an elimination. Winthrop can't move his forwards as quickly as they wanted. No damage to back it up. So it'll be a soft reset. They have plenty of time to work with. Just wait this one out.
But Northwood just have to stick around here because Winthrop aren't giving up on this cart. Not full resetting, and another sleep from Ultraviolet. But the DM will be there to get him out.
We do have a pause that has been called by Northwood. Let's figure out what's been going on that side. Maybe Rocket just took too hard of a nap. We got to give him some more time to wake up.
Maybe hit the desk a little hard on that sleep. We'll find out here in a moment who it is. It actually is Rocket that they're looking at.
There's no way.
My bad, man. My bad. But what a start here from Winthrop. Just constant pace. Northwood continuing just has to back up. Even if they're not always getting taken out, Winthrop is doing such a great job of controlling the entire map. Northwood just kind of stuck in 2 or 3 corners. in Winthrop, they're going to take that advantage all day long.
And Ultraviolet's just clearing the field. I don't even know what else to say.
Unbelievable, dude. It's just not fair.
It's not. It's not fair that this guy is as good as Ana. Best Ana player in North America, and I don't know if that's super close of a call at this point, and he's truly securing it in this current matchup. I said at the start of this game that if Winthrop are going to win the series, it's going to be here.
It has to be.
They took that very seriously. And yeah, they have 5 minutes on third point. Northwood, I don't think I've seen them make a play. They've reacted to plays. They haven't actually made any for themselves. They're constantly on the back foot. Now as you move back into game, see if anything has changed. Sam in the Sky Override Protocol chunks out CJ, so he's basically out of the fight, and Rocket won't have the same luck after the issue is fixed.
And there you go. Well, in fact, they're taking a little bit of an extra trip
in
there, but this is the final stretch of this. Northwood, yes, they have basically everything they could possibly want. Nano, self-destruct, pulse to try and fend off Winthrop, who have absolutely nothing. But that hasn't deterred Winthrop at all in prior fights.
No, they're winning these with ultimate disadvantages time and time again. It's a Nano on a Haven, the Electric Cowboy in a hot minute since we see that. But it's just the thing that Northwood need to make Infected pop like a balloon and send Winthrop back, which there's still 3.5 minutes to work with. It's 0. No, what a roll! The reactor Haven, but the Rocket on the other side blows Rack Attack and Sam the bits, and will shut down Winthrop's comeback.
Didn't want to use the pulse there, but as soon as you see the other one go out and get value, you gotta do something. Rocket landing that one, nice little cheeky 2K with the pulse. And now Northwood can relax for the first time, and it feels like in ages on this map, but they used everything there, Molly. Rally is almost up from Vega. Haven will soon have that Deadeye, but that almost screams as a shoot me target rather than anything else.
I think Nano Winston is enough, and Infected even has the Primal Rage to get out of any situation possible. And Vega has to use it just in response to Infected. Nano Boost is held. He wants to get over this wall. There we go. Second time for the charm. Gets the Nano Boost at the end on the stomp. Won't quite land, but everyone for Northwood corralled into the spawns with the effect. Banquet's got to get back down to earth. He won't, but the Diva will. Zera one clips Haven through the Deadeye. That is basically useless. CJ has the Nano, but he doesn't get the chance to use it. Winthrop have made this look as good as done. Zion cleans this up with a nice little 3-piece, and that is a 2-minute, 18-second full capture for Winthrop. They want to win this title now.
That is the type of attack you have if you're going to seal this map away, especially with how hard third phase can be to cap, how hard first phase sometimes can be to cap.
11-0.
That is crazy. UV did not die during the entirety of that map. That is unbelievable from him. Pretty, honestly, standard across the board. Everybody doing their job. Yeah, you see regular, 3 and 3 up, but 10 assists for the Brig right now, and almost just over 3.5K damage mitigated. What is the answer from Northwood? They started to pick up the pieces again. They were able to do it last map. In the second half of it, can they do it again? But even more daunting task this time, needing to cap with time remaining if they want any sort of attack in overtime.
I just don't know if it's possible at this point. We've said that Northwood, squeaking away with Rialto would give them some sort of momentum into this game, but Winthrop almost took that as an insult. You're like, you want to see us go? Bet.
We'll go.
Rolled out, absolutely steamrolled through the defense when the Infected Winston, a hero we have not seen work all weekend long, the only one who has made it happen. Ultraviolet to back it up. It's now Northwood set up for what could be their final attack.
What do they have up their sleeves? TP up, and Iraq's like, what do you think you're doing, Haven? Do you really think I'm going to let you shoot one of my teammates? No, get back. Winthrop just holding it down. It'll be the Emre swap once again for Haven. But it is the Hazard to start, not the Diva from Painkiller.
Interesting. Yeah, we've seen a lot of success with that so far.
Just not on Northwood's side necessarily.
Yeah, I was going to say, well, if Infected made it work, I can do it too. And all right, CJ, we see you. Sam down. It's Northwood. They want to make the push, but a bound into the back onto Vega. Zera instantly on the follow-up. But Ultraviolet is punished on the other side. This one's going to be scrappy. And Northwood has the advantage with Zera falling. That is as good as done. Clutch power eliminated. And Northwood, oh boy, they have a lot to say about this attack.
Yeah, and there might be another toucher, but they will not have Infected, who's going to the ball. Well, thought about it.
Okay.
Swaps off the ball, realizing it's not worth it at all. Northwood, 5.5 minutes, very similar time bank going into second phase. I'm getting a little bit of deja vu from Rialto. I'm not sure about you, Molly, but quick attack, first phase. But will it be another similar hold from Winthrop in the second phase of this map, trying to stall this out?
His second phase has just been Northwood's kryptonite
It's
today.
rough.
I don't know why. This Rialto went way back in Midtown. 5.5 minute hold from Winthrop there. Now the nano boost coming up for CJ, which is like the go button for Northwood. They're gonna back off the payload for now. It's on to Painkiller, Ultraviolet, and La La Land, and Rack Attack can't quite keep him up through that amount of pressure. Attempted body block on Infected. He'll squeak right through, but only to his own demise. Winthrop University, while they have had good second point holds there, Northwood ain't allowed it this time.
That nano being built up so early from CJ just opens the door to endless possibilities. And the Timberwolves, they take advantage of that. Rack Attack watching go off of the brig onto the Alari, realizing more poke is needed to kind of fend off Painkiller.
Yeah, you can actually do damage to this Hazard as opposed to something like the Winston, like the Diva. But it's a more doable situation. Over at Product from Haven, Rack Attack snipes him out of the sky. That's the value the Yachty will bring to the team, and a sleep onto Rocket. Taking his mid-morning nap, Ultraviolet won't be able to secure the kill, but about so much time for his team to get to the point. Still not over, though. The Infected is down, has to be on to Sam. He's hit with a sleep dart, but oh my goodness, these DPS will not give up.
Will not let it be, and what a sleep from UV. Allows more time to heal everybody up front, and Rocket is forced to kind of push away, but still plenty of time now for Northwood to work around. It's not as many ultimates as they would ideally like. Just the rally to build up a little bit of pre-fight or mid-fight health. Winthrop have way more. Nano onto Infected. That can build up the Primal. Captive Sun almost ready to go already from Rack Attack after just one fight.
The amount of value he's hitting out the CR is just ridiculous. Great call on that swap. Sam, gets full half HP. Chunked out by CJ, I believe. They'll take him down, so it's unaffected. Find a way to clutch this one out, but the rally from Vega negates most of it unless you're Raven and you walk to the opposite zip code. Painkiller now found another support. Rack Attack again. He is clutching up for Winthrop. It has to be shut down somehow. The nano was on a rocket you'd think would do it, but no, he does so much damage to the Tracer. Rack Attack forces the recall, and Northwood, we're just kind of in a standstill. Vega's down. It'll be actually a reset this time.
Vega got bullied into a corner. Like, this fight's over, man. Just let it be. Northwood, do they make a swap on the brig now? No. It will stay for the time being. Just the pulse from Rocket due to the late nano from CJ. But Winthrop don't really have many tools up their sleeve at all. If Northwood's going to win a fight, it has to be now before these ults are back.
Well, that's a little bit of deja vu from the last fight. Same position, same kill. Great pulse bomb, though. Sleep on a Painkiller means that he can't block the rest of the damage. They're again unleashed into the back line. Him and Infected running amok. Northwood, just like that, down to 2 minutes.
It's not often where you lose your hit scan back-to-back fights early, and you still win both fights. In Winthrop, not caring about that at all. 2 minutes remaining now, and now in the back of Northwood's head, they know they have to finish with time on this map just to have an overtime push. They understand they can't finish with the overtime if they want that to be true. They need to get it done soon.
Maybe we called it a little too soon on that second point curse for Northwood. Maybe a little soon. Winthrop stepping it up, and honestly, that ERD swap from Rack Attack has been a big catalyst of it. 84% to his next Captive Sun. And Winthrop just have all the tools close. Just not quite yet. They'll have it eventually. Haven ends up falling to a spare grenade. A Rack Attack finally dealt with. It's like a nano boost to do it. What a sleep! He skirts on out and puts him to bed. Painkiller. He's absolutely dipped by Ultraviolet in the air. This guy just does not die. Sam, on the other hand, very much mortal. Sniped down by CJ, ultimate canceled. Just over a minute now, and UV wants to stop the push here and now. Infected back on the support, the snipe and the support from Sarah and UV. Too much for Northwood to handle. It is once again gonna be down to one final push.
And it will be the stagger out on a Painkiller. He will not spawn with the rest of their team. And Winthrop, they almost want to tease this close hole, but it's just kind of Infected, actually. Wanting to get a little bit of poke to allow UV to build up this next nano soon. Captive Sun, Primal to get out, Pulse from Zera. All the tools are here from Winthrop, but Northwood have the rally to stay up. Haven needs to get something out of this Captive Sun if Northwood want a chance.
Northwood have to find a way to get through this. I mean, it's going to be the you would think, defensively, but no. It's going to be used to go in. Northwood, no, they have ground to cover. Haven drops the Surge. Won't find anything. It's instead of Ultraviolet and Infected coming up with one apiece. Painkiller doing his best to keep this within even trade, but his supports are under fire. They can't go anywhere. They can't help him at all. Infected is low. Sam's in the room with them. Siphon Blaster down. It has taken 2 years of this team, of this roster for Winthrop, but they are finding a way to make it seem close. One last effort now. Rocket gets the touch. Painkiller, 2 HP on the neck. Haven get the headshot on to Sam. Painkiller, D-Mech, that's your best choice. Keeping this payload contested, he falls. Who else can get there? Infected, overextended. It's starting to fall apart. Going to be on the clutch.
Wait.
Nano Boost is here. Rocket firing away. Nano Boost in hand. Only Zera in his warpath of clutching this up. And Northwood can keep themselves here. Winthrop spawns. They are so incredibly close. You're just not going to have supports for a while. Zera returning from the grave, or rather staying alive as long as he has. Rocket puts it to bed. Payload has to stay up. Infected returning to the fight. Has the sleep. Pulse bomb stuck. He goes kaboom. No, Sam is back. That's 2 down. Down in the grave where Northwood will find themselves. They almost clutched it. They almost had it. But Winthrop will finally get their flowers. First championship in school history, as they are now the NACE Open champions.
Second to no one, no more. Winthrop win Open in a 4-2, but now without a lot of push from Northwood. And it felt like during the end of that fight, Winthrop had it, but Infected dies in the back. Nano goes on a Rocket. Rocket had a fantastic set of plays there near the end, but it was not enough. The spawns are just too close for Winthrop. And finally, this team will get the title they have so rightfully earned.
So long for this roster, so much time, so much effort preparing for this specific matchup. Northwood, the only team that has managed to beat them in the spring semester. They will take down in a 4-2 in 6, showing some new gameplay. It showcases the work they've put in, and oh my goodness, did they earn it. Ultraviolet played absolutely out of his mind. One of the best carrying performances we've seen from a support in one of these collegiate finals.
Yeah, has to one of the best performances we've seen in a long time, and a lot of love between these two teams, and obviously a lot of respect as well. Fair play to Northwood, second here in the Open Grand Final. But one heck of a season from the Timberwolves. But it is the Eagles of Winthrop that stand above the rest here in Collegiate. We have a new king upon the top of the collegiate world. And they are not even done for today. They have another grand final in varsity against St. Clair, who had to have been watching this pretty closely here in this one. But man, I wouldn't want to play Winthrop right now if I was anybody.
No, I mean, we were talking before all of these matches started that, you know, if Winthrop end up losing this, maybe there's a chance for St. Clair to take math, but winning in this fashion against the only team they have lost to this year, an incredible performance. UV said it himself in the interview as they are getting ready to perform what is, I don't even know what else to say about this team other than they have earned it, they've put in the work, and it is 1000% paid off. It's such a happy moment for this team to get the recognition at the top of Collegiate Overwatch.
As we look, take a back of the replays here. Again, it was back and forth. Northwood started out map 1 swinging, and here we go at the replays. Honestly, Winthrop just did a fantastic job across the board. After this first map, they just decided we are not losing this series. 3 in a row. Northwood have a great, honestly, a great performance on Rialto after a fantastic hold from Winthrop. But this Bastion Catcom caused chaos. Northwood had no answers for it during certain sections of the map. And man, my oh my. As we look back, again, Sam had some phenomenal performances. If there was a second MVP, it's probably going to him. But it's hard to argue against UV. I can't lie. It's just so hard to argue against it when he had such a phenomenal performance.
This team, you can tell the work and ethic of this roster. Past 2 weeks, scrims every single day for them. As the second OWCS ended, mind you, these players spent so much time with their professional teams, working and perfecting these comps, and didn't even get a break, locked it in for this exact moment. They went into this tournament saying, we are not concerned about anybody else. Northwood is where they have set their sights, and I'd say that worked out incredibly well. And Northwood, they gave it a fight. Painkiller had an outstanding series with him on the Diva, incredible clutches. It just wasn't enough. Winthrop got their groove, found their rhythm, and took the fights on their terms. It just looked like it was done from there.
At that point, it just felt like Winthrop can do no wrong. They are going to run this into the ground until Northwood has a way to answer, and they just didn't. Nothing from Northwood could handle what Winthrop was giving out, and what a way to end it. And if you're watching, obviously, Overwatch World Cup starting up, you have a lot of bright futures here on Team USA, potentially. We don't know that roster yet, but a lot of trialists are on these two teams. I think the United States got a pretty bright future over there, too, but man, Collegiate's finest not only here, but nationwide and in North America. And I won't lie, this is when I thought this was done. But Northwood find a way near the end. Painkiller clutches up, brings us to this map 6, but having that map pick was just way too much power for Winthrop to have.
And Rocket played hard out here on Blizzard.
Oh my
World.
God, yeah.
I don't think he could have done much more than these incredible clutches he came up with. And I think it was almost like Winthrop were like, man, we have to play another map? All right, let's get this over with. They're like, well, let's wrap it up here. Banned the Kiriko. Ultraviolet had just nothing that could have been done about it. Rack Attack had a fantastic swap over to the Iardi at the end. Had to clutch this one out for the rest of the team, and it was just lights out from this point. Infected, the only player to make the Winston work, and it's almost like a storybook. This is the very first hero that I think he kind of gained recognition for several years ago at this point, and here he is now closing out our NACE Open Finals on that exact pick in incredible fashion.
Yeah, just an unbelievable game. You can see here, Blizzard World is where we ended out, but what a series it was here in the Open Grand Final. We're gonna head out to Tracy, and she is with the Winthrop squad. Here we go.
All right. Thank you so much, you guys. I am here with the winning team of the Open Grand Finals, Winthrop University. How exciting is this? Let's give him another big round of applause, everybody, with their trophy right here, and right here with their captain, Ultraviolet. Holy cow, that was exciting, mostly that last few minutes. What was going through your head at that moment?
I think I was having a really good game. Everything clicked today. Yeah, I knew we were going to win, like, from the moment we started this match, the way we were playing.
Interesting, the confidence. I like it. Coach, I'm going to go to the coach over here. Come here, sir. How are you doing? The first win for your university in Overwatch, that's got to be a big deal. How do you think you guys got here?
We got here because Winthrop just supported us, even though we lost a bunch of times in a row, and now we finally got the win, so it's awesome.
You seem thrilled, sir. Thrilled. Is this your excited face?
Yeah, I'm very excited.
All right, so you guys are actually coming back for the next game for the varsity part of it. Are we ready? How you feeling?
Good. This was a hard match, so I'm feeling good.
Anything else anyone wants to say? Hi to Mom? No? Where?
Happy birthday, Mom.
Happy birthday, Mom. I think that is a great present for Mom. We are celebrating you. We are celebrating this incredible team. We're going to take a few minutes, folks, and then we're going to come back for the Varsity Grand Championship of Overwatch. Be right back, folks. Thank you.
My name is Ryan Murky Mojica. I am a coach at George Mason University Esports Call of Duty team, and I am a computer engineering and computational data science student. When I first needed a car, I was 18, out straight out of high school, driving a Chevy Suburban up 45 minutes in rush hour every day, and I kind of just got to a point where I kind of wanted something a little bit more enjoyable. InTouch was actually in the same building that I worked in. You know, I went to my dad and asked, like, okay, I want to do this, I want to get a new car. And he said, like, all right, let's go over to InTouch. There was a lot of uncertainty going into this process. I was expecting a lot of paperwork, a lot of numbers, really understand kind of how any of this worked. The person we were talking to was actually a car guy, so he was almost like really excited. He's like, yeah, you're getting your first car, you know, what are you getting? Having a car really helped me travel for esports events, and not only that, it just gives me the ability to be the team dad. I give my players rides, get to campus for NACE matches, and just supporting the team in a bigger way that I wouldn't be able to before. If any NACE students are looking for financial tools, resources, and support from people who care, I recommend checking out InTouch Credit Union. With graduation coming up, I honestly don't think I'd be where I'm at in my financial journey without them.
everybody, to the NACE 2026 Grand Finals presented by Asus Republic of Gamers. Now, who is ready for some more gameplay? Well, it is now time for our Overwatch Varsity NACE Grand Finals. But before we start in on the action, let's drop in on our amazing casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Tracy. This has been an amazing weekend of Collegiate Overwatch here at Full Sail University. The first time in 7 years we have had a developer-backed collegiate tournament on LAN. It's been nothing short of special, Jesse.
Yeah, already an incredible end to the open season. Winthrop 4-2 over Northwood to take that title. The first one for such an egregiously talented team. They finally got their chip. And now, one more still on the horizon here in varsity. They could do the double.
They could absolutely pull it off with the momentum that they have had going and not dropped a single map within the open, or excuse me, not the open, the varsity bracket. We saw them a little bit yesterday. They beat out NC State in those semifinals for single elim, find themselves facing off against the St. Clair Saints, the only team that we have representing from Canada within the Overwatch side, and they have been on the rise throughout the year. Their consistency and their discipline, the two things that have made them stand out the most.
Yeah, they have been a team that they've been put through their paces here and there, man. They pushed all the way to map 5 yesterday. They've had a lot of fantastic games, but they want revenge now on Winthrop. They're the team that knocked them down to lowers in open. It was a 3-2 banger that Winthrop survived and eventually moved on, and we just saw won the whole thing. St. Clair won a little bit of revenge, but they're also a team who has yet to win this varsity title before. They've always been second or third to an ISU, a Maryville, a Winthrop. Is now the time for the Saints to be on top?
Now is the question that we will be answering, but first, we have some special recognitions from NACE that we would like to acknowledge. Those are the competition awards for spring 2026. It's the all first NACE and second teams, first and second teams of the players who have showed up and had some outstanding performances throughout the season.
Yeah, we're gonna start off with the first team of all NACE, everybody. Here we go. Tread, Zera, Nodi, Regime, and Admiral is your first team all NACE. And granted, this is for the entire school year, not just this semester, hence why Admiral still made the list. But what a talented group we got right here.
I heard the explosion of applause from Cumberland, who are here watching for their team member, Nodi and Regime, who's also hanging around for today. But so much recognition between these two. And of course, Zera and Tread both playing in our grand finals matchup for varsity. We also got to look at our all-NACE second team to recognize. We have Infected, Lethal, Lobby, Redix, and Ultraviolets, two members again of Winthrop University, and Redix from St. Clair. You can tell that these teams were destined for the top.
Some of the best, and I gotta shout out Lobby, killing it yesterday during day 1. Doesn't make day 2, but was one of the standouts yesterday from the group stage. But congratulations to our first and second all NACE teams. Two just incredible rosters here.
Yeah, it's incredible that we have the opportunity to recognize these players and the efforts that they have put in to success. They have the results to back them up. Now it's time to recognize two individuals for some very special awards. We're going to start with the Overwatch Collegiate Varsity Coach of the Year. It'll be Eric Wheats-Perez from Winthrop University. Want to take a seat?
Congratulations, Wheats.
Congratulations. I have to scoot in real close because our camera angle.
We are gonna, and we also got Overwatch Collegiate Varsity Player of the Year. As no other than Alexander Tread, Magic Smith from St. Clair. Get over here, my friend. And we're gonna squeeze in.
We got squished. We're getting real personal here while we have a.
There we go.
There we go. We get to see everybody. So. Fantastic accomplishments for both of you. And you're both representing one of the teams that we have up on stage ready to go. And I first want to ask, just to get from you, Wheats, you have been for a very long time a standout coach within the collegiate space. And beyond that, what does it mean for you to get this recognition?
Yeah, it's nice to, win an award. obviously my team is the reason I'm here. So, you know, thanks to them, thanks to my family in Winthrop for supporting me. Yeah, that's all I got to say.
I mean, there's a fantastic support system. I'd love to hear from Winthrop, and we see how many parents, families that are here for the players today. And I'm going to ask you, just because your team is on stage, put you on the spot a little bit. You got the win over Northwood earlier today. What are the thoughts heading in? You got St. Clair one more match to guide your team through for the NACE season.
Yeah, they might win a map, but that maybe, I don't know.
Oh, okay. So we're back to this UV on a ban kind of phase.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about this one.
Dang, all right. Well, Tread, about to give you some time. We want to talk to you about your Player of the Year award as well.
So what does it mean, man? Player of the Year for NACE.
Means a lot to me. It's my first year playing in NA, and getting this award means a lot. I want to thank my team, and especially the directors at St. Clair, Chris and Sean.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic year from you guys. Obviously, you're one of the top 5 teams in the country, but now you're going up against the champs that we just saw in Open. How are you guys feeling going into this one?
I can tell they're scared to take a ground tank mirror after
okay.
After the last time and looking at all their scrims. I don't think they've touched a ground tank mirror since, so we will see.
All right, well, we will let you get back there with the rest of your team. Congratulations, NACE Player of the Year in Dread, but get back there, man. Best of luck.
All right. And then Ezra, we're going to let our
Good
teams
luck,
and players... Oh, don't forget your awards.
Yes, don't forget your awards. Don't forget them up here.
You have earned them. There we go. We got all of our stuff. So it was great to hear from both Wheats and Tread. Big matchup ahead of both of them. This is going to be a bit of a sweaty one. Tread and St. Clair were here for the entirety of the previous series with Winthrop against Northwood. All of their cards were on the table for them to see. And they're going to get ready to go for this next part. We are going to go ahead and toss it to Tracy to get ready to meet our teams.
And congratulations again to all of our award winners. But now we got to do the most exciting part. Let's get our teams out here for Overwatch Varsity NACE Grand Finals. Who is excited? Oh, yes. It has come to this, and it's going to be very, very exciting. Here we go. Do you want to get to know our first team, folks? Are we ready? All right, here we go. Let's make some noise for St. Clair. Now, this team consists of previous Team Canada players, multiple players playing in Tier 1 and Tier 2 organizations like Disguise, Dills Ducks. Wait, guys. We're going to put you in front. We're going to put you in front for now. Don't get too excited. In front of the stage. They're staying up here, Bruce. These guys are ready. Let's see if our next team is ready as well. Are you guys ready to bring them out here? Let's make some noise for Winthrop University. These guys not only play collegiate, but also play for teams like Team Dickwood, Space Station, and Dallas Fuel. And just won the open competition just a few minutes ago. Woo! All right, our players are on their stations. I can feel the energy and the tension up here on this stage. But let's get right to gameplay. Back to our incredible casters. Take it away, guys.
We have our teams set up, ready to go, butts in chairs for one final ride here. The NACE Varsity competition for the collegiate Overwatch scene. Winthrop and St. Clair, by far and away, the two top teams that we are going to find. St. Clair had a bit of a run yesterday, though. Almost didn't make it to these finals.
Yeah, if you want one heck of a game to watch, Map 5, St. Clair, Cumberland, and just haymakers being thrown between those two. St. Clair survived the scare and now get a chance here to take down the top in Winthrop. Just one open. obviously they're going to be feeling good. Momentum is on Winthrop's side. They are entering this as the higher seed, but anything can happen. We saw it earlier today. Anything can happen here on this stage. Do not put it past St. Clair to pull an upset here.
It's going to take a lot for St. Clair. The only team that just slightly pushed Winthrop throughout the year did have a 5-map series before. We'll see if they're ready to go. Have some notes to take away from the previous series. Before we get started, we have to give a special thanks to our partners at Raven.gg. Raven is the official merchandise partner of NACE and the premier platform for creating your dream custom gear. Whether you're outfitting a team or building a brand, Raven gives schools everything they need to look their best. Visit Raven.gg to start creating today. And it really does. We got some fashionable jerseys and outfits. And I know Winthrop is a whole themed gear and having all this stuff. Raven, fantastic partner.
All the NACE staff are fitted out this weekend with Raven gear. It's fantastic. We also got to shout out GG Circuit. They're proud to support NACE at this year's grand final, showcasing some of the best collegiate esports programs in the country. Behind every great team is the right infrastructure. That is where we come in. From player management and secure labs to tournament operations and remote support, GG Circuit powers the infrastructure behind every match, scrim, and championship moment. We simplify the technology so schools can focus on what matters most. Let the coaches coach, players compete. We will take care of the rest. If you are building or scaling your esports program, let's connect. GG Circuit is ready when you are. And I think we're ready to crown one more champion here in Overwatch.
It's been a wild ride over these past 2 days. Yesterday, 9.5 hours of Overwatch was played across the course of the playoffs, which we're going to take a little look at the bracket and give you a visualization of how we ended up here in the first place. They were split into 2 groups. 2 teams made it out for our single elim semis. Again, Winthrop not dropping a single map, whereas for St. Clair, NC State giving them a run for their money, along with Cumberland.
Yeah, St. Clair, a little more adversity on the road to the final. Winthrop just doing Winthrop things. Sweep, sweep, sweep. Obviously, they are going to be the favorite entering this. But again, St. Clair almost took them down in Open a month ago. We are in a brand new meta. Tretza, hey, they are afraid to play the ground tanks. Let's see if that's the case. Maybe we see more of that or continued dive that Winthrop has definitely been favoring here today.
St. Clair have done their homework. I think this is a school that varies differently from Northwood. They have similar playstyles to a degree, similar comps that they prefer, but on the other hand, I think they are a lot more well-practiced, well-versed, and have synergy. Unlike any other school that we have seen, it has given them the opportunity to stand out. This is already the best performance for a St. Clair Overwatch team that we have seen, the first time that they will find themselves in the finals for a major Overwatch tournament. In fact, the collegiate Overwatch tournament.
This is the one of the calendar. And of course, again, we get double the fun here. We get Open, we get Varsity. There's more NACE games after this, by the way, everybody. Make sure you stay tuned. We got Call of Duty and Super Smash Bros. Later on here at NACE. So make sure you stick around. But we do have a little bit of a preview from these players, more than what we just got here on the desk. But we did talk with the St. Clair coach and captain before this game on how they're feeling. Take a listen.
What's up, Overwatch fans? Ben here again for College Esports News at the NACE Overwatch Varsity Grand Finals. Today, I am joined by Razor, DPS, and Red X support of St. Clair Saints, 2 very famous Ducks coming off of a long and arduous 5-map series against Cumberland University. Razor, what do you feel like was going right for you in the first 2 maps of that banger? And then what do you feel like started to slip a little bit in the second half of the series?
Yeah, I think our draft on the first couple maps was really good. Honestly, it kind of felt like a stomp for the first 2, and I'm not sure if kind of inherently we let off the gas a little bit, but going to Atlas, Tread wasn't able to play the Diva. Their draft was really good, and I think they kind of built minutes off that and brought that all the way into Blizzard Worlds. Thankfully, we closed it out, made it map 5. Yeah, I'm just really thankful we finished it out.
Yeah, Bredex, I was really impressed by some of your Lucio timings, as well as how you were able to survive a lot of those 1v1s on map 5, Blizzard World. What do you feel like made the difference in map 5 against Cumberland?
I think I did a really good job of building my beat and using my amp when I really needed it. So they were really looking to kill me. a lot, and so I didn't peek their hit scan, and I built my beat around the corner, and their tracer had to push into space that was dangerous for them and forcing recall. So if they're looking at me the whole game, well, that's what you do. You build your beat.
Yeah, and thankfully there were no Ajaxes for St. Clair in that last map. I'll be honest, I was scared. I was like, oh gosh, is he gonna Ajax? Is he gonna Ajax? Oh my god! And then it all worked out just fine. But looking ahead, you are now set for a match against Winthrop, coming off of their relatively comfortable win against North Carolina State. What do you think are the key differences between your style and their style as you look into this Grand Finals matchup?
Yeah, I think they play a lot more flex support, heavy comps. They do have Ultraviolet, a lot more main tanks as well, Infected, like Ball, Winston, I think we could see. I do remember seeing, I think they were playing the Cat Bastion comp that's coming into play recently, so I think we might see a little bit of that. But last time we played them, it was in, I believe it was Open, either Open Swiss or Open Semis. We went map 5, so hopefully we can go map 5 maybe in our favor this time.
Yeah, RedX, what do you think of the Jetpack Cat Bastion? Do you think that it's kind of a gimmick, or is it something that you're afraid of going up against if Winthrop looks to pull that out?
As the rank 1 Jetpack Cat in North America, I think that the Cat Bastion comp has its flaws, and I think that a lot of the time carrying around your hit scan is kind of troll.
Does that have anything to do with any thoughts you might have about Winthrop's hit scan?
No, I wouldn't say necessarily that. I would say it's more in the likes of Cat has a lot of value outside of just picking people up. And I think a lot of the teams right now playing Jetpack Cat are playing way too much for the tether rather than the insane heal value that you get out of pocketing tanks and being able to force the off-angle fight.
I did not know you were rank 1 Jetpack Cat. Well, closing out here, what would it mean for St. Clair to get what I believe would be your first Overwatch championship as a collegiate team?
Yeah, I mean, for most of us, specifically me, RedX, Noxious, and Soaks, we're all graduating this year. So tomorrow is going to be our last match, no matter what. So to end it off with a win would be really amazing. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, honestly, I'm just really excited to be able to play on that LAN stage. I remember last year we came top 4 and we had to watch the finals. And I'm really excited that we get to end our collegiate run at St. Clair Gaming on the big stage in front of everybody. And hopefully we're going to be able to take it home. I'm going to try my best.
All right, well, all of you watching at home, enjoying these absolutely phenomenal matches. This weekend has been insane. I'm having the time of my life. I hope you are all at home too. Take care, everybody. And RedX, Razor, thank you both so much for joining me. And we'll see you in the server.
Last ride for the St. Clair College roster. Best way to top it off would be here taking the title of the NACE Varsity Collegiate Overwatch stage and doing it against a Winthrop team that just took out Northwood, who was our technical #1 team prior to this event. Would be absolutely insane. Know they've done their homework and are feeling pretty good about combating some of these Cat Bastion comps.
I would say put some respect on Red X's name. The #1 Jetpack Cat in North America, period. End of sentence. I think they have a great chance. They were able to watch that open final, take a lot of notes of the question of, are they playing the Jetpack Cat? The answer is yes. They are trying to play it a good amount. But it's also, again, it's the swan song for the St. Clair roster that's been around for ages, it feels like. 4 people graduating at the end of this semester, and what a fitting way for them to be sent off. But with this kind of game at Winthrop, they got something to say about it. We also did talk with them before today's matches on how they're feeling against St. Clair.
NACE Grand Finals in Winter Park, Florida at Full Sail University. I'm joined by Rack Attack and Infected support and tank for Winthrop University ahead of their varsity Grand Finals matchup. This is Infected. This is, I think, a little bit of a redemption opportunity for some of you on Winthrop after an OWCS Stage 1 that maybe didn't go the way you were hoping for reasons that weren't entirely in your control. But do you feel like this is an opportunity to kind of get your feet back under you and maybe regain a little bit of confidence after what was probably a pretty stressful stage of pro play?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could imagine, yeah. And then this is another shot for Winthrop at winning a national title in Overwatch, something that you guys haven't been able to pull off in the 2 years that this program has existed. Rack, what do you feel like is the biggest thing that's changed about this Winthrop squad compared to how you've been in previous semesters that might allow you to clinch a NACE national championship?
I think this is the first tournament that we've actually had a few weeks of good practice and time. Other than that, it's kind of been like overlapped with OWCS. We never really had time to sit down, review, talk to each other, scrim. So we're definitely going out hard, and we want to win.
Yeah, so you got a full strength Winthrop Overwatch for one of the first times. Obviously, all these players playing in Tier 1. A lot of the times when you guys go to LANs, you have people filling in, you have people off-rolling. But this tournament, we've seen some weird meta trends. We've seen more Malgo, we've seen more Orisa. We've also seen a Jetpack Cat Bastion composition that has slowly spread from east to west. Infected, what do you think makes this composition strong? Why have we seen you play it? We've seen other teams play it. We've seen Zeta Division play it. What do you think makes the Cat Bastion strong?
Well, I think it starts off with Diva and Hazard being really strong in the meta right now. And because of that, they're really good at countering normal hit scan players. So instead of playing hit scan, you would rather just play Bastion. Bastion is honestly better because he can live against the Hazard than the Diva. And why not just add a Cat? Because he can just fly in the skybox and you can't really do anything about him. So I think that's why Cat and Bastion is definitely the most OP comp right now, for sure. As
the Jetpack Cat player often in these comps, Rack, what are some of the key principles that you look to find success playing that hero?
It's definitely just a push and pull. I mean, if you're in a Cat and Bastion mirror, it's just all about cooldowns, where you set up, like how you use corners and stuff, just catching the other guys off guard and then adapting if they don't play it.
Yeah, and lastly to both of you, what's been your favorite part of this LAN experience of just being able to see all your friends and teammates from across collegiate and pro play in person? What's something you've really enjoyed this weekend so far?
Just getting to see all my friends and everybody I know from online. Just being able to put a face in a name is always really fun.
Definitely the fans, I'd say, because there's a lot of local people and Full Sail put it all on. There's a lot of people traveling down, whether with your school or just, hey, we're like 20 minutes away. Super happy to come down, and I've already said hi to a ton of people, had a lot of pictures. Really fun time.
All right, well, thank you both. Good luck in your grand finals match, and everybody, don't forget to link your BattleNet to get those drops, all tens and tens and thousands of you. Enjoy the Overwatch.
Well, we've already gotten a sneak peek at what Rack Attack, Infected, and the rest of Winthrop University have in store for them today, and they've been experimenting quite a bit with their compositions, especially in the support role. The Anas with the Cats, the Kirikos, I don't know, you name it. Whatever's not Lucio Kiriko, they want to play, which I know there's been a lot of talk about that being the very constant in the highest level of play for a very long time now. So seeing that being switched up is both unique to them, but it also can throw some other teams off guard if they aren't ready for it. I don't think St. Clair's going to be one of them, though. They've had a ton of time to watch this Winthrop team play.
But also, if you're St. Clair, all they run is Lucio Kiri, basically. Like, a lot of times, they do run some Juno Brig here and there, but they are massively a Lucio Kiriko team. Yeah. So I think it's the matter of when do you need to swap over to that Juno Brig, maybe make it a little bit of a change, whether it be ban enforced or just kind of comp assisted. Time will tell here from St. Clair. Winthrop, again, does get first map pick and first ban because they are the higher seed. They finished higher in Super Conference than St. Clair. But here we go, everybody. We should be getting on here in just a minute. I will say, exhaustion, if this series continues to go long, you do worry maybe a little bit for Winthrop. We started this morning at, 10 a.m. local time? We are now at 2 p.m. local time. We have been here a while. So at this point, they at least had time to grab some food, drink some water, catch up. They should be feeling good. It's just a matter of how much of that will hold on. Can St. Clair maybe start off running, and maybe that'll work out?
I think that's the hope for St. Clair as part of that fatigue kicking in, but also it seems like Tread is very confident in his ability.
Tread confident? No.
All right, come on. Sarcasm aside, Tread in this interview, and both here sitting us at the desk, ground tanks, Lucio Kiriko. Those are the two things that he confidently thinks St. Clair hold the advantage over, and I'm inclined to agree for the most part. I think it needs to be tested on paper, and I also think Winthrop have learned a lot from their previous matchup. It's these DPS duos that I'm worried about. Like, the tanks can exchange depending on what is being played. It's DPS that kind of scare me. Razor very often on yesterday. His Tracer, fantastic. Moving on to other heroes was a bit of a struggle at times.
I'm looking at Noxious, Mr. Canada himself. Like, this is the final run for him. He was excellent yesterday. One of the main reasons why they survived the scare against Cumberland. Will he have enough magic in the tank to bring the Saints to a title? Again, we're doing it. This is basically the United States versus Canada preview in the World Cup, it can feel like. So I'm excited to see how this one goes. Again, a lot of former Team Canada players here for St. Clair. A lot of Dilducks during their OWCS run, and including in Face It as well. You got the Disguised connection here for St. Clair. There's a lot of pieces that are going on, a lot of connections. These team players have known each other for years on St. Clair. And now is the time for them to finally get that title, finally get that championship that their program has been building for years.
Yeah, if it doesn't happen now, then that might just be it for this. I mean, it is it for the this specific roster, yeah. That's the last chance under this St. Clair College marker that they could come away with that title, and it's going to be tough. They're the only team who has managed to push Winthrop to the distance. This was in the open bracket as this happened. Took 2 maps, pushed just to 5, almost won, but fell short in the end, and then were swept shortly after. So since those points, you had a lot of time to learn and develop. And if I know anything about St. Clair, it is their coaching, it is their communication outside of the game that has really helped them set themselves apart from the other top teams that we are going to be seeing. It is going to come down to that. How much prep has gone into today? How much time have you spent analyzing this unique style that Winthrop is completely theory crafting on their own, almost on the spot?
Yeah, pretty much. Like, this is going to be an awkward spot as long as St. Clair, again, they had time to game plan around Jetpack Cat and some of these, even the hazard comps that Winthrop was throwing out due to the fact that they were all watching to the right of us in the rafters. They were watching that entire series, getting ready to go. So they have a general idea of what is coming at them. But sometimes when you're looking square, right at a train, you can't stop the train. And that feels like what it is right now with Winthrop. They were on such a run, such a tear. It is going to be a lot for St. Clair to try and do it. But again, they brought them to 5 and open. We know they have the ability to take maps off. It is just, can you do enough to build that early momentum and then just run with it to the finish line?
Well, there's one more thing that we haven't talked about at all. It is Ultraviolet. If you have been here for at least part of the last series, you probably would have seen him win several fights, if not maps, basically on his own in a way. He just empowers the team so well on his Ana. He's the best that you're going to find in Collegiate, best you're going to find in North America on that pick. And Winthrop, a team that has kind of perfected it. And I think this will be a weak point for St. Clair. They were pretty locked in as Kiriko Lucio. Alex kind of coming in to flex over to that support role has been fantastic on that specific pick. We just haven't seen anything outside of that Kiriko, and even a little Baptiste. That's just not going to help you against what Winthrop has been running.
It's like you maybe run the map on a poke map here and there, but that's at that point you might as well just run a Laurie and Ana or even Kiri. So I don't think it's going to be an interesting show out here from St. Clair. Right. Tread can basically play anything. I'm not worried about, what are they going to play on tank? What are the main point of this composition going to be? That is not a worry, at least for me, and I doubt it is for you.
No.
He was player of the year for a reason, everybody. But it is just, can you get all the pieces to fit correctly to break this puzzle from the Eagles right now? Because, again, they're just in such incredible form. It is going to be a tall order, but they could be the team to get it done. Yeah, again, they actually went through it. Again, Winthrop, they've been smooth and by, granted, a little bit of adversity if they're on stage. St. Clair have already went through their paces. They've had their struggles. They've already had to improve on certain things throughout the weekend. And hopefully Coach Zay had a lot of time to be like, hey, this is what we got to do if they want to have a good chance here of upsetting Winthrop.
It's the culture of St. Clair teams. I mean, between Zay being a fantastic coach for them, and then Tread also kind of saying himself.
Kind of like a player coach almost at times.
Quote unquote, whipped this team into shape, into a fighting form that they are disciplined, that they are on top of it. We do have a first map pick in Winthrop. The higher seed will select Lijiang Tower. Every single match on broadcast, it is confirmed 7 for 7. They'll take away Tread's Diva, and the response is the Bastion. No Cat Bastion on Lijiang Tower. Will be likely Azoria coming in from Tread.
Yeah, more than likely with Zarya from Tread. It's one of his better heroes. I'd say if we have to pick for Tread, it's like Zarya Diva. And Hazard can be up there. Yeah. But we could actually see a Hazard mirror, something that I didn't really expect much to see. Infected's been willing to run it. It was a big reason those Nano Hazard plays were fantastic. There was nothing the Northwood backline could do during that final. Maybe we see a similar run here from St. Clair and from Winthrop against St. Clair. But it could also be flipped on their head. But I don't see St. Clair running a lot of Ana. Like, I just don't see that in the cards. They could run some cat comps. If maybe Red X got in, they're like, guys, let's just run cat. Let's
he did just say that there are he thinks there are a lot better uses for the cat outside of just carrying your hit scan around. So, I mean, a chance for innovation. Is this the time to test it out?
Yeah, exactly. We don't know, obviously, what they've been doing in scrims. They could have been testing out a lot of these cat comps before. But testing it out in scrims, doing it now, completely different. But we don't have to worry about that for the time being due to the Bastion ban from St. Clair. And I think we are almost ready here in Lijiang Tower to start us off here in this varsity final.
Best of 7. Long series up ahead. Winthrop University already played 6 maps of their own previous best of 7 against Northwood University. Now, St. Clair in the path. Can they get their one title for graduation, or Winthrop go back to back? Find out here starting on Lijiang Tower, and with it being Gardens, Winthrop, especially Infected, very happy about a specific little hamster.
Oh yeah, it's the fact that you take a game ball, you don't ban out the ball, but then you have to ban out, and you have to ban out the Bastion to avoid like one of these key comps from Winthrop. They're going to go to a very similar look here with the ball, but not the cat, actually. Late swap from Rack over to the Lars with this double flex support comp from Winthrop with Zera on the Pharah.
Okay.
Going to give Noxious and Razor a run for their money.
So this is like Uber Poke and then Wrecking Ball. There's one thing is not like the others. Infected's job here is to disrupt St. Clair enough so that these poke targets, Sam, Zera, can get value, or you could just send Redix reeling off the map. Zera snags Razor on the opposite side of the map, and chaos already ensued. Tread left on his lonesome, nowhere to look, cannot close the gap on this team. It'll be an Eagles first cap and a stagger onto Alex.
Yeah, what a statement there. Infected, not even allowing Redix to have any sort of setup, just a nice little poop off early. And here come the swaps from St. Clair. Maybe Razor will have one soon after that stagger out from Ultraviolet. Noxious on the Emerald to help deal with Zera a little bit better. In the air, Tread now on the Hazard. So let's see, Infected. Look at this position.
That's creative. I like it. All right, Infected, let's see what you got. Okay, we're readjusting. We're setting an angle. There's geometry.
Nobody's there.
All right, well, there's no one there. So we're gonna make the adjustment. Tread is set onto the Hazard, which will help close the gap. Rack Attack and Ultraviolet not mobile, but you actually gotta get to them first to make it matter, and they just haven't been able to do that. Zera comes up with 2. That's 0 and 3 now. On to Razor. He has just not been allowed to play this game at all. Not exactly sure how Zera ended up falling off the map, likely by his own doing. And wait, Sam goes off with a second. This is getting a little scrappy for what Winthrop would have liked, but scrappy, where especially Wrecking Ball, is a pretty big fan of that one. He'll stall out this point for as long as he would like, even as the minefield, if needed, which this room looking kind of juicy, especially as Ultraviolet gets sent off a cliff, courtesy of Redix. And they're just kind of chilling. And Winthrop have been down players. They've been staggering for a while. So have St. Clair. There's no reason for them to back off. They can keep pushing forward. How mobile this Wrecking Ball is.
Yeah, Winthrop just want like as little full-on team fights as possible. Try and find those early pickoffs. Try and drag out some of these early resources like the cleanse and the amp from St. Clair, and they've been doing a great job of that so far.
The Captor's Sun up in the sky for Rack Attack, and he'll snag 2. Huge combo off a pile drive from Infected. The synergy of this team firing on all cylinders. That's almost going to be a team wipe now as Tread falls, and a flawless round of Gardens for Winthrop University. They're picking up right where they left off.
No hesitation whatsoever. Clean 100-0 from Winthrop to start us off on Lijiang Tower. And that Wrecking Ball ban may have been a good choice from Northwood. They did win this map earlier today, but that was a ban that was in place, not one that St. Clair made. And I think we're seeing the reason why right now is, yeah, it is just rough right now. Infected is yet to die. 10-3-0 for him. Ultraviolet is leading lobby with eliminations. That should be illegal.
That's not right. That's not right. Ultraviolet's Ana. It's got to go out someday. And even Wheat said that, we might go 4-1 because the Ana is banned every map that it is here. Well, it's kind of, the carry potential is insane. And the team's been playing so incredibly well off of this pile drive setup from Infected. Both teams running back on the exact same comp. They have to get Noxious and Razor in positions for success. They've just been getting fried by Sam and Zera before they can take the team fight that they want.
And already, Winthrop just trying to split the map, trying to find anybody left alone, and it will be 1, 2, 3 off.
Well, it was kind of cool. That's the second time now Redix has managed to catch Ultraviolet sitting too close to a cliff. Razor does come up with Rack Attack. No support, doesn't matter. You're playing a hamster. You roll around to get health packs. Will be a first cap for the Eagles.
Just continuing this momentum from earlier, and you can tell St. Clair, they have ideas on how they want to enter these fights, but they're getting disrupted immediately by Winthrop. The Eagle game plan working to perfection right now, eventually. They're trying to rotate across, but it's like, hey, we can't really get booped off the map here. We can't make any real progress to point either.
No, but Tread did isolate Rack Attack, who hugged a little too close to a cactus. As Winthrop starting to fall apart here. Do lose both of their supports. They don't quite have the minefield from Infected to stall, so he's going to do it the old-fashioned way. And Tread's decided to take things into his own hands. Continues to be the pillar for St. Clair. We're seeing the first real quote-unquote fight win. I say that because Infected stalled a ton of time.
Yeah, stalled a little bit. Zero trying to find an exit frag, but is found out by Razor. And St. Clair have their first fight win of this series so far. Will now look to build off of it. Tread wanting to hold that high ground, but will not be given that option by Ultraviolet and Sam. This minefield from Infected could lead to an early flip. Unless Rack's gone.
Yeah, Rack Attack has just been priority #1 for Tread. The second that he shows his feds, like, oh, I want to go see that guy, takes him out, and this is much better for St. Clair. We're starting to see them take initiative and disregard Infected's presence entirely.
Just ignore the ball even exists. Try and take the 4v5. As long as you have somebody, probably Razor, at a touch point here and there to ensure the flip doesn't actually go through. St. Clair now gain the lead. Kitsune Rush and Pulse, but everybody's starting to creep up on these ults.
Razor been on Infected duty most of this map. Swap the point from flipping, and that is a battle. St. Clair will happily take Sam down first. Zera, though, does make it Noxious eat a rocket, and even finds Redix again, the nano boost onto this bar. Oh my gosh, Razor obliterated. That's one way to break through this defense, and St. Clair started to get set up. It will be short-lived, though, 65% to their name.
Yeah, Winthrop almost use that as bait. Like, okay, you're going to go in, Zera, just go have fun. Nobody looking at the Pharah immediately, and that is the death of that fight for St. Clair. But the benefit is no ultimates used due to how quickly that all dismantled. But the other side of it is it was only the nano for Winthrop, so they got their fair share.
Oh, Tread, I was going to say, took that like a champ. Nope, he did not. He did, and then Infected showed up, made him drop the block. So St. Clair just have to take the barrage. And for Winthrop, that is fantastic ultimate efficiency. Oh.
Yeah, just the one ult, Noxious, sent away. And now St. Clair, one more push before Winthrop potentially start us off here 1-0. But the positive is, all 5 ults for them are online. Just the 2, maybe a third from Sam for Winthrop. But what are you going to actually end up using? For now, down 4 overclock.
A sound barrier there to cover for the Captain's Son. You can tell Redix did not want to pop that. It'll work out. We'll shut down Pesky Emre. And Razor finds Ultraviolet all by himself. But this is the one fight St. Clair should have won. And Jesse, I don't think they're controlling this at all. Pulse Bomb still available for Razor. Has to go, but no, the ship perfectly timed out of Rack Attack. He'll deny Razor entirely, and nobody can get to the point. Winthrop University close this out in a clean 2-0.
Didn't even get to use the Kitsune Rush from Alex during that entire round. And that is when maybe St. Clair would have wanted back. But Winthrop, they convert their map pick and now start us off with a 1-0. Right, this is actually that Captive Son from early on and just lining up the shots.
part.
did rack. But here we go. This is the start we had a feeling Winthrop would have, but now a lot of this power goes to St. Clair. What direction do they want to take this series to try and avoid getting in too deep of a hole early?
You got to brawl it out. Like, honestly, bad RNG, not getting control center. I think that's where we could have truly seen St. Clair shine to a degree, but not getting either of those maps and overlooking the Wrecking Ball as a potential threat, maybe because it was banned out in the first series, you didn't see it played, or like maybe we were so focused on what was actually up there. I'm sure that's something they might be regretting later on. For now, it'll be Winthrop University starting this series out on the right note. It's up to St. Clair College to decide how they will return.
Yeah, they obviously have hybrid, escort, push, flashpoint, all of those modes available here for them to choose from. I agree with you. I think they just got to run it down on Brawl.
You have to.
I think you have to. The worry is you almost have to do a protect ban for your Zarya. Like, you cannot let the Zarya get banned because then you're just going to be in a Ram Mirror, and Infected is going to be very comfortable in that situation, or may just say screw it and go the Hazard anyway. So I think you maybe even ban out the Hazard, but you might want to save that for one of the dive maps.
Well, that would even
on.
go to, though, for Brawl. Because I don't think there's a single map that I'm thinking of, at least, in our map pool that both can you play Brawl and eliminate that Hazard as a potential threat. I think that whatever you go to, Winthrop are going to play what Winthrop want to play. St. Clair just need to get themselves in a position that it's slightly more uncomfortable. The Zarya is within range, and you have people to protect. And I think will be the biggest part in getting your DPS online. Noxious and Razor. Razor had some good moments at the end of that map, but I think Noxious was a little quiet at the start, which did happen yesterday. To his credit, so maybe just some warm-up time. They didn't get a lot before this, so perhaps just getting used to that stage environment. We can see the true potential that he has later, because he has some insane hit scan pop-offs if given the opportunity.
So he's been at it for quite a long time. If you have not been around the Overwatch scene enough, he has been near the top for a while, took a little bit of a break, but is now trying to lead the way here for St. Clair to get that title before this roster kind of ends this legacy here for St. Clair. Have always been kind of a top 10, top 5 team. They don't want to be top anything but top 1 here today in the varsity final, but going to have to figure some things out early here, as that was just domination from Winthrop. I don't know what Rack is doing.
I was trying to figure out, was there some sort of sign language hand signals that's going on over there? I'm not entirely sure what that meant. That's if anyone has an interpretation in chat, would love to hear it. But yeah, all right. Well, it looks like it's all sorted. Whatever it may have
whatever
been.
it was.
And I do love that the players get to face each other on the stage. I think that makes for some really cool moments. Although they are being very respectful. We're not jumping out of our seats. We're not shouting at people.
Now we're going to see one jump over the table.
They might think about it. I don't know.
The internal say, no, we're not going to have that. But no, it's been fun. And honestly, I'm looking back at their history here. Shambali was the pick last time, but that is not in the map pool this time around.
It's just not a Brawl map pool at all.
No, this is very much a dive or a high. You can kind of run either. Like Suravasa, you can run rush, you can run dive. Same thing with Atlas. Both push maps as well. You can run pretty much either or, whatever you kind of are leaning towards. It is a very nice map pool for Winthrop, but it's not like they don't have a good dive. It's just dealing with normal dive and then dealing with Wrecking Ball Chaos dive from Winthrop are two different things.
Yeah, but I don't know. It just seems like that Trent was very hesitant to play the D.Va into this matchup, just because he's like, they're not playing great against some of these ground tanks. Kind of take advantage of that, catch players off guard. But even like the Wrecking Ball won't really be a concern, I think, going forwards, unless you're feeling really gutsy, like a Runa Sapi or something. That didn't even seem to be the intention. I guess, but I mean, Hazard, Infected showed the Winston today. That worked out incredibly well. And you only have one half, you banned one half of that Jetpack Cat Bastion combo too. So that will be back on the table unless you decide to take away the cat on the map. But of course, that's going to depend. I'm kind of feeling a Runa Sapi. I'm feeling a Runa Sapi kind of day. Oh, okay, well, I got the right map type. That's something. Esperanza will, in fact, be the pick. Brig is taken away. So they want to try to, I guess, make it more uncomfortable. This tells me Trent's going to play D.Va, number one.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want to have the Brig.
Now that it's not banned.
Yeah. You don't want to have the Brig to protect the Ana, which makes you question, do you still play the Ana? And then the Tracer going second. Zara wants some Genji action.
Yeah, Zera wants to get busy, or you just continue with the Pharah. The Pharah worked great on Legion Tower. Yeah, it's a little bit more difficult here in Esperanza, but it's not impossible by any means. And it makes sense why St. Clair picked this map. Map 4 of that series, it was a 142-6.
Oh, yeah. That's another thing I have in my notes that I haven't really brought up because it hasn't happened. Winthrop are allergic to Esperanza. I don't know what happens. Every time I have seen them play on this map in this semester, they just get steamrolled. I don't know why. We're going to take a look as to what that could be, and I have a feeling that D.Va may be a part of it since it's just not in infected hero pool, which still continues to be impressed. The two best tanks right now are two of the tanks he just doesn't really play, so he's had to get creative. We just had a massive impact on how this team has been, and even Rack Attack was saying during the interview, having these consistent 2 weeks of prep have really helped them nail down these comps and be ready for this tournament and anything that St. Clair could throw at them.
Because again, they're trying to balance so much classes and OWCS. And
I don't know how they do it.
I can barely do life, let alone that. But they're able to get it done. Here we go, Esperanza. And let's get a first early look of what these teams are throwing. And I was wondering when we would potentially see this variation of the comp.
Okay then. I don't hate it. I think Infected's going to have a big role in deterrence, I believe. Zera, I'm assuming we'll just swap over to the Genji after this to match Razor. But they're going to get ready to go out. Esperanza on the way. Back to this Jetpack Cat and Bastion combo. Okay, well, you got to pick up the Bastion first. There we go. We got him. We got him now. Everything's fine. St. Clair seemed pretty confident in handling this. We're going to put that to the test.
Yeah, sometimes these comps at OWCS China are just funny to be funny. And then there's a few that actually pick up steam. This is one of them with the Maga and the Jetpack Cat. And here we go. How are St. Clair going to respond?
Well, by exploding Sam. I like that response. That's pretty chill. The St. Clair do lose one of their own as Tread sets its sights on Ultraviolet. Sleep goes wide. It's not looking too good. Yeah, Rack almost clutched it with the purr, but even that is not enough to stop a full health D.Va in that end. An instant swap from Winthrop University, saying this is not going to work out.
Yep, Sam already on the Emery. I have a feeling we'll see Rack go off of the Cat here in just a minute. There it is, to Winston and Ilari here for Winthrop. And obviously, yeah, not having that break, it limits what you can do in these dives. But again, St. Clair, they just want to continue running this Lucio Kiri. It has been their bread and butter for almost the entirety of this roster's existence. No reason to change that now.
No, not at all. And keep up with it. I think Alex slotting into this role has pretty much only played the Kiriko, unless it is banned out. So play to comfort, no reason to change that, as of late at least. And Winthrop looking to execute on these dives. You saw them put on a masterclass on Blizzard World. So far, kind of holding it down on this bridge. Nothing too crazy is happening. It's going to be this Kitsune rush out of Alex that will determine how St. Clair persist on Fort. An aggressive teleport that's going to cost him his life. Both actually fall in the same instant. And a critical error from Alex lend St. Clair's push.
Yeah, that'll wrap that up. Tread actually gets a baby D.Va kill onto Rack Attack, but it won't really mean a whole lot. Winthrop win the fight. It'll just take Rack a little bit more time to re-enter the fray. And that Kitsune rush is one, not the best one from Alex there. I think if Alex survives, then yes, it could have worked out, but just TP'd right into the hearts of the Eagles. And now Zera has the Nano Blade ready to go.
Yeah, Nano Blade up, a classic combo. See what the initiation is. You know Redix's sound barrier, so I don't know if they're actually going to commit the Nano Boost into the Genji for that reason. They're not going to get as much value as they normally would. So will in fact be into Infected. They're going to hold the blade for after the beat. Redix, so much respect over to Infected's dive. But Zera knows it is his time to shine. Slices through Razor, looking for Alex. Doesn't have another blade swing. Have to finish that off with the good old Shurikens. And the self-destruct used by Tread, I'm imagining that signals a swap, considering all of his team was already dealt with.
Yeah, probably a swap coming in from the Brits. Let's see here in just a moment. Nope. Wow, sticking to it. Maybe just, we all rage queue a little bit. Maybe just like at it instantly, like, oh, it's winnable. No, it really isn't. Captive Sun, Primal, and Override, but Zera's got to make sure he lives to make sure he can play around those.
But him playing as far up as he did denied St. Clair the touch. So forward spawn's already captured for St. Clair, and Alex has just not been having a good time in this game. Infected Zera had their sights set on him. St. Clair getting just one support in the Redix, which is nowhere near enough to keep Noxious alive. This payload is on the move. Winthrop breaking these Broad's curse.
Well, already better than last time on this map for Winthrop, so I gotta give him credit there. Oh, hey, Overclock and Blade here. Well, Noxious didn't wait any time.
Nope, Noxious is going in immediate response to Sam, which you kind of have to do if you slide into the middle of where everyone is standing or looking dive. Face the wrath of Ultraviolet. He is nailing the shots. Had the most elims on his team last game. And Zera looking to rival him for that title.
Yeah, Winthrop continue to push on forward. Not even halfway into this map, but at this point, Winthrop, they just want to end this early. Only about 40 meters or so until this map is all wrapped up. Still have the Captive Sun and Primal to play around. UV can give the Nano onto Infected to have an extra life post-Primal. They have all the resources here needed.
It's really just up to Razor. If this Blade can do anything and they get Sune Rush, they'll have a chance. Sam really, really low, and actually it's two. They don't manage to slice on through, but the Captain Sun Rack Attack snags him on the roof. And St. Clair will manage to at least hold the line. They're not necessarily going to win. Winthrop can't push this forwards much longer. Infected in a Rack Attack and do their best to solve this out, see if they can get reinforcements, but realize, you know what, it's not worth it.
Yeah, get a few extra meters, but not commit to it too heavily. Infected is trying to slowly back up. Try and buy some time so that Winthrop can play here right at the top of Bridge. It needs a little bit of an assist by UV, but Zera survives.
Yeah, critical medical care there from Ultraviolet. Keeps Zera on his feet, and they wanted to build up a Dragonblade fast. Almost Ajax. Redix scaring us a little bit, but the sound barrier goes off. It just doesn't keep him on his feet. Zera committed to dicing him into a bajillion pieces, and Infected will take care of all the business in the front line. Everyone on St. Clair backing off, attempting to retreat. Do get Ultraviolet, which will help them in the long run.
Yeah, but I don't know how much time you really have to stall this up, especially because Tread is going to go out of mech. It's self-destruct used just to stay in this fight, and it works out. Infected. That's a little bit of a wake-up present.
I mean, did he actually get hit by it? It felt like it. It felt like it. Yeah. But Ultraviolet walking his little way back to the objective. Winthrop not taking any risks. Even St. Clair, the chance to make the first move. Neither team near any ultimates as a prevalence. And every second that ticks on, the Eagles just get more and more favored to win this game.
St. Clair need a quick turnaround. They cannot afford to finally start this comeback with a minute left. They need longer than that, but their issue is there is no way for them to even get this bot out of their own spawn.
No, and the ultimates are coming up, but not for St. Clair. Captive Sun plus Override Protocol. There's explosions happening all over the screen. None of them have to really do with the ults except that one on Razor. Team kill. That is just going to be it. Infected through the spawn doors. Tread may be able to get a touch, but it will not come through. Winthrop smash their way through map number 2. This team wants it, and they might just get it if they keep playing at this pace.
Pure obliteration from Winthrop, just never letting their foot off the gas. Once that bot went into the St. Clair half, and play of the game will go to else but Zera. This actually kind of when it all started to flip around. St. Clair beginning on a pretty decent note, but after this point, not really the case. Winthrop just run it down from there, and now Winthrop 2 maps away from getting the double.
This guy's Genji is just insane.
It's
I bet what happened. He's like, guys, please let me play Genji. Let me out of Tracer jail.
I deflected a grab earlier today. You do not understand.
You know what? He earned that one. He earned that. He absolutely did. It's still, I think, the best play that we've seen so far this weekend. And yeah, St. Clair at a loss of what to do. This was their map pick. He even said that we're going to play ground tanks. We can beat them in that matchup. Well, guess what? I don't think there's anything you can do to make the Eagles match you on that composition. They're going to play what they want to play, and it's up to you. Do you stick to your guns, or are you going to be the ones to adapt?
They have to make some sort of change here, because that was their go-to. Like, hey, we smashed them last time on this map. Not the case this time around. St. Clair have about a 90-second window of fantastic play, and then Winthrop just ran away with it throughout the rest of map 2. But again, still plenty of Overwatch to be played here. St. Clair can turn it around. They fended off a reverse sweep yesterday. They may need that kind of similar sort of turnaround here if they want to avoid going in an 0-3 hole, which against this team, that's pretty much worst case scenario.
Performing under pressure is not exactly the thing you want to do, but if it's necessary for St. Clair, they're getting pretty close to that point. Because if Winthrop get a third, reverse sweeping in a first to 4, that's
harsh.
Doing it in a first to 3 is already crazy. Add another map onto that. You might be talking a little insane, I'm not going to lie, but what do you even do? I think if you're St. Clair, you've now been beaten twice at your own game. We've realized Winthrop are going to do Winthrop things no matter what we ban, no matter what we pick. And you only got one on a ban. When are you going to decide to use that? Ultraviolet remains the silent hero, sometimes not so silent, in this Winthrop backline. Essentially untouchable unless you're full committing onto him and paying for at least a life of one player.
I think if they want to go to a Rialto, something like that, where they can at least more so force the rush more than I think many other maps in this map pool. You ban out the Ana. It worked out for Northwood. Granted, they barely got that thing passed.
It
was not like a dominant performance by any stretch, but they did get it through at the end of the day. Take that type of step forward, see if that will work out. But it is a rough go right now for St. Clair. There's a reason why Winthrop won the Open Championship just about an hour or so ago. They want to. They want 2 for 2. ISU did it in the fall. They win Open. They win Varsity. Coincidentally, against St. Clair, also in that final for Varsity. They want both. And so far, right now, it's looking like Winthrop's going to get it unless St. Clair can turn this ship around.
I don't know. I don't think this ship has a steering wheel at the moment. I'm not going to lie. Something has to change. It's got to be something big. And it seems like they're getting shut out of fights. There's so many threats on this Winthrop roster. Deciding which one to focus on as your first priority, that's a difficult task and something that I think they're taking a bit of time here between maps to figure out as they come through with their selections and bans.
They know that this, again, it was very similar to the Northwood game, to where Northwood needed just some sort of break to be able to breathe and like, hey, we can actually run this thing. St. Clair need that right now, a little bit earlier than when Northwood did, just because Winthrop, they have continued their form from that Open final. It has been all gas, no brakes. St. Clair are struggling to get any sort of set play going, because Winthrop always the ones trying to start these fights, trying to get that opening pick. Poor Alex has been targeted left, right, and center during these first 2 maps. I think that's got to be maybe step 1. Keep your flex support alive so you can keep the rest of the team alive, because having that Kiriko die as quickly as he has been, you're never going to win these fights.
It's determining whether are we diving in, trading backlines, or are we turning and burning whoever is jumping into the team. Usually trading backlines has been the choice for a lot of squads depending on their composition. But in instances like that, turning around and just blowing up Infected or putting a little bit more attention on Zera so he's not getting as much value as he is would be a consideration. It's just a risk because you're allowing the team to initiate into you. It's setting a trap and baiting them into it, which can be really difficult on specific maps, especially ones like Push, like Flashpoint, and Control, where you're kind of just meeting in the middle and don't have any of that setup that you would get from an Escort or a Hybrid.
Yeah, we obviously have Flashpoint and then a Hybrid Escort still remaining here in the map pool. I don't know if I would go Flashpoint. Granted, that's the one Northwood 3-0'd. So maybe no, sorry, I'm thinking a completely
that went to
different
5. What are you talking about? Okay.
And, sorry, that is a completely different series from yesterday involving St. Clair, I believe. They actually, I think, lost that one. So maybe not Flashpoint.
They got 3-0 on that one. There we go.
Really not Flashpoint for St. Clair. Maybe go over. It's been a long weekend, guys.
If you guys
have been here throughout the whole day, hey, thank you so much for supporting Collegiate Overwatch. But also, drops still going. Get your esports loot boxes. I think you actually might be close now.
I might be. I'm getting my loot boxes. I still want that banner.
Somebody didn't watch yesterday.
I want the banner. I'm getting the banner. It's okay. I'll figure it out. I'm gonna get my stuff. It'll be all fine. But in the meantime, we have to figure out where our teams are going to go, and we have the answer. They did the thing, Jesse, and you are full on head and hands right now. Like, what just happened? Well, it is Saravasa. Winston bad. We are playing ball. You're playing Jetpack Cat. We're playing Ana. And there's a Lucio bad on the other side. This is, this spelled a little disaster to me at first look.
Yeah.
St. Clair specifically. I just specified.
Yeah,
If it wasn't clear. I don't know about this one. This might be...
I can see the vision.
This might be some,
I
like,
don't know if I
super
agree with the
overcooked
vision,
things.
but I can see the vision.
Okay, what's the vision? Because my eyes are shut.
The vision is trying to deal with the ball. Obviously, they're going to run ball, Jetpack Cat. That's just what they're going to do. I think you almost need to go double. It sucks, but double flex support with this team, but you don't have the hero pool on your support line to go double flex. I don't know. I think maybe it's just like, hey, this is quick. We can, if we snowball early, we can just run it. And I get that. I'm a little worried. I'm just a little worried.
If we do see a team that is losing, turn it around, I feel like it happens on Flashpoint way more than any other map because how fast paced it is. I feel like your mistakes, small mistakes of not touching objectives are amplified, especially in squads that are maybe a bit overconfident, but I don't think Winthrop are necessarily overconfident.
No.
In this instance, they're giving
confident.
a lot of... Yeah.
I wouldn't say they got massive egos on them.
Well, depends on the person. Depends on the person. That's okay.
Hey, no. They
right
have,
to.
After that game, they have every right to.
Exactly. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. You gotta have an ego. If you don't think that you're good, well, you're not gonna be good. It's just how it works.
Skill issue.
Okay, that might be real. Is that real?
A little bit. Them compared to us, yeah.
Yeah. Well, obviously. Okay, I thought Tread was gonna play Wrecking Ball for a second. I got really excited. No, you're not doing that. Winthrop not gonna cook up what we expected.
Yet.
Perhaps. Yet, I mean, there is still time. Infected is having one heck of a time here. He's warming up his mechanics.
Is Red
getting the momentum going. I think it could work. We've seen this combo. If it's not the Bastion, it's the Cassidy.
And here we go. RedX, self-proclaimed #1 cat player in North America. Let's see what you got, RedX. And just be ushering around Noxious for the time being.
And he specifically said in the interview, Cat gets so much more value from not doing this. I feel lied to. I feel lied to. But, and we'll see. He is putting him on angles, which that is good. You are forcing a fight on this side. So I like this a little better. He's taking Noxious, relocating him.
Oh my God.
So here's the problem with that. Wrecking Ball can go wherever Wrecking Ball pleases, and same with Zera. Zera is, in fact, his best buddy that he's just following around the map. That is where a problem will be. So Reddick's a little more careful of where he is drop shipping his Noxious next time.
Yeah, that was just read perfectly by Winthrop. And now a fight over by a different flashpoint. During this, Infected flips the point back over. And these trades are going back and forth. Winthrop, no healing, though, right now available. And that is why you see Sam just running.
Yeah, that also affects Tread significantly more than Infected, as it is not as easy for a D.Va to get in and out. So Infected, stalling out the point, making sure nobody caps. Alex goes through, but a block in momentum will actually save him for a while longer. As Infected, almost overstays his welcome. He'll get out 54 HP to spare, but at the cost of the Saints recapping the point. Here comes Noxious again. Dropped, hopefully, with the support of actually both Alex and Redix this time, who themselves are not so healthy. Bionade out on a Noxious. Zera there to squeak on in and finish him off. Utter chaos of map #1, but it's starting to feel like St. Clair might have clicked too hard.
They've at least flipped this point early, and they are trying to hold on to it as long as they can, so they at least guarantee one more fight on this flashpoint, but it's not like this is going to be the one that does it.
Well, I mean, they already committed Kitsune, so it's like, what's one more? Thinking this is still winnable. His rack attack is relatively low. It does have Ultraviolet in his sightlines. It's just Sam cleaning up this lobby, brought out his own broom, make sure there are no remnants of St. Clair remaining. But St. Clair, all things considered, did get that to final fight territory.
Redix tried to pull up the bomb, but I think grabbed a Tread instead.
Oh, no.
Could have been massive there from the Saints, but just didn't work out that time around. Pulse Bomb here for Razor. We'll be looking at Rack Attack and UV, trying to take out one of these supports from Winthrop that has been running rampant throughout the entirety of today. But holy check marks for Winthrop.
Yeah, 3, almost 4 shiny buttons. Actually, almost 5 if you really want to go that far. Razor so low, he actually gets finished off. Zera chases him down. No recall, no health packs to be seen. Catnap trapping. Goes on to Sam. He'll be dragged into the enemy. So it is a 1-for-1. Now to come down to the ultimates. Minefield the best in these overtime scenarios. It helps to keep Tread away from the point and separate everyone else on St. Clair. Seem to be falling like dominoes. D-Mech onto the tank. Nice little bit of tech. Alex, 1 HP left remaining. Ultraviolet says, don't mind if I do. Sweeping up even more elims over to this auto player. And I'll go ahead and do it for Winthrop University. Solidly in control for most of that. The percentage wouldn't tell you.
They even lose the fight when UV tried to pop Nano on Sam and it didn't go through in time. But it's like, UV doesn't care. Already 2/3 to another Nano. Like, just a little bit wild. St. Clair now, a little bit of a change-up. Tread will go on to the Hazard. Let's see what he can do with it. Oh, that was not where that was supposed to go.
I don't know where Zera was. He saw something, I guess, in the Matrix. It is
the demons.
The demons, all right. Alex is down, though, which makes up for the loss of Ultraviolet. Zera, though, taking that fight without recall was a bit gutsy, to say the least. Noxious will punish him and actually gets Rack Attack, too, before Sam ultimately blows him up, floating in the sky with his own override protocol. St. Clair now firmly in control of this objective, at least in terms of the area. It's what they want you to think. That's, as long as Infected is alive, he's going to make it as difficult as he can to stop this push and separates Tread. Again, shouting out Infected for how he's just dividing and conquering. If he can't get the kill, he separates it for another team member to come in.
It's perfect disruption right now from Infected. And now that, we're entering into maps where the Wrecking Ball can really work, you're seeing why this guy's one of the best right now in the country on the roll. Nano already built back up from UV. Minefield can kind of impact this push from St. Clair. What a sleep.
Yeah, it was a good sleep, but it's not going to end up saving his life. But we'll set up for an even trade. Noxious, though, starting to come to life. We'll have to see how long that lasts as Infected on the prowl. For any support, just caught lacking. In this case, Alex barely has any HP. Amazing he lived as long as he did. But Zera come to cut his life to an end. Downpour out now. Will catch Infected, but it's not like anybody is able to get all the way down there to stop him. It's Tread instead, who is in much more danger and honestly at risk of staggering this point even farther. Presented Zera, who underestimates the power of the Hazard Slash. This is a team deathmatch that we're watching.
Yeah, and throughout this, Winthrop are okay with it because they still have control over point. Now just desperation here from St. Clair. Needs something to happen.
Drops Infected off the map, so that's a great start. The Rack Attack says, that's my hamster. Leave it alone. We'll get the revenge pick. It's on Noxious now. If he can clutch this up, Alex returns with the Kitsune Rush, but no, the shots don't land onto Zera to keep the Kiriko alive, and I fear he has once again been unleashed. Razor does come back to even this out. The stall is there, but no! The touch is not. It evades St. Clair, and Winthrop now only need one more point to go up to, well, match point.
Just one more needed, and they have the ult economy to do so. St. Clair threw everything at that to try and get the flip to avoid this O2 hole, and they don't get the touch near the end. And now they're kind of just hunting Infected in the previous flashpoint when everybody else is crossing the map. Weird, just a long ways on this rotation, but that's what you have. A Jetpack Cat in this one with the Lucio Bam and Red X. Just need to stay alive, man.
He's chilling, mostly. I'm a little surprised we stayed on the Jetpack Cat just after, but I guess it solves the hero pool issue.
God, Rack is so far away.
I know, you kind of have to, I guess, on the ERD. But Sam's also in La La Land. I'm not really sure what he was trying to do set up on that high ground. Ultraviolet is, well, okay, was here. He gets slashed across the back with Tread's spikes as he's going to look to make his own exit. Infected, much more of a threat that he wants to respect. Saints looking for the first cap, and Winthrop will let them have it. Rack Attack doesn't want it to last long. Does get caught, though, by the downpour. Forgot his umbrella at home. Turns out to be a trade and a stick from Zera. He's finding these out of seemingly nowhere. Will secure Winthrop its player advantage in this battle. They almost grab Reddick. These supports doing the patty cake thing of just throwing every single heal they can, and that's barely enough to ward off Infected, but can't stop the point flip.
Yeah, flip goes through, but the fact that Alex and Red X are both still alive, little bit crazy. Rack Attack will now go onto the Brig due to the fact that Tread has gone on to the Diva. A little bit harder when you're on the Alari to get anything done with the defense matrix in your face.
Yeah, good swap there. Catnap now for Redix, which I guess just stuns him and actually drops Rack Attack. That's a double, effectively, for Redix, setting up his team well. Does, again, self-proclaimed #1 jetpack cat for a reason. Backing it up, gives the Saints the flip.
Saints flip early, but Redix cannot get out of the fight. And now Zera looking to turn this around himself.
Zera's such a rat the way he plays Tracer, and I mean that in the nicest way.
Nobody
knows that he's just lurking around the corner. Redix used all his boost to go in. Now his team is suffering because of it. Sam now with the override protocol plus a nano boost on top of it. Alex doesn't stand a chance. Noxious goes kaboom shortly after. And Winthrop University will cut St. Clair short of one fight territory. We're at one fight territory.
Oh, and poor Shred.
Oh, the stagger.
This is what you get when you get Player of the Year. You just get staggered out. They don't want you involved at all.
What? No,
they get a rematch!
That should not have happened. You had to use the post bomb there to make up for it. Rack Attack, the mic drop. I don't think you deserve that. Your honor just got pancaked.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoops.
UV flew a little bit too close to the sun, but the benefit here for Winthrop, you have the mines, so you can just delay this actual engage from St. Clair for so long, it'll be enough time for UV to get back.
Yeah, and he's gonna put it right at the edge, just bumps Shred back. And so Dave's Noxious, and yeah, he's in the sky, he can get past the minefield, he just doesn't want to. He's gonna stay safely over on the side. St. Clair, they have to get a touch going, match point on the line. Razor do a good job of it for now, and without Rack Attack's rally, Winthrop are significantly weaker until he gets back. So wrapping this up quick would be huge, but it's Zera and Infected with their appropriate 1v1s. It's just trading of backlines that St. Clair have struggled with, and Winthrop, this is where they thrive. They thrive in the chaos. They thrive on this wrecking ball led by Infected. They're gonna find themselves up at championship point.
One map away from the double here is Winthrop, and it feels like nothing can go wrong right now if you are a Winthrop player. Everything's lining up. Yes, maybe a scary moment here or there, a reminder to not get remeched. But that's all the notes I have right now for this team. They're playing just that well. And Red X, okay, that was funny, I won't lie. That was hilarious catnapping onto Infected. Felt a little bit personal.
And it's like, you're talking about this wrecking ball? Here's what I think about that. Just dunks him in the water, so let the alligators have him. I mean, half of these plays aren't ready. The cat did work to a degree, but the synergy that Winthrop have along with Infected is just incredible. That happened, but add it to the low light reel. You won the map. It doesn't really matter in
that
the long
hitbox
run.
is a little
that was a
sketchy.
You think you're safe, but you're never safe from the Diva mix. So 3-0 now for Winthrop University in the first of 4. One more chance for St. Clair University, and I'm going to say this, Honaband is still available.
Honaband's still there, but now a reverse sweep is needed in this best of 7. If St. Clair want to end this dynasty for their Overwatch roster on a high note, but it's looking more rough and rough as this series goes on, and Winthrop not letting them, giving them any sort of chance to build momentum. And you got to think some of the magicals has to happen here from St. Clair if they at least want to start that process. They do have another map pick available here for them. And I just don't know. It's Escort Hybrid. You can kind of pick anything you want here. I wouldn't go Blizzard World. And I wouldn't go Midtown.
So Hybrid, let's not do that.
So let's just not do Hybrid.
You're gonna have to do it eventually, but right now, perhaps a choice to be considered. Elsewhere in Escort, we're gonna give these teams a little more time to chat, get their map picks and bans in order. Then do a quick commercial break, and we will return with the NACE Varsity Grand Finals.
Performance sets the limit. Stability determines the journey. This is ROG, engineered for gamers. A true ROG design. Every core component is focused on real performance. Pure ROG DNA, aura that fuels fearless souls. Built to be pushed, cooled to endure. Air moves with purpose. Heat exits with precision. Every rigorous military-grade test ensures stable performance at extreme levels. Global support wherever you play. This is the ROG G-Series Gaming Desktop.
We are Armada, Full Sail University's collegiate esports organization and gaming community. At Full Sail, gaming is more than just a pastime. It's part of campus life. From our state-of-the-art esports arena, the Full Sail University Orlando Health Fortress, to Armada HQ, our on-campus LAN center, students have dedicated spaces to game, connect, and explore the latest in streaming, casting, and live event technology. And these spaces aren't just for varsity players. They're hubs for all gamers to meet up, play, and hang with friends. And if competition's your thing, Armada's teams represent Full Sail across a wide range of collegiate esports, from first-person shooters to MOBAs and fighting games. Our varsity division features campus and local students competing in titles that require in-person gameplay, while Armada Squadron includes players who compete in online leagues from anywhere in the country. But esports isn't only about players. Armada also has dedicated roles for shoutcasters, commentators, and gameplay analysts, plus a stream team that brings daily content to the Full Sail Armada Twitch channel. And if you've ever wondered what happens behind the scenes, how broadcasts are run, how production crews collaborate, how a live match becomes a show, the Armada production crew offers space to learn by doing. You'll support live events, create original content, and work alongside other students who share your passion for games, creativity, and community. Whether you dream of competing on stage, hosting the next big tournament, designing worlds, building communities, or simply gaming with friends after class, there's room for you here. If you'd like a closer look, our community lives on Discord. Swapping stories, celebrating wins, supporting each other, and just playing games. Drop in and explore. There's always something happening. See you online, and hopefully one day on campus.
My name is Ryan Murky Mojica. I am a coach at George Mason University Esports Call of Duty team, and I am a computer engineering and computational data science student. When I first needed a car, I was 18, I was straight out of high school, driving a Chevy Suburban up 45 minutes in rush hour every day, and I kind of just got to a point where I kind of wanted something a little bit more enjoyable. Intus was actually in the same building that I worked in. You know, I went to my dad and asked, like, okay, I want to do this, I want to get a new car. And he said, like, all right, let's go over to InTouch. There was a lot of uncertainty going into this process. I was expecting a lot of paperwork, a lot of numbers, really understand kind of how any of this worked. The person we were talking to was actually a car guy, so he was almost like really excited. He's like, yeah, you're getting your first car, you know, what are you getting? Having a car really helped me travel for esports events, and not only that, it just gives me the ability to be the team dad. I give my players rides, get to campus for NACE matches, and just supporting the team in a bigger way that I wouldn't be able to before. If any NACE students are looking for financial tools, resources, and support from people who care, I recommend checking out InTouch Credit Union. With graduation coming up, I honestly don't think I'd be where I'm at in my financial journey without them.
One more map. That is all that stands between Winthrop University and going back to back. They beat Northwood and already secured the #1 spot in the open brackets earlier on today. Now they got one more shot to do this again. St. Clair needing a reverse sweep and a first to 4 to pull this off.
Yeah, it is a nearly impossible task, it feels like right now, given the way Winthrop is playing. It's unbelievable. And we can take a look at our map that we were going to for map 4, potentially the last one here of the Overwatch Collegiate calendar. It's Havana. You got your wish. The Ana ban has come through from St. Clair. Widowmaker is the answer, which granted Noxious has a phenomenal Widow in his back pocket.
And Winthrop doesn't play Widowmaker.
No. So that honestly, it may seem a little odd at first, but it does line up with what Winthrop wants to do.
Yeah, so those make sense, but you said the Ana ban is what I wished for. It's what I wished for if we want a longer series. Well, let's clarify that.
For St. Clair's sake.
For St. Clair's sake, it is the wish. Because right now, your backs are up against the wall and you're kind of curled up in a ball in a corner at that. So taking away the Ana, this is the one map that Wheats did say in his interview that you might give up a map with this specific ban. And honestly, poke comps are not something I'd really write in the playbook for this team much. So I like this pick a ton from St. Clair's side. They're going to get themselves back in this series. I think they give themselves the best possible conditions to do it.
I say something's got to work eventually if you are St. Clair. It's just, is this going to be the right combination? And for their sake, you kind of have to hope it is, or this series is done. And they will end up as the runner-up once again. And this feels like a common trend here for St. Clair over the past few years with this roster. Just never able to get over the line. It's because of, it's not even like they're playing bad. It's just there's these teams like a Winthrop, like a Maryville, like an ISU who are standing in their way. And Winthrop, they want to win back-to-back. They want to win open and varsity and end the season on the best note possible.
In St. Clair's defense, they did go from a top 10 team to a top 4 team.
Yes.
Within the past semester or so. I think that is fantastic for them, for the improvement that they have had. We are going to do something that we don't see a lot anymore on this map. And I'm going to say it because I don't really care. We're close holding. We're playing a mid.
I think so.
There's no way that you are picking this composition, not expect, look at all those crouch walking.
Unless you're just playing corner?
No. They wouldn't be crouch walking.
I'm just saying. I'm just playing devil's advocate over here.
Okay, well, I also have eyeballs, so I'm sorry. I just got some serious side eye for that one.
That is a wild statement.
Okay, well, okay.
Like, both of us are blind. We both wear glasses. It's not like...
I mean, that is a fact.
The benchmark is quite low.
It is. St. Clair, though, they got to work something. Is their benchmark also very low on the starting point? We are doing this close hold. Infected sees it, races back towards the spawn. Doesn't seem like there's any adjustment. Sarah on the Symmetra of all heroes are trying to catch somebody off guard, perhaps lacking it. That just isn't the case right now.
Well, the TP going out forces the attention away and allows at least some members to walk out.
Ultraviolet cut off from the spawn, but Rack Attack breaks through with the help of Infected and takes out the most important stabilizing factor of St. Clair's comp in Alex. From there, we are going to watch this spawn hold crumble. I applaud the attempt. You don't see too many teams do this these days after the Havana map changes.
Yeah, you don't see a ton of it anymore, but hey, it's still fun to do.
Yeah.
And it gets off 45 seconds, and now they can kind of go back to normal, and they can also pick whatever counters they want without really giving up that much ult charge. So Zarya is the play for Champ. We've been waiting for it all series long, and it's finally here.
Sarah's still on Symmetra, by the way. That is a Winthrop pick and a half. Perhaps they didn't show all of their cards just yet. Had this one hiding up their sleeve for this moment. Infected still trying away. Razor in the middle of nowhere. The rest of his team rotated to high ground. He got a bubble, but it's not saving you from everyone looking. Dread, incredibly tight charge, but no protection, and Winthrop are just moving the payload.
Just moving along, and all of a sudden, quick TP up into the Terra Surge by, well, almost by Redex.
I'm shocked he lived. I'm going to be totally honest with you, but I can't quite see the same fate for Noxious. Eventually, Winthrop will clean up the pieces. Having the Symmetra out of Zera makes this approach so unpredictable.
Yeah, and the Orisa, of all things, we actually saw her a little bit yesterday, but it's continuing to work out great for teams running it. 4.5 minutes, and already this TP is up top. just trying to gain some early high ground, but St. Clair not the greatest fan of that idea, and it'll have to be the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, Tread just vibing right now. Up on the high ground. Photon barrier for Zera. I have a feeling that's going to be a response to Noxious in this. That's my best guess.
Probably.
Yeah, for now it'll be Alex. That is Nat Matrix. That actually is going to force the amplification matrix, so I'm sure Noxious is happy about it. Forces Tread to retreat and gives Winthrop the high ground. Vendetta?
This is not Season 1 patch, guys. This is Season 2.
I don't think Razor cares about that, as it just swirls everybody into a blender for Noxious to add the final ingredient. Ultraviolet absolutely nuked. Looking for more, but Infected just fortified around the corner. I will take him out at the end. I guess crazy as that play was, the setup was there. It's just not enough for this. Orisa so consistent in the front line. And you got Sam to help close this one out. Push will continue.
Push rages on from Winthrop, and yes, very expensive one, but Noxious, well,
thought about it.
Thought about the Hanzo, ends up swapping back off of it, and Alex will go on to the Kiriko. So, a little more changes. This is more of a traditional St. Clair comp, I would say, but I think traditional hasn't worked, so what's the pivot now?
Ooh, amplification matrix out. Sound barrier in response. St. Clair want to take the fight to Winthrop University. The Graviton Surge. Woo! That's pretty cool. Noxious gets 3K off the back of it. Payload, one fight territory is infected. What a TP from Zera to get him to safety.
Gets him out. Razor doesn't want to be done, but isn't given an option. So the Vendetta is going to make Infected's life a little more difficult. Also, anybody going through TPs, if Razor is there, there's an overhead slash with their name on it. But again, Vendetta a little bit worse now than she used to be. Did just get a slight buff though recently.
I mean, Razor is making this work. That's both supports down. Talk about a turnaround for St. Clair. I say a blast from the past, but it's really not that far into the past.
A month or so ago.
Yeah, a month or so ago. It feels like a while. But Vendetta still strong in this guy's hands is what I'm starting to learn. A triple kill for him. St. Clair investing heavily in this guy.
Yeah, why not? Go back to what was working in the patches prior, and maybe just enough of that magic can come back with that overhead slash. Just misses the head of Sam.
As close as it was, Winthrop will now have their choice in how they enter. I think they're trying to walk the old-fashioned way around the side, which St. Clair now get an idea of what's going on. Gonna send Razor straight in. Bubble denies the Javelin of Infected. He's been holding onto this Terror Surge for a long time now. Maybe waiting for a combo or some sort of teleport setup. Well, actually stick him on the objective for St. Clair to fight on this low ground point. Will be Alex, swinging rush on Heights, and Tread running it down to the rest of the team. Razor manages to dodge out of the way by mere milliseconds from Infected's Terror Surge. That goes down the drain. Who thought the answer would be Zarya Vendetta?
Yeah, Denazar, maybe not as dead as we thought it was in this meta. Also, just trunks this down to a minute 10. Granted, Zera sticking out of the Symmetra this long, and it's maybe a little creative. But yeah, we're going to see just a little bit of a change here. Infected now on the Ramatra. It's going to work out a little bit better.
Yeah, I think you're pretty happy about that if you're Winthrop. It's not necessarily, Infected wasn't doing bad. He's actually doing a lot better than I thought he would into this composition, but I'm looking to open it up. It's an overclock from Noxious on the side, but some Ultraviolet's already dead. I have to believe that was an engage from Razor, who's going to come up with another double kill. This guy unstoppable on the objective. They really put their foot down here.
They have found that second gear that, well, they've needed this entire series, to be fair.
Yeah.
But hey, you have to find it at some point if you want to come back. Just a little bit later than they would have hoped. And now Zera, let's see if that last second swap does come in. It will be onto the Genji. Window with the amp and with the overclock here. Could open this up, but a sound barrier is available to answer.
I'm not worried about that. I see Tread with a Graviton Surge and Razor with a bit old Sword Strike that he can partner up with it. And you're not even going to need it. Noxious already found Sam in the neutrals. Razor, okay, well, he used that in the back line. Winthrop already down 2. St. Clair, tempo being on in. Throw the Gravity Well on top of Infected. He goes bye-bye. And with that, Winthrop had slammed on the brakes by St. Clair. Decided to take over the steering at the last second. They had to throw a Hail Mary, Jesse, and they happened to find the catch.
There is a pulse in St. Clair. They are alive in this series. They got to make sure this attack is just as good as their defense. But that is a very winnable position if you are the Saints. And granted, obviously, a lot of things still need to go right. You can really hold in this first phase for a very long time here on Havana, even with all the changes that came through. But at least this is the best they've looked all day so far. Easily the most competitive they have looked. Now we get to see if they can continue that on here on their attack, or if Winthrop is going to regain that form from the first 3 maps of this series. And Winthrop showing a very similar look here, but with one change that I had a feeling we would eventually see on this map.
I'm a little surprised we haven't seen Sigma until now.
At all, yeah.
Yeah, this is actually the first time we're seeing it in the finals for both games at least, but I didn't get much of it yesterday either. So this is kind of the map to do it. Not necessarily a hero Infected's known for, but one that he can hold it down on if needed.
It's still a decent hero for him. It's not like, some tank players are like, well, if you have certain heroes, it's just no, you cannot put them on it. Sigma is not on that list for Infected. So they, as much as a close hold probably sounds fun, it is not going to be the case this time. They will just do the old-fashioned hold at the end of this corner and let St. Clair take a very slow walk-up with a million angles to try and figure out.
Yeah, they'll just get this payload to the first corner and then really set up what they want to do. Razor popping off on this Vendetta. Thus far, you do have Zera on the Tracer, I think, to go and attempt trading at the backline, put more pressure on Alex, who's been actually able to play the game for once in this series. Now the payload at the corner, Tread within laser beam distance of Infected. That's where things will get sticky for Winthrop University. Sigma and Zarya don't have a great relationship.
No, not necessarily. If Tread can close the gap, then he can melt Infected pretty fast. But it is closing that gap, which is going to be the difficult part of this equation. Razor, nice little chunk out, but he is stuck in no man's land, but it is able to get out.
Yeah, eventually makes his way up to the high ground, a Rack Attack Ultraviolet, and apparently Sam, F, and Chill. Now it's actually a whole party up here. Those are the final overhead swing, but 40 HP, and then Zera chases him down, but at the cost of Ultraviolet. I think if you're St. Clair, you take those. Razor took every bit of attention from Winthrop. 4 players went to go chase him in the meanwhile. Tread, happy to walk it down, but it's still slowed up. Once this team turns attention more towards the payload, though, they're good as day.
Sam just showing up on Aggro. What a disgusting shot from Alex. There should be, I don't know if they're even going to try and touch this. It'll be a little bit of a stalling from Zera.
It does have to recall St. Clair.
Oh, they got Gravitic Blocks.
They do. Consuming Rush is popped from Alex. And within all of that focus damage, Infected did not stand a chance. I have a feeling we're going to see a swap. Point capped, 4.5 minutes. What's a little bit of change now for St. Clair to move forwards. And they're coming up on that combo that they like so much.
Yeah, just grab with anything Razor wants to do, basically. Doesn't even have to be the ult. Sound Barrier as well to answer anything coming up from Winthrop. Infected will make the swap off to the Ramatra, which will be a little bit better here, a little more brawl heavy during this second phase of Havana. It's not like you even have to worry about third phase. We're not seeing it. Both support ults for Winthrop ready to go. Either of those could pair with Sam.
It also means you can now stand in front of Tread and just permanently running away holding the S key. It is an amplification matrix perfectly placed from Ultraviolet. Sam farming through the chaos. The Winthrop do guarantee themselves at least one fight of a win here on this point, and they'll hold up. Probably not.
Charge reset there for Tread. Maybe something he would have liked to keep, but won't be the case this time around. But they at least keep all the ults that was going over there. So Winthrop only have to use the window during that. They just want to play a little bit up close and personal. They want to see, well, they're going to do more than just see.
They are going in on this point, which, speaking of seeing, Sam doesn't see anybody. Just catch Tread at the end of that. I think Zera's around there. It's kind of being
Zera's
a little
way
bit, yeah, I see a little critical health bar in the right corner of Sam's screen. Vendetta is in. Razor really hasn't been doing that much this game. Only at 78% to the Sundering Strike. It'll be a Rack Attack. Looking for somebody somewhere. Oh, Razor caught on the very edge. Wrong place, wrong time. Noxious still pops this overclock, though. There's the Graviton Surge that they're looking for. It's the bait and switch from St. Clair. We saw them do it yesterday. They're going to do it again here. And clean Winthrop up off of this point and put it to a one-fight territory.
Just Rack left alive, but it will be the reset for Winthrop, and St. Clair begin this final march with the Kitsune Rush and Razor's ult soon to follow. Winthrop have nothing right now, but this Annihilation, if it's built up, could be a real nuisance on the final push for this point.
And Winthrop kind of banking on that. The only option you'll have is Razor, which for Struggling Slice, and they're half an infected health bar. Here's Ramacho though, he'll be fine. I just can't say the same for his backline. Immortality feels so well played. Fails are violent. It buys him seconds, but not enough full support to fall in. Tread lasering his way through the rest of the team as St. Clair. They have a pulse. They are not just that, they are thriving on this comp. They found an answer, and they will keep this series going if they have the choice. Zera wants to keep this contested. Infected does have the Annihilation if he can get back to the point. Zera keeping this winnable. All things considered, but UV is down. Infected just gonna have to pop the Annihilation to live. Everyone can run away, zone it off. Oh, but meanwhile, Zera keeps testing, keeping jumping in and out. Nobody from St. Clair wants to focus the objective after all, and that will come back to bite them. 2 meters remaining, recall forced, and 1, no more touches. Stand corrected, and you can hear the cheers erupt behind us as St. Clair College keep themselves in it and get their map.
Not a sweep. We will not have a sweep in either of these Overwatch Grand Finals today. And who knew? The Tread Zarya is going to be the one that makes it happen. And honestly, again, this Zarya dead-off that we thought was kind of dead in this meta has a second life in the form of Canada's finest. And that will be at least St. Clair. Again, if we're going to have a reverse sweep, something needs to go right. Something has gone right. Now, Winthrop, they will have the Ana back. That one, hey, Weech was right. Both maps today that the Ana was banned, Winthrop did lose.
That is true. And
so
he saw something. Also, that shot was
disgusting.
Insane. Because we could see it through the wall. He couldn't, so they're not going to get that kunai. But regardless of that fact, Alex was able to live because it wasn't a dive. It was that ground tank matchup forced that St. Clair wanted so bad. Here's my fear. Winthrop get first ban. Why not just take the Vendetta away as a concern?
Or the Zarya.
If you're even concerned about it. Yeah, or the Zarya. Whatever you pick, it is not reset yet. You have to do push. No, not push. I'm losing my mind here.
You're losing your mind.
Hybrid.
Yeah.
Blizzard World.
Uh-oh. That is Infected's playground on Wrecking Ball as well. If he wanted to do it again, he's 2-0 when he ran it today in this series. He could just do it again. And at that point, I think you just ban out the Vendetta. The Zarya is never going to get played on that map other than third phase.
I don't know. I feel like you might force it because even Razor on the attack, I'm not going to lie, he wasn't doing much. He was existing and being a threat, and it forced Rack Attack Ultraviolet's positioning. The second that they were in his sightlines, he'd jump on it, force the cooldowns, get out, let everybody else go in, and do the rest of the work. It was a great strategy, and St. Clair clearly have perfected that. They've been one of the teams that have the assets of a fantastic Vendetta player in Razor and an even better Zarya player in Tread. With that kind of being removed within the last week or so, you've had to get creative, but they're bringing back an old look that gives them a chance. But with Hybrid as the only option, I'm a little scared for how this might proceed. Winthrop, I think that was the single best map I've seen from that team, was that Blizzard World map.
It's like, oh, they can just go rush. Yes, well, A, but Winthrop's not going to want to do that.
No.
B, the map pool doesn't allow that. It's what, Blizzard World, Numbani, Midtown. They're not going to Midtown, probably. It's going, and nobody plays Numbani anymore, it feels like. It's kind of just cursed, and we've had these maps over time where, like, nobody picks them in these kind of settings. That has turned into Numbani in a lot of these. It was the old Antarctic Peninsula, which, yeah, at least that got reworked, but it has kind of turned into that map of this map rotation. It's gotta be Blizzard World.
I don't want to have a doomer mindset. I really
It's gotta be, right? I don't see any other way. It is a different map.
Yeah, I'm rooting for St. Clair to find something else, but it just doesn't feel
look
right.
great.
With very recent past scenarios, as well as those have turned out, it's just, how do you stop a team that seems to have perfected how to play a map? The Ana is back. You could easily just ban a Kiriko if you want. That takes away from Alex. It forces him onto the Baptiste, probably, because that's the only hero pool we've sort of gotten from that point. With the ball in Winthrop's court like this, I seriously fear that St. Clair, they're going to have to find something. They did it before. They did it on Havana.
They did.
But the circumstances were much more in their favor.
Yeah, the environment where they did that, vastly different now than what it was on Havana.
Yeah.
And you basically have to redo that all over again. And once we get into, if we get to the future maps and we have the map pool reset, then maybe, yes, but still, it is Winthrop picking every single map from here on out. It doesn't matter what St. Clair wants to run. It is the settings of which Winthrop will allow them to operate in for the rest of the way.
Yeah, you're in Winthrop territory now. The Saints, whether they like it or not, want to fight even harder than they did in those first couple of maps when they got their first map pick. They got their first ban. Keep this run going. We saw a reverse sweep yesterday from Cumberland, almost a second one from them against this very team. They were able to shut it down, and no stranger to these long series. In fact, last time St. Clair played Winthrop, it did go all the way to 5 maps, and in a first to 4, they could take it to 7. In fact, they're going to have to if the Saints want a victory for their very last performance.
Just needing a little bit more to get them into that map 6, and then a little bit more to get to that final map. Just, you got to inch on closer. You cannot give up here if you were St. Clair. I would say the energy is back up on that stage for them. Like, they are the loud St. Clair that we know them to be. That is what they needed to kind of get this momentum back. Because it's just been so odd. They've been so quiet. Maps 2 and 3, and even 4. It was just so quiet for most of it. And it is going to be Blizzard World. The Kiriko is banned once again by Winthrop. It will be a Tracer ban, this time actually from St. Clair.
I like that a lot.
I do like that. The Kiri ban is very well placed from Winthrop. I'll give them that. It is, considering the game plan we know is coming, it's like seeing a disaster before it happens. The Ana is going to be very abundant once again, because there is now no cleanse to deal with any of that impact.
I worry about the Ana. I worry about Alex's hero pool. I don't think I've seen him either Kiriko or Baptiste. I've seen nothing else. You could Juno break it if you wanted to. I don't know how much that's going to help with the Winston ban, but I think they have the choice of either taking the Winston away and probably forcing maybe a ball out of Infected, or you could take away the the Tracer. That just means we're going to play Genji, and I don't think Zera's complaining about that.
No, I think with that Tracer ban going through, Zera's not going to have any complaints, and I think maybe this leads to it may not even be a Genji from the side of St. Clair. They could do something completely different.
They just run back the Zarya Vendetta?
Exactly. They can just run it back. They don't care right now about the Tracer. They can just try and run back this Zarya Vendetta. It's just a little bit more tricky. Even if you just do the Vendetta with something else, whether it be the Hazard that we know Tread has in his back pocket, there could be other things moved around. But obviously the Vendetta had a great impact on that last map. Let's see here in Blizzard World if it can have a similar one. St. Clair need it if they want to extend this series to 6. That is a bait for St. Clair right now. And Winthrop, this sounds like a Winthrop comp.
It looks like one to me. One hero we haven't really seen from at least Winthrop this weekend, Echo out of Zera. I'd say that's the top 3 hero pick out of him. It is good follow-up, but it's not like close follow-up. It's more going to be reliant on poking at longer ranges and then going in for these quick dives of assassinations. It's a lot harder to synergize with the Winston than that of the Tracer. So St. Clair, again, very smart ban from them, knowing what they want to run. I'm assuming it's going to be a TP, scout it out, and then figure it out from there.
And will Noxus find an opener here? Maybe actually grappled up.
That's a new one. Oh yeah, everyone's like, I'm not doing that.
No, that was a very smart retreat there from Winthrop. They want nothing to do with this.
All right.
I think the Zera Echo underrated here.
Absolutely.
Because it's not like Razor can do much. It's not like a Tracer where a Tracer can poke and prod anybody in the sky. Razor doesn't have that same flexibility, and that is why immediately we will see the change. Tread will just go on to his signature Diva, and Razor will go to Genji to at least have some way of dealing with Zera in the sky.
That took 30 seconds for St. Clair to decide what composition they wanted to roll out on. And yeah, well-informed decision. The time you may want back at a later point. St. Clair at least cleared the high ground. Rack Attack just got a vibe in here before he can relocate with his own burst again. Look for an opener. Very poke-based for Winthrop. Uninfected disrupting. There it goes. Bionade follows in. Won't hit anything, but Redix falls. Can't quite get the healing in from Alex due to the placement of the bubble. Fantastic sleep from Ultraviolet. Alex just doesn't save Rack Attack. Razor was already in there. His team playing so split. That just doesn't seem to be the case. Struggling without the clutch potential, I think, of Zera in this moment. I think that's the one thing the Echo will lack, and St. Clair are happy to get progress because of it.
But because of how long it took for them to even start moving into points, and they won't have at least one member towards the back end of this contest, Winthrop will have another go, but they'll have to run into a window from Alex.
Yeah, he's going to place that one down, and along with the good old Immortality Field, the Winston of Infected. A little too scary, but sleep again onto Noxious. Was good, like the setup is there for Winthrop, but St. Clair actually trading backlines this time. They managed to get in position, but it's an overextension. Alex so focused on keeping himself alive, he can't quite do the same. Sound barrier from Redix to ensure this point is captured. Rack Attack wants to give them a run for their money. Already gets one, and actually second. Rack Attack single-handedly turns it around.
And a great shout out to Zera. Stalls that point out. Just panic dupes. On the Tread is able just to contest on point and trigger that ignite from the Captive Sun. What a save from a Winthrop. Both support ultimates now gone from the Saints. They'll have everything else to work with going in his next fight, but that was the point we feel like they needed to capture this.
Losing sound barrier there is tragic.
You may not even get it to OT.
You might, but right now it's up to Sam to decide how this game is played. St. Clair, they want nothing to do with it. They're backing off, giving up every bit of forward positioning, but Tread doesn't get out. He has to use self-destruct in this small room. Infected is just in there, and a huge Bionade from downtown. Ultraviolet always finds a way to land these when it matters the most. Infected throws him through the blender. St. Clair now have less than a minute.
Just a little wave, like, hey, Tread. How's it going, man? All right, I'm out. Let's go. Just double nade in from Sam with Primal from Infected. There's nowhere for St. Clair to go. Nothing that they could do in that one. One more push to try and keep this attack going. Blade and the overclock here.
Noxious can open it up, and I've got to say, that is not a very safe position for Ultraviolet. He calls in the reinforcements. Infected comes to save the day. Nano boosted Winston. Dragon Blade from Razor. Thinks this is the final fight, but I think there's perhaps one more with how quickly Winthrop wiped the board.
Redix should be able to touch. It is just more a matter of fact of what are you going to get out of that touch. The amp is here from Alex, but it's going to be tough to get anything done with it. The one benefit is Winthrop, no ultimates yet, but Rack is quickly building this Captive Stun, and I don't know if anybody is going to be able to touch. He does, but he dies for it.
Gives his life, but he keeps the round going. No supports, though, for St. Clair. Permanent damage now enabled for Winthrop University. Dread thrown out of the mech, and Winthrop will complete a full as we nuke the baby Diva for a final effort. Winthrop want to seal the deal here and now.
That's crazy work from Brack, by the way. It's like, granted, what else are you going to do? It's the last person alive, but just the look down, I'm like, it's over, man. Like, it's just done. This round's over. Time to go on the defense. St. Clair need a perfect hold practically here on point A of Blizzard World if they want to keep this series going, if they want to continue the reverse sweep. But Winthrop continues to push on forward, and a magnificent hold, and that hero play from Rack and Zera made a giant difference. We could still be talking about a St. Clair attack right now if it wasn't for that type of hero play.
Yeah, I mean, Zera just stood there like, I'm gonna be a tank for a little bit. Worked out, and Rack Attack took care of business. This is going to be it for St. Clair. They are investing in the Winthrop comp. Ana Jetpack. We question if Ana was in the hero pool of anybody, but Alex is going to pick it up. I've only seen him play Kiriko and Baptiste this semester. It's going to be a new one. But St. Clair, what else do you have to lose?
Nothing. Are they going to... Oh, my God.
Whoa.
I don't want to say anything yet because I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah, don't do that.
But I see the vision here. It is a very... My worry is this is very boom or bust. This is either going to work or this is going to fail spectacularly.
I don't see many things on Winthrop that are going to be prepared for it.
That's
I'm being
true.
honest. I can see approximate... Oh, okay, now that scares me
This
a little
should be
bit
bad.
with that last swap from Zera.
But do they know?
Sam is not looking up. So that is good. There goes Bionate in.
Oh,
Sticky Bomb. Bye-bye, Sam. Wall thrown out behind. A trick play from St. Clair will pay off. You end up losing a Razor. You need to be very cautious about how they proceed. But they got him once. I don't think that's going to work a second time. Oh,
Well, they got to make sure Noxious lives. Oh, by Coast eventually is able to. But this is still a 4v4, and now one person slept him back.
And the sleep with a clutch pickup there from Redix. Or excuse, to keep his honor up. No mech from Tread, though. It's starting to fall apart. Winthrop, they found their win con. Dread overextended. And as Winston is on the point, one last celebration dance as Infected knows that it has been done. It was a drought for Winthrop without championships, and now they have won 2 in the exact same day. Winthrop University take the title of the NACE Varsity Cup.
Not just Open, not just Varsity, but both for Winthrop. What a fashion to do it. 4-2 over Northwood and now 4-1 over the Saints of St. Clair. And what a perfect way to end the Collegiate Overwatch season if you are Winthrop, the unanimous #1 team in Collegiate.
Not a doubt about it. If there was anyone who kind of thought that this team might be washed, might be out of the books, well, they have been on the grind the past 2 weeks to ensure that anyone that they come face to face with will feel their wrath. The preparation has paid off, and you can see the respect, the smiles between the players. At the end of the day, they all compete in the same scene. They know each other, and they show the appreciation.
And it's a fitting send-off here for St. Clair. This roster, 4 people graduating at the end of this semester, and it's not the ideal outcome for them. They finish as a runner-up, but what a way to go out. A great series, but it is the end of an era here in St. Clair. Fair play to them, and a wonderful career for all of them, honestly. I hope they can keep their heads held high, because that is one heck of a way to go out here at the Grand Finals.
Yeah, 2 for 2 in St. Clair for the NACE Varsity Championships. Also qualified back in the fall. Lost to ISU there. That's almost the same score line. 4-2, 4-1. They always managed to get their map, and I think they should be proud of the performance they showed, especially at the end of the series. And it is the Winthrop Eagles that now have their nest at the very top of Collegiate Overwatch, and it's going to stay that way for the rest of the semester.
Undisputed champions. That has to be something they have been dying to hear for months and months and months with this roster. Hey, you can't beat ISU. They're able to do it now here. They beat Northwood. They beat St. Clair. They're able to beat anybody here in Collegiate Overwatch. As we're taking a look back at the series one more time. And we showed every single look here of Winthrop. We get to see a little bit of the Hazard. We got to see the Wrecking Ball with the Cat Bastion here and there throughout the day. It's just uniquely 100% the way Winthrop would have wanted it to happen.
One of the most flexible teams that we are going to find in a while, because yeah, they can play multiple heroes, but playing all of these heroes at a top level, that is a whole different ball game that the Eagles have managed to put themselves into. And the Zero Genji was just on fire throughout this map, throughout the day. Happy when he got to play it out, but also Rack Attack too on this Yardi has had one fantastic game. Really managed to stand out, which is rare for a main supporter. I guess technically playing the flex support today in that specific hero.
Yeah, this is just perfect. This is the fairy tale ending here for Winthrop. We've been talking with a lot of staff coaches, players, supporters of this team dying for the finally to get this title, not just here and in Open, trying to get both, and they're able to do the double, which is going to be hard for any team to top this type of performance in a semester. They had their bumps in the road. They lose to Northwood twice. They drop maps here and there, whether it be off rolls or sickness or whatever it may be. But at the end, Winthrop are inevitable at the top of the collegiate Overwatch world.
And the definition of hard work pays off for this team, and even this little curveball that was thrown at them. They managed to rally for quite a bit on this defense, went in with like 5 minutes to have to defend, and we ended it all on Blizzard World. We knew the second that this map had queued itself up that this series was over. This is the Eagles' territory, and nobody will be allowed to fight with it in it. Congratulations again to this Winthrop roster and all of the effort that they have put in to preparing themselves for this very event. They'll take a 4-1 at the end of the day.
4-1 to win the final here, and we gotta say, as the Overwatch era of this event closes behind us, what a historic year for collegiate Overwatch. We get to crown our champions on LAN, everything going on behind the scenes, whether it be everybody here at Full Sail, everybody behind the scenes at Blizzard. What a way to crown our champions here.
Yeah. First time in 7 years that we get to do this on a LAN, and I hope it continues that way. The support for collegiate Overwatch, the talent that is developing here only continues to expand, and we'll definitely keep watching as it goes on, and we'll have to keep a good eye on these teams as they continue, or rather St. Clair might be the end of the road, but Winthrop University still so much to show for their performance.
So much to show, not even just this semester. I have a feeling they are the next dynasty here in collegiate Overwatch. They have put everybody on notice. We are the team to beat, not just this year, but for years to come.
Yeah, we're not talking about the best in collegiate. We're talking about the best in North America. Congratulations again to Winthrop University on their win. That's going to be it for us, Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty on the desk this weekend. Thank you so much to all of the collegiate Overwatch fans, staff, and people who made this event happen. Let's send it up to Tracy for an interview with the winners.
Thank you so much, guys. And a big round of applause for our amazing casters. Are you kidding me? And of course, let's give some love to Winthrop, winning the Varsity NACE Grand Finals. Your giant trophy right there. Rack Attack, our casters just called you guys the beginning of a dynasty. What does that mean to you?
Definitely means a lot coming from last year. I mean, the second place finish really hurt, through the whole year. And third, I guess, too. But really good to win both back-to-back championships, and we plan to keep it coming.
I love it, but most of you hopefully will be back here next year. You, sir, are graduating. You're leaving this dynasty in December. How do you feel about that?
Awful. I want to stay.
Well, I mean, you could take another degree. That's all I'm saying.
I'll figure it out.
All right, no, get a job. And of course, let's see who is our NACE Grand Finals Overwatch MVP. Zero, it's you. You just won MVP. How you feeling about this?
I'm feeling great. I mean, we've had some disappointing past semesters, but to be able to bring home trophies for our collegiate team definitely feels great, especially because they give us a lot of resources. And we just got a Monster sponsorship, so shout out Monster. Let's go. So yeah, I'm really excited. Thank you.
Well, we're very excited for you guys taking home all those trophies back to school, representing your college. Congratulations. Let's give these guys one more round of applause. Well done, guys. You guys can go celebrate. Go ahead. Good job, Coach. Yeah, we're going to bring it again. We'll bring it back up. All right. What an exciting moment so far. But folks, you may be wondering, what does it take? What does it take to create an amazing esports broadcast like this? Beside all the cool toys and professional staff, it's really all about our students. This production has so many Full Sail University students in key positions, bringing the NACE Spring 2026 Grand Finals to life. From the lighting you see, the camera shots, all those beautiful graphics, and much, much more. Here at Full Sail University, students gain real-world experience on projects and productions, just like this one, while preparing for careers in games, film and television, music, tech, and more. But right now, I'm very excited to invite Full Sail University's Director of Esports and NACE Chairman of the Board, Sari Keitlin, to the stage for a special scholarship presentation. Come on up, Sari. And my dear friend. Give it up for Sari, everybody!
Thanks, everyone, and a big thank you to our friends at Radiant for being such fantastic production partners throughout the entire Overwatch experience. And a big thank you also to, obviously, NACE and Blizzard for bringing this product to our campus. Fun fact, this is actually the second Blizzard Collegiate event that's been hosted here. We hosted the 2019 Blizzard's Hearthstone Collegiate Championship right here in this exact same venue. But what's really exciting when we hold events on campus is that it's a completely student-run production, and all of our students get to come together to really bring this event to life. So we really thank NACE, Blizzard, Radiant, and everybody that came to help bring these opportunities to our students. And speaking of opportunities, we have one more opportunity we'd like to give to one special student. So I'm going to bring Riley Long, Executive Director of NACE, and JJ Myers, Director of Competition for NACE, up to the stage to help me out. So part of our partnership with NACE in this event allows us to give awesome opportunities to students who are learning in real-world education and really doing that hands-on experiential training to prepare them for their careers. What it also allows us to do is present a scholarship to a student who's been working this event and, obviously working hard all year. And we're going to present one right now to somebody that's been working today. And the best part, it's my favorite part, because they have no idea. This scholarship recipient is a student in the Game Business and Esports program, where he's learning all the ins and outs of what it takes to do marketing operations, production, behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, for everything related to gaming and esports. They're about to graduate with a near perfect GPA. They're a varsity athlete on one of our teams, and the student lead of the Armada production crew, leading all of our broadcasts every single week, day in and day out, year round. Xander, why don't you come upstairs and get your scholarship?
What? That's crazy. What? I'm so proud. I wasn't expecting that. I'm so shocked.
Congratulations.
I'm not expecting no wonder Karen sent me down here. No wonder.
That was exciting. I think Xander was wondering how he's going to cash that giant check. We'll figure it out. I think you have to take a picture, not go through the ATM. But again, one more time, big congratulations to Xander as well as our double winners today with Winthrop University winning both Overwatch Grand Finals. But folks, we are so excited to see all of our students here at Full Sail recognized for their commitment to their education and their future industries. But you know what, folks? Overwatch may be over, but we still have more coming today. Right back with Call of Duty. Stick around, everyone. We'll see you in a bit.
Rally to my position.